Chapter 1904. Uncle is experienced and knowledgeable, yet you don't recognize this person. Could it be that this person isn't from Taiyuan? Taiyuan Courier Station, in a prison cell. Hearing Wang Yu say that he had never seen Star Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no expression on his face, but he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Du Guxin turned his head and said to Wang Yu. Wang Yu's gaze was like lightning. His eyes had actually been fixed on Star Wolf this entire time. Although Star Wolf didn't show any particular expression after hearing his words, he still felt that it was somewhat strange. Generally speaking, a person's thoughts would often inevitably affect the expression on their face and eyes. No matter how well they controlled their expression and eyes, it was impossible for there to be no change at all. Just now, Wang Yu had clearly seen a hint of relief flash across Star Wolf's face, as well as a hint of relief in his eyes. The change was very small, but Wang Yu had come to the courier station with a goal in mind. From the moment he entered the prison cell, his eyes had been fixed on Star Wolf. Naturally, Wang Yu had caught the slight change in Star Wolf's expression and eyes. Not necessarily. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu shook his head and said to Du Guxin, "This old man isn't in Taiyuan all year round. How could I dare say that I know everyone in Taiyuan City? However, since this assassin is in our hands, nephew can use torture on him. Do you think he won't reveal his identity under torture?" Du Guxin sighed and said, "Uncle may not know, but before you came, this junior had already ordered people to use all kinds of torture on this fellow. However, this fellow's mouth was tight, and he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Thus, this junior guesses that this person is an assassin specially trained by some faction. Only someone who has undergone a long period of cruel and harsh training would be able to be like him, unafraid of pain and death." Wang Yu was shocked when he heard this. There's actually such a thing? An assassin? According to what you said, even if this person isn't an assassin, he should be a specially trained death warrior. The person behind him must be quite powerful. At the same time, Wang Yu felt that his guess was getting closer and closer to reality. The assassin in front of him was so well trained that he clearly wasn't someone a small faction could train. And who was the largest faction in Taiyuan City? It was the Wang family. This meant that the assassin on the gallows was most likely someone secretly groomed by the Wang family's second elder, Wang Cai. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Du Guxin did not have time to react. Instead, Star Wolf lowered his eyes. He did not dare to look at Wang Yu again because he was afraid of exposing himself. "Uncle's words are exactly what I was thinking." Du Guxin nodded his head in approval. This person is so well trained, so the person behind him must be extraordinary. It's just that we've used all kinds of torture on him, but he still refuses to say anything. I wonder if Uncle has a good plan. In fact, from the moment Wang Yu stepped into the prison cell, Du Guxin had been probing the relationship between Wang Yu and Star Wolf. Up until now, Du Guxin had basically confirmed that Wang Yu really didn't know Star Wolf. This was the intuition of a martial artist. Unless Wang Yu's acting skills were so superb that he could deceive the eyes of a martial scholar, Du Guxin did not believe that his judgment would be wrong. Therefore, Du Guxin was sincerely seeking advice from Wang Yu, hoping to find a way to break out of this situation. Chapter 1905. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? After Wang Yu left his cell, Du Guxin also left his cell with the help of an Imperial Army soldier. After returning to his room, he sat down and asked Zhao Erhu, the Imperial Army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Erhu had come with Du Guxin to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, "General, based on what this subordinate knows, Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate? The second elder of the Wang clan?" Hearing this, Du Guxin's heart moved. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Erhu, "Go investigate this Wang Li's identity and see if he's related to this Wang clan's second elder." In the matter of investigating the identity of the assassin, Wang Yu could be said to have contributed both in terms of strategy and effort. As a result, It was basically ruled out that the assassin was related to Wang Yu. However, Du Guxin still felt that Wang Yu seemed to know something and was hiding something from him. Especially the 2 sentences Wang Yu had asked Star Wolf before he left, which made Du Guxin even more suspicious. Thus, it was imperative to investigate the identities of Wang Li and Wang Kuei first. Yes. Zhao Erhu cupped his fists in acknowledgement. Seeing that Du Guxin had no other orders, he turned and left. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? After Wang Yu left, Du Guxin left his cell with the help of an Imperial Army soldier and returned to his room. After sitting down, he asked Zhao Erhu, the Imperial Army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Erhu had come with Du Guxin to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, "General, based on what this subordinate knows, Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate? The second elder of the Wang clan?" Hearing this, Du Guxin's heart moved. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Erhu, "Go investigate this Wang Li's identity and see if he's related to this Wang clan's second elder." In the matter of investigating the identity of the assassin, Wang Yu could be said to have contributed both in terms of strategy and effort. As a result, it was basically ruled out that the assassin was related to Wang Yu. However, Du Guxin still felt that Wang Yu seemed to know something and was hiding something from him. Especially the 2 sentences Wang Yu had asked Star Wolf before he left, it made Du Guxin even more suspicious. Therefore, it was very necessary to investigate the identities of Wang Li and Wang Kuei first. Here Zhao Erhu cupped his fists and accepted the order. Seeing that Du Guxin had no other orders, he turned and left. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? In Source Peak Courier Station, after Wang Yu left, Du Guxin left his cell with the help of an Imperial Army soldier and returned to his room. After sitting down, he asked Zhao Erhu, the Imperial Army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Erhu had come with Du Guxin to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, "General, based on what this subordinate knows, this Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate? The second elder of the Wang clan?" Chapter 1906. This old man. Who this old man is isn't important. What is important is that this old man has intercepted an urgent report. This matter concerns the life and death of His Highness King Wei and the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. General, please quickly open the gates and do not delay this important military mission. Outside the western gate of Taiyuan City, the burly man dressed in coarse brown robes looked up at the captain of the Bing Province barracks and loudly shouted. This matter concerns the life and death of His Highness King Wei and the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. Heh. What bold word. The captain had originally believed that this old man had important information to report, but after hearing the old man's words, he snorted derisively. Taiyuan City was the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Its walls were tall and thick, and the city had tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Most importantly, Taiyuan City was not on the border and was surrounded by other provinces and counties. If Taiyuan City encountered an emergency, the soldiers of the other provinces and counties would rush to the rescue. In these circumstances, the captain truly did not believe that anyone could threaten the lives of the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. You should go back. In consideration of your age, this general will not lower himself to your level. If you continue to shout and pester endlessly, don't blame this general for having you arrested and charged with the crime of colluding with the enemy. The lieutenant on the city gate tower had a cold expression as he pointed at the old man below the city and shouted. Colluding with the enemy? When did this old man collude with the enemy? Let this old man into the city and take this old man to see His Highness King Wei. At that time, His Highness will judge whether or not this old man has colluded with the enemy. Being accused of colluding with the enemy for no reason, the old man was instantly enraged. However, he also understood what was the most important thing at this time, so he resisted the urge to scold and shouted at the lieutenant. Is His Highness someone you can see just because you want to? Don't make so much noise. Do you believe that this general won't have you arrested? The captain coldly said. Although his words were somewhat impolite, there was actually nothing wrong with them. Not to mention that the situation in the city was urgent, even if it was during normal times. He couldn't just casually bring someone to see Li Tai just because they said that they had important matters to discuss, right? If the other party wanted to harm Li Tai, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, he only wanted to scare the old man and drive him away. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. The old man was not afraid at all. He raised his head and rebuked angrily, I do have urgent information to report to King Wei. If you don't believe me, then arrest me. If I delay the military mission, will His Highness spare you? How can the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City spare you? Seeing that the old man wasn't scared away by him and instead refused to give up, he was a little angry and said, Fine, good. Men, arrest this man and bring him to the provincial governor's office for him to deal with. Lieutenant, the soldier beside the commandant of the city gate tower was somewhat hesitant. After all, if the old man really had important information and they captured him, then they would be in deep trouble. What? Are you not going to listen to me? This was a military order. Take him down. The commandant glared at him, and the soldier didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly cupped his fists and said, Understood. Not long after, the city gate opened and 4 or 5 soldiers came out and came to the old man. The old man glared at them and a fierce aura spread out. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect this old man to be a martial artist. Chapter 1907. This old man went hunting in the mountains this morning and was lucky enough to encounter a few wild geese returning to the south. Just as I was about to draw my bow and shoot down one of them, I unexpectedly missed. Who would have thought that a white pigeon would fly in from the southeast direction? My arrow hit the carrier pigeon without missing a beat. This old man thought that it was just an ordinary pigeon, but to his surprise, the pigeon had a letter tied to its leg. When I opened it, I saw that the letter was written in Turkic script. In the past, Lao Fu followed General Qin and fought with the Turks on the grassland many times, so I can be considered to know some of the characters there. The great Tang's king of Wei is leading the teachers and students of Yanghuang College to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan. Once this station is completed, the Tang army will be able to communicate with each other anywhere on the steppe and send news back to Chang'an in an instant. This will pose an enormous threat to our Turks. This subject earnestly requests that the Great Khan dispatch 10,000 wolf cavalry to quietly infiltrate the Great Tang and surround Taiyuan City. This subject is confident that we can capture Taiyuan City in half a day. At that time, we can capture the Great Tang's king of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanghuang College and have them work for our Turk. After this old man read this letter, he felt that this matter was of great importance and rode to Taiyuan City to report to Your Highness. To his surprise, Taiyuan City was already under martial law, making it difficult for this old man to enter without revealing his identity. I could only have the city guards bring this old man into the city. I didn't think that I would run into Your Highness the moment I entered the city. Taiyuan Courier Station, in a quiet room, Li Tai, Dugu Xin, Dugu Feiying, Iron Egg, Ink Chue, and Han Tianhu were seated. Once everyone was seated, Han Tianhu got straight to the point, explaining his purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. Everyone couldn't help but grimace. It was clear that they had all realized the gravity of the situation. Dugu Xin was the first to speak. Lord Han, might I ask where this secret letter is? Although they had all learned of Han Tianhu's identity from Li Tai's introduction and knew that with Han Tianhu's identity, it was impossible for him to lie about something like this. However, it was precisely because of how important this matter was that they needed to see for themselves. Han Tianhu reached into his inner pocket and took out a small piece of paper. He then stood up and handed it to Li Tai. This is the secret letter from the carrier pigeon. Please take a look. Li Tai received it with both hands. He opened it and saw a few lines of small characters. However, he did not understand the Turkic language, so he could not tell what it was. Thus, he turned to Dugu Shin and asked, "Does General Dugu know the Turkic language?" As the commander of the imperial army, Dugu Shin had to maintain the safety of the palace. He had to deal with foreign spies on a daily basis, so he naturally understood the Turkic language. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "This general understands a little." Li Tai handed the piece of paper over to Dugu Shin. "General Dugu, please take a look. Here." Dugu Shin did not waste any time on pleasantries. He took the paper and began to carefully read it. Everyone looked over, and after a while, Dugu Shin put away the paper, raised his head, and solemnly cupped his fists to Li Tai. "Your Highness, the contents of this letter are exactly the same as what Lord Han said." Chapter 1908. Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanghuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we must also capture Zhao Dian as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Shin was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the academy north, so he was naturally the one to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue spoke of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the imperial army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shung province, Yun province, and Yuju, using the Bing province governor's residence to warn the 4 provinces to be more vigilant. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanghuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dian as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. As the highest military officer in charge of escorting the academy to the north, Dugu Shin should naturally complete the 2 tasks mentioned by Mo Chue. He saluted Li Tai and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the imperial army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shung province, Yun province, and Yuju, using the name of the Bing province governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to increase their vigilance. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, although we haven't heard of Zhao Dian, it doesn't mean that the people in the government office or the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to the previous aimless search, at least we have a clear target now. As long as we find out Zhao Dian's background, it will be easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that one person must have heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Shin. Dugu Shin slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Source Peak Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer a matter of Yanghuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Source Peak City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dayan in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. As the highest military officer in charge of escorting the academy north, Du Guxin should naturally complete the two tasks mentioned by Mo Chue. He cupped his fists to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately notify Governor Wang. Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing Province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Shung Province, Yun Province, and Yuju, using the Bing Province barracks name to warn the four provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these four provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing Province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we investigate Zhao Dian's background, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is someone who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Du Guxin. Du Guxin slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu. Lord Han's words are reasonable." In the secret room of Source Peak Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanghuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Source Peak City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dian as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Du Guxin was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the academy north, so he naturally had to complete the two missions Mo Chue had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing Province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Shung Province, Yun Province, and Yuju, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these four provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these four provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing Province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out Zhao Dian's background, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Du Guxin. Du Guxin slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu. Lord Han's words are reasonable." In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanghuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dayan in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, there will be no end of trouble. Du Guxin was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the academy north, so he naturally had to complete the two missions Mo Chue had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Provincial Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing Province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Shung Province, Yun Province, and Yuju, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these four provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Du Guxin. Du Guxin slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu. Lord Han's words are reasonable." In the secret room of Taiyuan courier station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanghuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dian in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Du Guxin was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, This prince needs to be informed. Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Sheng province, Yun province, and Yuju, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn the 4 provinces to increase their vigilance. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Du Guxin. Du Guxin slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu. Lord Han's words are reasonable." In the secret room of Taiyuan courier station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanghuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture this Zhao Dian as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Du Guxin was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue had mentioned. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Sheng province, Yun province, and Yuju, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Du Guxin. Du Guxin slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu. Lord Han's words are reasonable." In the secret room of Taiyuan courier station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanghuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, But we also need to capture this Zhao Dian in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, there will be no end of trouble. Du Guxin was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue had mentioned. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Provincial Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the Provincial Governor's residence and the Bing Province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Sheng Province, Yun Province, and Yuju, using the name of the Provincial Governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing Province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Du Guxin. Du Guxin slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Chapter 1909. "Father, since you've come to Taiyuan City, why don't you stay here for a while?" After a short discussion, Li Tai went to his room to send a message. Du Guxin took a carriage and a group of guards to the Wang family's ancestral home. Mo Chue followed the original plan and bought supplies for the students on Dragon Mountain with the academy's teachers. Iron Egg had nothing to do for the time being. In other words, everyone deliberately left space for the father and son to reunite. When Iron Egg saw Han Lijing come to the courier station, he was naturally very happy. However, when Han Lijing arrived at the courier station, everyone began to discuss. Until now, the father and son had not had time to say a word. Now that they finally had a moment of leisure, Iron Egg followed Han Lijing to a large ginkgo tree in the courtyard. Then he opened his mouth and asked casually, "Speaking of which, it had not been long since the father and son last met. More than a month ago, Li Zishuan led the Sky Rooster Brigade to the north to exterminate the locusts. They passed by Yifeng County, where Han Lijing lived. At that time, the father and son were reunited for a few days. Although they had just reunited more than a month ago, Iron Egg was still somewhat dissatisfied. This was because the father and son of other families could reunite almost every day. He really did not understand why his father did not stay at home and had to go to Yifeng County, which was so far away, to buy a manor and become a landlord. This child's thoughts could not be blamed. After all, he had lost his mother when he was young. His father was often away at war, and he relied on his sister's efforts to raise him. Later, when Han Lijing returned to the Han family manor, their family's life gradually improved. Although they could not be said to be rich, at least the family was reunited. Later, Han Yushi married into the Li family, and Han Lijing went to Yifeng County to buy a manor and become a landlord. For Iron Egg, the 2 people he relied on the most in his life gradually distanced from him. This made him feel as if he had suddenly become a loner. This kind of separation was too cruel for a youth who had not yet reached the age of 20. "Yes." Hearing his son's question, Han Lijing nodded. Then he sighed and said, "Your father originally planned to return after delivering the secret letter to His Highness. However, from what you said just now, Taiyuan City is now extremely dangerous. You and King Wei both came to Taiyuan with important tasks. Those enemies are all watching you covetously from the shadows. If your father did not know this, then it would be fine. But now that I know, how can I leave with peace of mind? Before you find the power behind the scenes or you can safely leave Taiyuan City, this old man will stay with you in this courier station." Before receiving the secret letter, Han Lijing had never imagined that Iron Egg would be in Taiyuan with Li Tai and the others on important matters, nor would he have imagined that they would be facing a crisis of life and death. At this moment, Han Lijing only rejoiced that he had unexpectedly obtained the secret letter to the steppe. Otherwise, he might not have received any news of Iron Egg's death. In addition, Han Lijing had accompanied Qin Qiong to the north to attack the Turks. As a veteran of hundreds of battles, he naturally knew martial arts. Although his martial arts were not as freakish as Li Zishuan's, he was still stronger than the majority of the estate soldiers. Otherwise, he would not have become Qin Qiong's personal guard. Now that he knew that his son was in danger, Han Lijing naturally had to stay behind to protect Iron Egg. Hearing that, Bruiser could not hide his excitement and said, "Great, great. I will go and help you tidy up a room." After saying that, Iron Egg immediately turned around and prepared to tidy up the room. However, he was stopped by Han Lijing. Han Lijing said, "This is not urgent. We have to prepare first. When your highness goes to the provincial governor's mansion, we will follow you." "Oh, okay." Tai Dan recovered from his excitement and quickly nodded his head in agreement. Looking at the boy in front of him who was already as tall as his chest, Han Lijing felt a little emotional. His heart was very complicated. He felt gratified and a little guilty. After staring at him for a while, Han Lijing said, "Iron Egg, I am very gratified that you can represent the academy and serve the country. You have grown up." Indeed, in the past, Iron Egg was just a little boy in the Han village who often played with mud and crickets in the fields with a group of naughty children. Now, only a little more than a year had passed. Not only did he become the disciple of a famous teacher, but he also made great achievements in his studies. Now, he represented Yanghuang College and went to Taiyuan to build a telegraph relay station for the Tang Empire. Although he was not a pillar of the country, he was still a useful person to the country. How could Han Lijing not be gratified by such a big change? However, at the same time, Han Lijing also felt a little guilty. Because he had moved to Yifang County at the beginning of the year, the father and son had been apart for more than half a year. To a certain extent, he had not fulfilled his responsibility as a father. To be able to receive his father's praise, Tai Dan would be lying if he said that he wasn't happy. However, he didn't get carried away and said modestly, "Father, this is nothing. Actually, my sister and I have always hoped that you would move back to the Han family manor." Obviously, this last sentence was what Iron Egg wanted to say the most. Han Lijing was stunned and his eyes were a little dazed. After a while, he patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said, "Brat, how could I not want to move back to the Han village? It's just that, the matter in Willow Village is not completely finished. The sewage discharged from Xiaoshuan's mine still affects the surrounding villages. After I have completely treated the sewage there according to Xiaoshuan's method, I will move back to the Han village." In fact, when Han Lijing went to Yifang County to buy property, other than to treat the polluted water of the surrounding villages because of Li Zishuan's mine, there was another important reason. It was to guard the graves of his comrades who had died in battle. 50 miles north of Yifang County, at the foot of White Mountain, there was a graveyard for thousands of people. Buried there were all heroes who died in battle during the 4 years of Wu De when Li Shimin led the army to attack the Turks in the north. Although Han Lijing had left the army long ago, he could never give up the brotherhood deep in his heart. "Father, is what you said true?" After hearing that Han Lijing would move back to Lantian County after treating the sewage around the mine, Iron Egg was overjoyed. He looked up at Han Lijing and asked, "Of course it's true." Han Lijing sighed in his heart, and then said, "All right, brat. Now is not the time to reminisce. His Highness should be done sending the telegram soon. Go pack up and get ready. Also, see if General Fei Ying needs any help. We should set off in a while." "Yes, father," Iron Egg replied and happily turned to leave. Although the current situation in Taiyuan City was unclear and they did not know how many dangers were hidden around them, this did not stop Iron Egg from feeling happy at this moment. Chapter 1910. While Li Tai was sending an emergency telegram to Chang'an, the provincial governor's manor in Taiyuan City was busy. Du Guxin had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's manor, saying that he wanted to draw an assassin's face. Then, the provincial governor's manor's bailiffs would post it all over the city, offering a huge reward for information on the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's manor had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but it had also been copied. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's manor all rushed out, carrying the portrait and the reward notice to the various key junctions in the city. Taiyuan City was now completely sealed off, and most of the soldiers from the subjugation manor in Bing province had been sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city had gradually returned to normal. Other than being unable to leave the city, the people were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search by the soldiers of the Bing province barracks, most of the suspicious people who used the Chuji ironware shop to forge weapons had already been caught. The provincial governor's manor is offering a huge reward. If anyone knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before, hurry to the provincial governor's manor and explain the situation. Anyone who provides useful information will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then, they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person. Hey. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Oh. That's possible. Assassinating His Highness King Wei's guard, and that guard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This person is too bold. These people really deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness King Wei when they can live in peace? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law, and now they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people really deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Hurry up and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner the better. Even if there's no reward, Taiyuan City can be peaceful and quiet soon. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was in the provincial governor's manor in Taiyuan City, the provincial governor's manor in Taiyuan City wasn't idle. Previously, Du Guxin had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's office, saying that he wanted to draw the appearance of an assassin. Then, the provincial governor's office's bailiffs would post it throughout the city, offering a large reward for clues about the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's manor had not only obtained the portrait of the assassin, but they had also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the provincial governor's manor rushed out with the portrait and the reward notice. Taiyuan City was now under lockdown, and most of the soldiers from the manor of subjugation in Bing province were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After the initial panic of the lockdown, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city gradually returned to normal. Other than those who couldn't leave the city, most of the people were able to leave their homes. After all, the soldiers from the Bing province barracks had already caught most of the suspicious people who used the Chuji ironware shop to forge weapons. The provincial governor's manor is offering a huge reward for anyone who knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before. Go to the provincial governor's manor as soon as possible to explain the situation. Those who provide useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then, they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person. Hey. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Oh. That's possible. Assassinating His Highness Prince of Wei's bodyguard, and that bodyguard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This guy is too bold. These people deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness Prince of Wei if they don't want to live a peaceful life? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now we can't even leave the city. Yes. These people deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Go and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner we catch these people, the sooner we can. Even if there's no reward, it's fine. Taiyuan City can also be peaceful as soon as possible. Yes. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was sending an emergency telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle either. Du Guxin had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's mansion. He said that he wanted to draw the assassin's face and have the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion post it all over the city, offering a huge reward for clues about the assassin. At this time, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but they had also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion came out together, holding the portrait and the reward notice, and rushed to the various key junctions in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Zhechong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware Shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a huge reward. If anyone knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before, go to the provincial governor's mansion as soon as possible to explain the situation. For those who provide useful clues, the provincial governor's mansion will reward them with 100 strings of cash. The people on the streets in 2s and 3s quickly noticed the portrait and the reward notice on the wall. Then, they could not help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I think he's not a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person. Hey. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Wow. It's possible. Assassinating His Royal Highness Prince Wei's bodyguard, and that bodyguard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This guy is too bold. These people deserve to die. How could he dare to harm His Highness, Prince of Wei, if he did not want to live a peaceful life? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now, they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Quickly go and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner they'll be rewarded. Taiyuan City will be able to enjoy peace and quiet as soon as possible. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was in the courier station sending an urgent telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle at the moment. Previously, Du Guxin had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's mansion, saying that he wanted to draw the appearance of an assassin. Then, the provincial governor's mansion's bailiffs would post it throughout the city, offering a large reward for clues to the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion all rushed out, carrying the portrait and the reward notice to the various key junctions in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Zhechong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware Shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a large reward for anyone who knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before. Hurry to the provincial governor's mansion and explain the situation. For those who provide useful clues, the provincial governor's mansion will reward them with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then, they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Hey. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Whoa. That's possible. Assassinating His Highness King Wei's guard, and that guard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This person is too bold. These people really deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness King Wei when they have such peaceful days? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now, they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people really deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Hurry up and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner they'll be rewarded. Taiyuan City will be able to enjoy peace and quiet as soon as possible. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was sending an urgent telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle. Previously, Du Guxin had sent someone to borrow an artist from the provincial governor's mansion. He said that he wanted to draw the appearance of an assassin, and then the provincial governor's mansion's bailiffs would post it all over the city, offering a large reward for clues to the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but had also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion rushed out, carrying the portrait and the reward notice to the various key junctions in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Zhechong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware Shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a large reward for anyone who knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before. Hurry up and report the situation to the provincial governor's mansion. Anyone who provides useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then, they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Hey. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Oh. That's possible. Assassinating the bodyguard of His Royal Highness Prince Wei, and that bodyguard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This guy is too bold. These people deserve to die. How could he dare to harm His Highness, Prince of Wei, if he did not want to live a peaceful life? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now, they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Hurry up and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner they'll be rewarded. Taiyuan City can also be peaceful as soon as possible. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was sending an emergency telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle. Du Guxin had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's mansion. He said that he wanted to draw the face of an assassin, and then the provincial governor's mansion's bailiffs would post it all over the city, offering a large reward for clues to the assassin. At this time, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but it had also been copied. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion came out together, holding the portrait and the reward notice, and rushed to every key intersection in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Zhechong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware Shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a large reward. If anyone knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before, go to the provincial governor's mansion as soon as possible to explain the situation. For those who provide useful clues, the provincial governor's mansion will reward them with 100 strings of cash. The people on the streets in 2s and 3s quickly noticed the portrait and the reward notice pasted on the wall. Then, they could not help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. That's right. This person doesn't look like a good person. Hey, do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Whoa, that's possible. Assassinating His Highness King Wei's guard, and that guard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This person is too bold. These people really deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness King Wei when they can live in peace? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now, we can't even leave the city. That's right. These people really deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Quickly go and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner we catch these people, the sooner we can do it, even if there's no reward. Our Taiyuan city can also be peaceful and quiet soon. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? Chapter 1911. If grandfather is still worried, I can send someone to secretly hire some people in the marketplace and have them provide false information about Xinglong to the magistrate. I guarantee that the people in the provincial governor's office will be so busy that they won't have time to care about anything else. In the wing room in the backyard of the second branch of the Wang family, Wang Xinyuan saw that Wang Kuei was still worried, so he suggested. When Wang Kuei heard this, he shook his head and refused without thinking. No. At this time, we can't cause any more trouble. The more we do, the more likely it is that we will be discovered by the magistrate. You'd better behave yourself. Without my permission, you're not allowed to act on your own. Wang Kuei was actually very afraid that Wang Xinyuan would do something like he did in the afternoon and cause trouble without saying a word. This would put him in a very passive position. Unlike Wang Xinyuan's radicalism, Wang Kuei was quite cautious and conservative. Before he had absolute confidence, he would not expose himself in front of others. Before Wang Xinyuan came, Wang Li had already been here. Furthermore, he had been severely reprimanded by Wang Yu. He had also warned Wang Li not to cooperate with Wang Xinyuan's unauthorized actions. In this way, he had also taken away Wang Xinyuan's military power in disguise. Yes. Grandson will follow grandfather's instructions. Wang Xinyuan knew that it was not the right time to fall out with Wang Kuei, so he pretended to be obedient and cupped his hands. But grandfather, please take care of Xinglong's family and ensure that his family won't report to the magistrate. Suddenly, Wang Xinyuan's eyes flashed. He stood up and looked at Wang Kuei. I have my own plans. You don't have to worry about this matter. You can go back first. Wang Kuei frowned and waved his hand. Grandson will take his leave. Wang Xinyuan seemed to want to say something, but he hesitated for a moment and did not say anything. He cupped his hands and left. Wang Kuei, who was in the room, looked at Wang Xinyuan's back as he left. He was both angry and helpless. Now, seeing that the government was about to investigate him step by step, he really began to regret listening to Wang Xinyuan's bewitchment. Wasn't it good to be the second elder of the Wang family who lived in luxury every day and didn't have to worry about food and drink? Why did he have to take the risk of risking his life? It's all because of human greed. Wang Kuei sighed in his heart for a while before shouting outside, Wang Li, creak tilde. As soon as Wang Kuei finished speaking, the door was pushed open from the outside. Wang Li walked in and cupped his fists. Your subordinate is here. Wang Kai's face was cold as he said in a deep voice, after dark, you go to the Triumph House and quietly get rid of that old man. Do it cleanly. This old man doesn't want anyone to notice. Do you understand? Wang Li's body trembled as a trace of surprise flashed across his face. However, he quickly returned to normal and cupped his fists. I understand. Then, seeing that Wang Kuei had no other instructions, he cupped his hands and left. The room was silent for a long time before Wang Kuei muttered to himself, Star Wolf, don't blame me. It's not that I'm heartless, but only the dead can keep secret. Master, are you looking for me? Wang Chengwu knocked on the door of the study in the backyard of the Wang family's main house. He pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and cupped his fists towards Wang Yu, who was sitting behind the desk. Yes. Wang Yu put down the reward notice in his hand, looked up at Wang Chengwu, and asked, Chengwu, is there any movement from the second branch? Previously, when he suspected that Wang Li and Wang Kuei were likely to be related to the fire in the south of the city at noon, Wang Yu sent Wang Chengwu to keep a close eye on the second branch and monitor their every move. Now that the portrait of Star Wolf and the reward notice were all in the hands of the Wang family's servants, Wang Yu guessed that Wang Kuei would definitely take action after seeing the reward notice, so he called Wang Chengwu over to ask about it. Hearing this, Wang Chengwu thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, reporting to the patriarch, according to the informant I placed in the second branch, the second elder didn't do anything after seeing the reward notice, but he asked Wang Xinyuan to go to the side room in the backyard. After a while, Wang Xinyuan left again. As for what the two of them said in the side room, because there were guards outside the room, our people didn't dare to get too close, so we didn't hear clearly. Wang Yu's eyes flashed, and after a moment of thought, he said, continue to monitor the second elder, Wang Xinyuan, and Wang Li closely. If there are any abnormal movements, immediately report to me. If they leave the residence, you must send someone to follow them closely, but be careful not to be discovered by them. Wang Chengwu bowed and said, this subordinate understands. Master, don't worry. If necessary, this subordinate will personally follow them. Speaking of which, no matter what, Wang Li was still a Zongsha realm expert. If he wanted to follow him silently, the person following him would have to be at least stronger than him. Among all the secret guards of the Wang family, only Wang Chengwu was qualified to do so. Wang Yu nodded slightly and said, yes, you may go. Wang Chengwu replied, cupped his fists, and left. Not long after Wang Chengwu left, the door of the study was pushed open from the outside again. Wang Yu looked up and saw that it was Wang Bing, and behind Wang Bing was Princess Tong'an. Father. Madam. Why are you here, Tilda? Wang Yu hurriedly stood up when he saw the person who had arrived and greeted him. After the two entered, Princess Tong'an turned and closed the door. At this moment, Wang Bing took out a piece of paper from his bosom. It was the bounty notice that everyone in the Wang family had passed around. He looked at Wang Yu and asked solemnly, who is this person? Why are you mobilizing everyone in the Wang family to find him? Did something happen in Taiyuan City again, Tilda? In truth, Wang Yu had not mentioned to Wang Bing or Princess Tong'an that an assassin had attacked an imperial army convoy and been captured alive at noon today. The main reason was that he had rashly spied on Wang Kuei without any evidence. This matter did not conform to the Wang family's rules, and Wang Bing might not agree to it. Thus, Wang Yu had decided to act first and report later, but unexpectedly, Wang Bing's political sense was far sharper than Wang Yu had imagined. With just a single bounty notice, he had sensed that something was wrong. It had to be said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Chapter 1912. Chang'an, Imperial Astronomer. Beep 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 beep. There's a telegram. The other two eunuchs in the room also looked over. The telegram machine was not widely available and there were only a few people in the entire Tang Empire who owned one. Therefore, the person who sent the telegram to the palace was either Li Zhaxuan or Li Tai. Li Zhaxuan was currently in the military camp. If there was anything, he could have just sent someone to the palace to pass the message or enter the palace personally. There was no need for him to send a telegram. Therefore, the person who sent the telegram could only be Li Tai. Quick! Come and help translate the message. All right. The two of them replied and quickly went forward to translate the message with the eunuchs. Moments later, the expressions of the three people in the room changed. The eunuchs who first recorded the message stood up and said, "Taiyuan is in danger. You guys wait here. I have to present this telegram to His Majesty immediately." Yes. The two of them cupped their fists and accepted the order. The eunuchs kept the translated message and rushed out of the room. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li and Zhao Song were talking about the martial arts competition in the Black Armored Army the next day. The rules set by this kid are quite interesting. After the morning court tomorrow, I'll make a trip to the Black Armored Army's camp to join in the fun and see the results of the Black Armored Army's training under this kid's new training manual. Li looked at the small booklet in his hand and smiled meaningfully. He then said to Zhao Song, who was beside him, "Do you want me to inform General Duan beforehand?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Song was not surprised by Li's decision at all. He asked tentatively, "There's no need for that." Li shook his head and said, "It's just the two of us. We can just change into casual clothes and go. It will also save us a lot of trouble." Although the world could not be said to be at peace, the Great Tang had been at peace for a very long time. At the end of the 4th month, after Shuorfang City was breached by the Tang army and Liang Shi was beheaded, Li had eliminated all the rebel forces in the Tang Empire. As the capital of the empire, Chang'an was much safer than other places in the Tang Empire. Therefore, Li was not worried that he would encounter any assassins when he left the palace in disguise. Unlike the other pampered emperors who grew up in the palace, Li had done this kind of thing many times before. "Yes, Your Majesty Tilda." Hearing this, Zhao Song hesitated. He wanted to say a few words of advice, but after being by Li's side for so many years, he knew Li's temper very well. Therefore, he swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue and changed his tone. However, he was secretly pondering in his heart. No matter what happened tomorrow, he had to arrange for some experts to secretly follow them. Otherwise, if something happened to Li, he would die 1,000 deaths. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Prince Wei's palace has sent an urgent report tilde." Just as Zhao Song finished speaking, a chamberlain hurriedly ran in from outside. After entering the hall, the chamberlain bowed to Li with a piece of paper in his hands. Before this, Li had instructed the Imperial Army soldiers outside the Taiji Palace to report to the Imperial Astronomer if there were any urgent matters. They could directly enter Ganlu Palace without any notice. "What? Green Sparrow urgent report? Quickly present it." Li, who was sitting at the head of the table, was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly said. Zhao Song's expression also became serious. He quickly walked in front of the chamberlain, took the paper from the chamberlain's hands, and then quickly handed it to Li. Li did not waste any time. After receiving the report, he immediately opened it and read it carefully. On it was written, "Your son, Green Sparrow, reports to Imperial Father. Today, your son suddenly received news that there is a group of Turkic spies hiding in Taiji City. The leader is a Han man named Zhao Dian, formerly the village head of the Han family manor, Han Tianhu. This morning, we accidentally intercepted a letter that this person sent to the grasslands. This telegram was not long, but it was not short either. It was more than 300 words long. The main reason was that this matter was too important and too complicated. It could not be explained in a few words. If it was not explained clearly, it could easily affect Li's judgment and decision-making. When the time came, it was very likely that one careless move would cause the entire game to be lost. Therefore, Li Tai used as concise words as he could to tell Li everything that had happened that afternoon, including how Tai Dan had disguised himself as him to escort a batch of fake goods to Longshan and how he had been ambushed in the south of the city. Li Tai also told him about how Tai Dan had disguised himself as him and escorted a batch of fake goods to Longshan. However, Li Tai did not mention Dugu Xin's conjectures about the Wang clan in this telegram. The main reason was that they had no proof at the moment. It would be rather inappropriate to rashly mention them. The telegram of more than 300 words took a very long time to translate, but it seemed that he could finish reading it in a few moments. After reading the telegram, Li's brow was tightly furrowed, his face dark. When he received the news that Dugu Xin had been assassinated in Taiji City this morning, he had suspected that it might be the work of a Turkic spy. But he had never imagined that the assassin hiding in Taiji City would be so bold as to have Shili lead his troops into the Great Tang and then work together to take down Taiji and capture Li Tai alive. The other party's ambition was simply too great. And just where did this Zhao Dian come from? As a Han, not only was he working for the Turks, he was also in contact with the Great Khan of the Turks. And why was this person so familiar with the mission that Li Tai's party had taken north to Taiji? And why was he so familiar with the functions of the telegram relay station? These were top secrets of Yanghuang College. Let alone a Turkic spy, even many officials in the imperial court did not know about the mission of the college and the specific functions of the telegram relay station. How did this Zhao Dian know? At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Li Er's mind, but most of them were shock and fear. Just think, if Han Lijing had not been able to intercept Zhao Dian's messenger pigeon, Li Tai, Du Guxin, and the others in Taiji City would not have known who their opponents were until the Turkic wolf cavalry arrived at the city gates. How could they have prepared in advance? Quickly send a message to Qingqiu and order Bingju Governor Wang Liaoyuan to send a warning document to Feng Province, Sheng Province, Yunju, and Yuju at the speed of 800 li. Remind the governors of these 4 provinces to strengthen the defense of the border passes and not allow a single Turk to enter the Great Tang. Violators will be punished by military law. Forcefully suppressing the questions in his mind, Li Er put down the message in his hand and looked up at the chamberlain as he sternly ordered. As the chamberlain quickly recorded Li Er's words, he bowed and said, "This servant obeys the decree. In addition, order Bingzhou's Zhenchong Prefecture to protect Qingqiu and the teachers and students of Yanghuang College at all costs. In addition, for the safety of Taiji City, order Bingju Governor Wang Liaoyuan to find out Zhao Dian's identity within 3 days and arrest him." Li Er thought for a moment and added, "This servant obeys the decree." The chamberlain's pen flew through the air as he quickly recorded Li Er's words on the book in his hand. He bowed and replied, "Go." Li Er thought for a moment and had no other orders, so he waved his hand for the chamberlain to leave. The chamberlain bowed and then left Sweet Dew Palace. Zhao Song stood to the left of Li Er. From start to finish, he did not ask what was written on the telegram. Even though he was extremely curious, he understood that if Li Er wanted him to know, there was no need for him to ask. Li Er would tell him directly. On the contrary, if Li Er did not want him to know, even if he asked, Li Er would not tell him. On the contrary, he might even punish him. At this moment, Li Er picked up the telegram and passed it to Zhao Song. "Zhao Song, go and check if there is a Han high-ranking official named Zhao Dian under Shelley's tent. This is a telegram from Qingqiu. Take a look." Zhao Song received the telegram with both hands and bowed. This old servant obeys the decree. Before he could flip through the telegram, Li Er spoke again. "Has Li Junxian and the rest arrived at Taiyuan City?" Zhao Song clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, half an hour ago, this old servant received a message from Commander Li. He said that he had arrived at Taiyuan City in the morning and discovered that there was a hidden faction in Taiyuan City secretly monitoring Your Highness and the rest. He is currently hiding in the dark to make it easier to find out the background of this faction. Thus, he did not appear to meet Your Highness. Instead, he has been hiding in the dark to protect Your Highness." Hearing this, Li Er felt much more at ease. He nodded and said, Li Juanxian's work is truly reassuring. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. Let him hide in the dark." At this point, Li Er suddenly frowned. He suddenly remembered that Li Juanxian's method of communication was actually through a messenger pigeon. After experiencing the convenience of the telegraph, the messenger pigeon was already a backward method of communication in Li Er's eyes. After all, how could a messenger pigeon be faster than a telegram, electromagnetic wave? It was a pity that none of the 100 horsemen knew how to use a telegraph. Otherwise, he could have given the 100 horsemen a few telegraph machines so that Li Junxian could report the situation in Taiyuan City to him at any time. "Your Majesty is right," Zhao Song replied. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly said, "Don't let the Empress know about this for now. Otherwise, she'll be so worried that she'll have nightmares all night." Speaking of nightmares, Li Er couldn't help but recall the dream that Empress Zhongsun had described to him. Reality seemed to be reflecting that dream. There was a group of Han people in Taiyuan City who had sided with the Turks, and they were planning to harm Li Tai and the rest. Then, would Li Tai and the rest be captured by that group of people? They won't. We will never let those rascals succeed, Leah said firmly in his mind. This old servant understands. Zhao Song responded. Leah waved his hand at him and said, "Go ahead. Help us find out Zhao Dian's identity as quickly as possible." Yes, Tilda. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order. Hugging the report from Li Tai, he walked out of the hall. Chapter 1913. General, your subordinate has already found the identity of the owner of Tongfu Inn. In a residence near Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, a muscular man dressed in casual clothes clasped his fist and bowed to Li Junxian. This man was none other than the 100 horsemen Li Junxian had sent to investigate Tongfu Inn, Lin Jiang. Li Juanxian's eyes flashed. "Oh, tell me." Lin Jiang straightened his body and said, "General, the owner of Tongfu Inn is called Sun Dafu, a native of Taiyuan with no significant background. However, the owner behind the scenes of this Tongfu Inn had some background. Their owner's name was Jiao Yong, and Jiao Yong's sister had married the eldest son of the Wang family's second elder, Wang Hong. It could be said that he had a close relationship with the Wang family's second branch. It was precisely because of his relationship with the Wang family that Jiao Yong had been able to thrive in Source Peak City these past few years. Apart from the Tongfu Inn, he also owned 2 silk shops and a jewelry and jade shop. His family's wealth was quite high. But it's rumored that Jiao Yong has done quite a bit of bullying in Taiyuan City in the past few years, but he has quieted down a little in recent years. The owner of Tongfu Inn is actually related to the Wang clan's second branch." Li Junxian was rather surprised, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Lin Jiang quietly stood there, waiting for Li Juanxian's next order. After a few moments of thought, Li Junxian raised his head and said, "Has Jiao Yong had any contact with the Wang clan's second branch since Zhu Zecheng took up residence in Tongfu Inn?" In truth, Li Junxian had originally believed that the owner of Tongfu Inn was a Turkic spy planted in Taiyuan City. This was why Zhu Zecheng had known in advance that Li Tai's group would be staying at Tongfu Inn and had set up an ambush there. This was also why he had sent people to investigate Tongfu Inn. Now that he had learned that the owner of Tongfu Inn was inextricably linked to the Wang clan's second branch, the situation became rather complicated. Reporting to the general, this subordinate has already found out the identity of the owner behind this Tongfu Inn. In a residence near Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, a muscular man dressed in casual clothes clasped his fist and bowed to Li Junxian. This was the 100 horsemen Li Junxian had sent to investigate Tongfu Inn. His name was Lin Jiang. Li Juanxian's eyes flashed. "Oh, tell me about it." Lin Jiang straightened up and said, replying to the general, "The innkeeper of this Tongfu Inn is called Sun Dafu. He's a native of Taiyuan and doesn't have much of a background. However, the owner behind the scenes of this Tongfu Inn had some background. Their owner's name was Jiao Yong, and Jiao Yong's sister had married the eldest son of the Wang family's second elder, Wang Hong. It could be said that he had a close relationship with the Wang family's second branch. It was precisely because of the Wang family's relationship that Jiao Yong had been able to thrive in Source Peak City these past few years. Apart from the Tongfu Inn, he also had 2 silk shops and a jade shop in the city. His family was quite wealthy. However, according to the rumors, this Jiao Yong has done a lot of things to bully men and seize women in Taiyuan City in the past few years. However, he has quieted down a little in recent years. The owner behind Tongfu Inn is actually related to the Wang family's second branch." Li Junxian was rather surprised, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Lin Jiang quietly stood there, waiting for Li Juanxian's next order. After a few moments of thought, Li Junxian raised his head and said, "Ever since Zhu Zecheng took up residence at Tongfu Inn, has Jiao Yong had any contact with the Wang family's second branch?" In truth, Li Junxian had originally believed that the owner of Tongfu Inn was a Turkic spy planted in Source Peak City. This was why Zhu Zecheng had known in advance that Li Tai's group would be staying at Tongfu Inn and had set up an ambush there. Chapter 1914. It was 4:45, dusk. According to the weather of the past few days, the sky should be filled with red clouds, but today's weather was a little strange. At noon, the sun was still shining brightly, but at dusk, not only was there no sunset glow in the sky, it was also a little gloomy. Thick clouds covered the sky, giving people a very oppressive feeling. However, it did not seem like it was going to rain, because the clouds in the sky were not dark clouds. Generally speaking, the sky would only turn dark at around 7 in this season, but today's abnormal weather caused Taiyuan City to become a little gloomy. At this moment, a group of people took advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't completely dark. They rode their horses from the post house towards the direction of the city. The people in the lead were a young man and a middle-aged man. Behind them was a group of powerful soldiers. In addition, there were 2 young men who were walking in the middle of the group. At this time, most of the people in the city had returned to their homes, so there were not many people on the streets. Therefore, this group of people traveled very quickly. In about 15 minutes, they arrived at the provincial governor's mansion in the city. The group of people dismounted, and the slightly plump youth in the middle of the group walked to the front. After seeing this, the guards at the entrance of the provincial governor's mansion did not dare to stop them. Instead, they respectfully bowed and said, "Your Highness." That's right, this group was Li Tai, Dugu Feiying, Han Tianhu, and Iron Egg. In the past few days, Li Tai had had many dealings with the provincial governor's mansion, so it was not strange that the guards at the entrance knew Li Tai. Is Provincial Governor Wang in the government office? Li Tai did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Your Highness, Provincial Governor Wang is in the back hall discussing matters with Adjunct Fang. I will go and report to you now. The guards at the entrance quickly cupped their fists and replied. Oh, Adjunct Fang is also there? That's great. Hearing this, Li Tai muttered softly. Then he flicked his sleeves and said, No need to report. We will go in ourselves. With that, he directly walked past the 2 guards at the entrance and into the courtyard. When Dugu Feiying, Han Tianhu, and Iron Egg saw this, they quickly followed. As for the 2 bailiffs, they could only watch as Li Tai and the others entered. Naturally, they did not dare to stop them. This general's men have already searched through all the houses in the city. Those who have weapons from the Chu Ironware shop have all been brought to the magistrate's office. However, this general heard that the weapons in these people's hands were all made by the Chu Ironware shop a long time ago. They are not the latest batch. Indeed. In the afternoon, this official ordered the blacksmiths of Chuji Ironware shop to carefully identify the weapons that were confiscated. Unexpectedly, not a single one of them came from the batch of weapons that the mysterious person behind the scenes ordered. Now, it seems that it's impossible to use those weapons to track down the mysterious person behind the scenes. Then what should we do? Today, we have searched the city wantonly. That mysterious person will definitely be alerted. It will be even more difficult to find him later. Moreover, sealing the city is not a solution. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. The people need to eat and live. If the city is sealed for a long time, the people in the city will definitely panic. The daily lives of the people in the city will also be greatly affected. Sigh. How can this official not know what you are saying? His Majesty only gave us 7 days to close the case. This official is more anxious than anyone else. Provincial Governor Wang, there is no need to be anxious. This prince has come to give you a clue. When Li Tai walked near the back hall, he happened to hear Fang Gongting and Wang Liaoyuan discussing today's large-scale search. Hearing this, and seeing that the door was not closed, he directly lifted his feet and walked into the room. Your Highness. As there was no report, Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting did not know that Li Tai had come to the provincial governor's mansion. When they saw Li Tai suddenly appear at the door, the 2 were shocked. Then they hurriedly greeted him and said, This official, this general, pays his respects to your highness. Chapter 1915. Xiaobao has come on master's orders to report to my lords. My master and I have met the person the government is looking for today. In the rear hall of the government office, the young alchemist from Rejuvenation Hall cupped his hands to Wang Liaoyuan after greeting everyone in the room. Speaking of this little medicine boy, they had just seen him in the morning. He was the youth that Gong Sun Liang had brought with him when he came to the post house to detoxify Dugu Xin. His name was Xiao Bao, and he and Gong Sun Liang should have a master-disciple relationship. What? You've seen the person in the portrait? After Lil Bao finished speaking, the room was silent for a moment. Then, Li Tai said in surprise. Li Tai had wanted to personally interrogate the assassin he had captured in the afternoon after returning from Dragon Mountain, but on the way back, he had run into Han Tianhu, who had rushed over from Yifeng County. Later on, he had seen the letter Zhao Dayan had sent to the Turks via messenger pigeon. For the sake of the overall situation, Li Tai had no choice but to temporarily put aside the idea of personally interrogating the assassin. Instead, he had come to the provincial governor's residence to deliver Li Er's decree to Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongteng. But putting it aside for now did not mean that he would completely let it go. Li Tai had always felt somewhat uneasy about this assassin. He had speculated that the assassin might have come from another faction in Taiyuan City, and that this faction might be in cahoots with Zhao Diyan. Li Tai had not expected to find clues related to the assassin in the provincial governor's residence, so he was naturally overjoyed. Xiao Bao also knew of Li Tai's identity. Upon hearing Li Tai's question, he turned and cupped his hands to Li Tai. Your Highness, my master once treated the mother of this person in the portrait. Starting from the beginning of last year, he would come to our rejuvenation hall every once in a while to get medicine. Although he sometimes did not go in person, it was still possible to tell from the prescription that he had asked someone else to get the medicine for him. Li Tai was delighted to hear this. He hurriedly asked, Your master treated this person's mother, so he should know this person's name and residence, right? Also, what illness does this person's mother suffer from? Why hasn't he been cured after taking medicine for more than a year? As long as the identity of this person was confirmed, then the power behind this person would be even easier to investigate, Li Tai thought to himself. However, to his disappointment, Xiao Bao shook his head and said, This person doesn't like to talk. I remember that when this person carried his mother to the clinic, he only said 3 sentences to my master from beginning to end. Can you cure her? How much is the consultation fee, and thank you. My master said that the auntie was suffering from tuberculosis, which could not be cured. My master could only prescribe some medicine to nourish the lungs, clear away heat and consolidate qi to relieve the pain and temporarily prolong her life. Later on, I heard that before that person came to our Huichun Hall, he had already gone to several medical centers in the city, but no one dared to treat his mother. After thinking about it, it should be that the prescription my master gave was indeed useful to the auntie, so that person would come to our clinic every once in a while or invite other people to come and get the medicine. However, every time he came, he would leave in a hurry after getting the medicine and paying the fee. No one knew what his name was or where he lived. Li Tai frowned and could not help but feel a little speechless. A person came to your clinic to get medicine for more than a year, and you don't even know the name of the other party. Xiao Bao scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Master often told us that as a doctor, we only need to care about curing illnesses and saving people, the consultation fee. As for other things, we shouldn't ask too much. Hearing this, Li Tai was a little mad, but when he thought of Gong Sun Liang's strange temper in the morning, it seemed that it was not strange for him to say such words. After pondering for a moment, Li Tai calmed down and continued to ask, The prescription that Mr. Gong Sun gave to that person, I wonder if you can lend it to this prince to take a look? The little medicine boy seemed to be prepared. He took out a folded rice paper from his sleeve and stepped forward. Before coming to the Yamen, my master wrote another copy of the prescription. Your Highness, please take a look. Dugu Feiying stepped forward and took the prescription from the little medicine boy, then went forward and handed it to Li Tai. Li Tai took the prescription and looked at it carefully. He saw the words on the prescription: top quality Gladitia, 12 chen, Ophiopagan, 10 chen, Shengdi, 18 chen, 15 chen, Baiji, 20 chen, tortoise shell, 12 chen, caterpillar fungus, 10 chen. Li Tai naturally did not have any medical knowledge. The purpose of him looking at the prescription was not to find any problems with it. After a while, Li Tai put away the prescription and looked up at the medicine boy. This medicine is not cheap, right? This was because he saw several precious medicinal herbs in this prescription. After staying in Yanghuang College for more than a year, Li Tai was no longer the prince who did not eat the food of mortals. At the very least, he knew the hardships of the people. The little medicine boy nodded and said, "Your Highness guessed right. This medicine costs 700 chen. The patient takes one in the morning and one in the evening. Every time that person went to get the medicine, he would get 10 days' worth of medicine because some herbs will lose their efficacy after being stored for a long time. Master suggested that he only get 10 days' worth of medicine each time at most. However, although that person did not dress like a rich person, he did not hesitate at all when he paid. Moreover, he has never defaulted on the payment of medicine to our Huachun Hall. One medicine costs 700 chen, once in the morning and once in the evening. In other words, that auntie's medicine cost nearly 2 strings of money a day." Hearing this, Li Tai's eyes flashed and he seemed to be thinking about something. For a prince like him, this amount of money was insignificant. However, Li Tai understood that for a commoner, the cost of 2 strings of money a day was a huge burden. A normal family would not be able to afford it. Not only did that assassin bear it, but he also persisted for more than a year. This was enough to show that he definitely had a powerful backing behind him. "All right. This prince knows everything. In the future, please help me find out more about this person's background. It would be even better if you know where this person lives." After coming back to his senses, Li Tai looked at Xiaobao and said in a deep voice, "Yes. Your Highness's words, Xiaobao will definitely pass it on to Master when I return. It's just that." The medicine boy cupped his hands and then scratched his head embarrassedly. He wanted to say something but stopped. "Just what?" Seeing this, Li Tai asked subconsciously. The medicine boy hesitated for a moment. In the end, as if he had made up his mind, he stammered, "Just that. Xiaobao saw on the notice that anyone who provides useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of money. I don't know if the clue I provided is considered a useful clue." It turned out that the medicine boy's main purpose was to provide clues. His main purpose was to ask for the reward. Hearing this, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan posted the notice in the name of the provincial governor's residence. At this moment, he stood up and said to the medicine boy, "Haha, the clue you provided is naturally useful. In a while, I will get someone to bring you to receive your reward." The medicine boy was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Wang Liaoyuan. "Thank you, provincial governor." This enthusiasm was completely different from when he answered Li Tai's question. It was as if he was a completely different person. It was as if he had money, he was the boss. Seeing this, Li Tai could not help but say, "No wonder Mr. Gongsun didn't come. It turns out that you want to earn some pocket money from the provincial governor's residence." This was originally a joke. In Li Tai's opinion, such an important matter should have been handled by Gongsun Liang himself. But now, only the little alchemy boy had come. It was very likely that the little alchemy boy had seen the reward notice and wanted to earn some pocket money, so he had secretly come behind Gongsun Liang's back. Unexpectedly, this sentence seemed to annoy Wang Liaoyuan. "Xiaobao is here to report to all of you on the orders of my master. Today, my master and I have seen the person posted on the notice." In Taiyuan City, the medicine boy from Huachun Hall cupped his hands to Wang Liaoyuan after greeting everyone in the room. Speaking of this little medicine boy, they had just seen him in the morning. He was the youth that Gongsun Liang had brought with him when he came to the post house to detoxify Dugushin. His name was Xiao Bao, and he and Gongsun Liang should have a master-disciple relationship. "What? You've seen the person in the portrait?" After Lil Bao finished speaking, the room was silent for a moment. Then, Li Tai exclaimed in surprise. Li Tai had wanted to personally interrogate the assassin he had captured in the afternoon after returning from Dragon Mountain, but on the way back, he had run into Han Tianhu, who had rushed over from Yifeng County. Later on, he had seen the letter Zhao Dian had sent to the Turks via pigeon. For the sake of the overall situation, Li Tai was forced to temporarily put aside the idea of personally interrogating the assassin. Instead, he had come to the provincial governor's residence to deliver Li Er's decree to Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongteng. However, Putting it aside temporarily did not mean that he would completely let it go. Regarding that assassin, Li Tai always felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. This was because he speculated that the assassin might have come from another faction in Source Peak City. Moreover, that faction might have colluded with Zhao Diyan. Li Tai had not expected to find clues related to that assassin in the provincial governor's residence, so he was naturally overjoyed. Xiaobao also knew Li Tai's identity. Hearing Li Tai's question, he turned to Li Tai and cupped his hands. Replying to Your Highness, the person in the portrait, my master once treated his mother's illness. Since the beginning of last year, he would come to our rejuvenation hall every once in a while to get medicine. Although sometimes he did not go in person, it was still possible to tell from the prescription that he had asked someone else to get the medicine for him. Li Tai was delighted to hear this. He hurriedly asked, Your master treated this person's mother, so he should know this person's name and residence, right? Also, what illness does this person's mother suffer from? Why hasn't she been cured after taking medicine for more than a year? As long as this person's identity was confirmed, the faction behind this person would be even easier to investigate. Li Tai thought to himself. However, to his disappointment, Xiaobao shook his head and said, This person doesn't like to talk. I remember that when this person carried his mother to the clinic, he only said 3 sentences to my master from beginning to end. Can you cure her? How much is the consultation fee? And thank you. My master said that the aunt was suffering from tuberculosis, which could not be cured. My master could only prescribe some medicine to nourish the lungs, clear away heat and consolidate qi to relieve the pain and temporarily prolong her life. Later on, I heard that before that person came to our rejuvenation hall, he had already gone to several medical halls in the city, but no one dared to treat his mother. Later on, I thought that the prescription my master had prescribed was indeed useful to that aunt, so that person would come to our medical hall every once in a while or invite someone else to get the medicine. However, every time he came, he would leave in a hurry after getting the medicine and paying. No one knew his name or where he lived. Li Tai frowned and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. A person came to your medical hall to get medicine for more than a year, and you don't even know his name? Xiaobao scratched his head and said, Master often told us that as a doctor, we only need to care about curing illnesses and saving people, the consultation fee. As for other things, we shouldn't ask too much. Hearing this, Li Tai was a little mad, but thinking of Gong Sun Liang's strange temper when he saw him in the morning, it seemed that it was not strange for him to say such words. After a moment of silence, Li Tai calmed down and continued to ask, Mr. Gong Sun Liang's prescription for that person, I wonder if you can lend it to this prince to take a look. The little medicine boy seemed to have been prepared. He took out a folded paper from his sleeve and stepped forward. Before coming to the Yamen, my master wrote another copy of the prescription. Your Highness, please take a look. Dugu Feiying stepped forward and took the prescription from the little medicine boy, then went forward and handed it to Li Tai. Li Tai took the prescription and looked at it carefully. He saw the words on the prescription: top quality Gladitsia sinensis 12 chen, Ophiopagon japonicus 12 chen, asparagus 10 chen, shungdi 18 chen, baiji 15 chen, tortoise shell 20 chen, donkey hide gelatin 12 chen, caterpillar fungus 12 chen, huang lian 10 chen. Li Tai naturally didn't know anything about medicine. The purpose of him looking at the prescription was not to find the problem with it. After a while, Li Tai put away the prescription and looked up at the medicine boy. This medicine is not cheap, right? This was because he saw several precious medicinal herbs in this prescription. After staying in Yanghuang College for more than a year, Li Tai was no longer the unworldly prince. At the very least, he knew the hardships of the people. The little medicine boy nodded and said, Your Highness guessed correctly. This medicine costs 700 chen. The patient takes one in the morning and one in the evening. Every time that person went to get the medicine, he would get 10 days' worth of medicine. Because some herbs will lose their efficacy after being stored for a long time, my master advised him to only get 10 days' worth of medicine each time. However, although that person didn't dress like a rich person, he didn't hesitate at all when he paid. Moreover, he has never defaulted on the payment of medicine for our Huichun Hall. One medicine costs 700 chen, once in the morning and once in the evening. In other words, that auntie's medicine cost nearly 2 strings of money a day. Hearing this, Li Tai's eyes flashed and he seemed to be deep in thought. For a prince like him, this amount of money was insignificant. However, Li Tai understood that for a commoner, the cost of 2 strings of money a day was a huge burden. A normal family would not be able to afford it. Not only did that assassin bear it, but he also persisted for more than a year. It was enough to show that he must have a powerful backer. All right. This prince knows everything. In the future, please help me find out more about this person's background. It would be even better if you know where this person lives. After coming back to his senses, Li Tai looked at Xiaobao and said in a deep voice, "Yes. Your Highness's words, Xiaobao will definitely pass it on to my master." But... The little medicine boy cupped his hands and then scratched his head in embarrassment. He wanted to say something but stopped. But what? Seeing this, Li Tai asked subconsciously. The little medicine boy hesitated for a moment. In the end, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, "But, Xiaobao saw on the notice that anyone who provides useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of money. I don't know if the clue I provided is considered a useful clue." It turned out that the little medicine boy's main purpose was to provide clues. His main purpose was to ask for the reward. Hearing this, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As the Bing province provincial governor, Wang Liaoyuan posted the notice in the name of the provincial governor's office. At this moment, he stood up and said to the little medicine boy, "Haha, the clue you provided is naturally useful. In a while, I will get someone to bring you to receive your reward." The little medicine boy was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Wang Liaoyuan. "Thank you, provincial governor." This enthusiasm was completely different from when he answered Li Tai's question. It was as if he was a completely different person. It was as if he had money, he was the boss. Seeing this, Li Tai couldn't help but say, "No wonder Mr. Gongsun didn't come. It turns out that you want to earn some pocket money from the provincial governor's office." This was originally a joke. In Li Tai's opinion, such an important matter should be handled by Gongsun Liang himself. Now that only the little medicine boy came, it was very likely that the little medicine boy saw the reward notice and wanted to earn some pocket money. So, he secretly came alone behind Gongsun Liang's back, who knew that this sentence seemed to annoy Wang Liaoyuan. Chapter 1895, Reward. Chapter 1916. Zhao Dian. Tuberculosis prescription. A moment later, in the back hall of the provincial governor's mansion, a handsome young man with resolute facial features stood in front of Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongteng. Holding his chin, he asked thoughtfully, "I wonder if Provincial Governor Wang and Adjunct Fang have heard of Zhao Dian before?" "General Li, this official has never heard of this person." Wang Liaoyuan thought for a few moments before shaking his head. "This general has also never heard of him." Fang Gongteng frowned and shook his head. This young man was none other than Li Junxian. When Li Tai's group had left the courier station for the Yamen, Li Junxian had been following them from a distance. Not even the Peak Chi transformation Dugu Feiying had noticed him, much less anyone else. Ever since they had entered Taiyuan City, Li Junxian had been secretly protecting Li Tai. He had not appeared to meet Li Tai primarily because he was afraid that the factions hidden in the city would notice. After all, someone had eavesdropped on Li Tai and Ink Chue's conversation at the courier station at noon. Li Junxian had no choice but to be even more cautious. After Li Tai's group left the governor's residence, Li Junxian did not leave with them. His primary goal was to understand what information Li Tai had gathered from Wang Liaoyuan. "In a little while, I will send a message to Chang'an and have the 100 cavalry in the capital review the files and find out Zhao Dian's identity as quickly as possible," Li Junxian said after a few moments of thought. The 100 Cavalry Division was the Great Tang's most mysterious and elite spy organization. Although it had not been established for very long, it was filled with experts skilled in gathering intelligence. The files of the 100 Cavalry Division not only recorded the people and events within the Great Tang, it also had information on the surrounding countries, especially the Turk. "Then I must trouble General Li." Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands at Li Junxian. After all, Li had given him a deadline of 3 days to find out Zhao Dian's identity. Li Junxian was helping him. Governor Wang is too polite. Li Junxian indifferently replied. He then turned to Fang Gongting and said, Advisor Fang, since we already know that the assassin the Imperial Army captured this afternoon has a severely ill mother, the scope of our investigation has been greatly reduced. Today, the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks are searching the entire city. After Adjunct Fang returns to the barracks, you can ask the soldiers who participated in the search today to recall whether or not they encountered any elders with tuberculosis in their homes. I believe there will definitely be some results. Hearing this, Fang Gongting's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, General Li is right. After this general returns to the camp, I will immediately gather all the generals to inquire. Fang Gongting was temporarily acting as the commandant of the Bing Province Army. Although in terms of rank, Li Junxian was on the same level as him, and there was no direct relationship between them, Li Junxian was still the commander of the 100 Cavalry Division and an official of the capital. Even Wang Liaoyuan treated him with respect, so how could he dare to act rashly? Moreover, Li Juanxian's suggestion truly was feasible. If he could find out the assassin's identity through this method, he would have done a great service, so how could he not agree? Li Junxian nodded and said, Tuberculosis is not a common disease, and ordinary people can't last very long with it. Thus, once we find out if there are any families in the city that suffer from this disease, I must trouble Advisor Fang to immediately send men to investigate to prevent any undue delay. Undue delay? General Li is worried. Fang Gongting's heart trembled as he sternly asked. Li Junxian nodded and said, Correct. The power behind this assassin is extraordinary. It is possible that the other party will send someone to kill him or hide him. Li Junxian did not directly voice his suspicions about the Wang clan. Firstly, he had no evidence, and secondly, this matter involved the Wang clan, so he did not completely trust Fang Gongting and Wang Liaoyuan. Fang Gongting solemnly clasped his fist and said, This Fang understand. This one will return to the barracks and gather the officers to investigate. If there are any suspicious targets, this Fang will personally bring men to investigate. This one will take his leave first. Advisor Fang, take care. Wang Liaoyuan and Li Junxian clasped their fists to Fang Gongting in return, and Fang Gongting left. Only Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting were left in the room. Since Governor Wang is busy, this general will not disturb you any longer. If Governor Wang wishes to find me in the future, you can send men to the second residence on the east side of Tongfu Inn. Through their conversation just now, Li Junxian knew that Li had given Wang Liaoyuan another imperial decree. Wang Liaoyuan would be very busy in the coming days, so he clasped his fist and bid farewell. But before leaving, he told Wang Liaoyuan where the 100 cavalry were staying in the city. After all, he was only protecting Li Tai from the shadows, so he did not know the latest reports that Li Tai had received. Moreover, he could not have too much contact with Li Tai, so he could only keep in contact with Wang Liaoyuan and exchange intelligence at any time. Okay. This official will remember. Wang Liaoyuan silently noted down the order and clasped his fist. Li Junxian left the room, jumped onto the eaves, and then vanished into the darkness. On the steppe, in Tuli's camp was completely different from how it had been during the day. The camp was a complete mess, and some of the tents had been destroyed or even set alight. Moreover, the ground was littered with severed limbs. This was a living hell. It was clear that this place had just been through a bitter battle. Tuli's old face was as dark as ink as he listened to Ni Shituo's report on the casualties in the Tooth Courtyard. Tang Jian was also present in the Tooth Courtyard. However, Tang Jian's face was devoid of any expression. He was still as confident as before. Bam tilde. After hearing Ni Shituo's report, Tuli finally couldn't hold back any longer. He slapped the table in front of him and angrily roared, They're going too far. These tribes have suddenly increased their offensive. Someone must have ordered them to do so. Are you trying to kill this Khan? Tugu, Sheli Khan. Sheli Khan's full name was Ashina Tugu. Speaking to this point, Tuli looked at Tang Jian, who was sitting calmly below. A trace of anger flashed through his eyes. Soon after, he coldly said, Duke Ju, we just released the news of the 7th month's frost this morning. In the evening, we suffered a fierce attack from various tribes. What do you think, Tilda? Tang Jian's face turned serious, and he stood up and clasped his hands to Tuli. Is Khan blaming this Tang for dividing the tribes? Tuli snorted. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. Indeed, in the evening, the various tribes around Tuli's camp had suddenly launched an extremely fierce offensive against Tuli's camp. This truly did seem to be related to the news that Tuli had sent in the morning to spread on the steppe that Xieli has lost his virtue, incurring the wrath of longevity heaven, and frost will fall in the 7th month. But, does Khan think that the great Khan will let you go if you don't follow this Tang's instructions and spread the news on the steppe? Seeing Tuli's cold face and silence, Tang Jian wasn't afraid at all. He directly retorted, forgive this Tang for speaking bluntly, but a mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, and a country can't accommodate 2 rulers. The conflict between the little Khan and the great Khan has long been irreconcilable. Now that the little Khan is even besieged by the great Khan, shouldn't you give up the fantasy in your heart and face reality? How dare you? After being angrily rebuked by Tang Jian, Tuli's old face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Before he could speak, Enchanting, who was standing beside him, couldn't hold back anymore. He took 2 big strides and came in front of Tang Jian. He said aggressively, how dare you speak to the Khan like that? Believe it or not, I'll chop you up. Tang Jian met Enchanting's gaze. There was no fear in his eyes, but he didn't say anything to provoke him. It wasn't the first time he dealt with the Turks. He knew very well that when facing these people, the more timid you were, the more arrogant they would be and the more they would look down on you from the bottom of their hearts. Now that he was the Tang Empire's envoy and represented the Tang Empire's imperial court, he had even less reason to bow and scrape to Tuli, Enchanting, and the others. When he encountered people he couldn't stand or didn't like, he wouldn't be afraid. He would just confront them head-on. He really didn't believe that Tuli and Enchanting would dare to do anything to him. At the very least, that would be the case until Xieli's troops trampled on Tuli's house. General Enchanting, don't be rude to the Tang Empire's envoy. The 2 men stared at each other for a moment. At this time, Tuli, who was sitting at the head of the table, finally opened his mouth. Enchanting snorted coldly, but in the end, he still obeyed Tuli's order. He glared at Tang Jian unwillingly and stood aside. At this time, Tang Jian looked at Tuli, cupped his hands and said, what this Tang said just now may be offensive, but it's an indisputable fact. If the little Khan wants to break out of the encirclement, his only chance is to wait for the prophecy to come true and frost to fall from the sky. At that time, rumors will spread everywhere in the grassland tribes, and everyone will be in a panic. The great Khan will be too busy to take care of himself, so he won't have the energy to encircle and annihilate the little Khan. This evening, the allied tribal forces around Yating suddenly intensified their attacks. This shows that the great Khan is already anxious. He's more afraid than anyone that the prophecy will come true. Tuli's eyes slightly narrowed. After a moment of silence, he said expressionlessly, Envoy Tang's words are reasonable, but this Khan has lost more than 40,000 men in this evening's battle. According to this kind of offensive, does Envoy Tang think this Khan will first wait for frost to fall from the sky or be completely wiped out? In fact, this was the problem that Tuli was most worried about. Upon hearing this, Tang Jian pondered for a moment. Then, he cupped his hands and said, it's only 2 days until the 8th lunar month. Life and death will depend on these 2 days. This Tang believes that as long as the generals and soldiers under the Great Khan's tent unite and fight to the death, we will certainly be able to wait until the prophecy comes true. Moreover, although the Allied forces' attacks this evening were strong and our army also suffered more than 40,000 casualties, among these 40,000 soldiers, 50% were lightly injured, 30% were seriously injured, and only 20% were dead. This shows that although the tribal leaders under the Great Khan's tent have intensified their attacks on us according to the Great Khan's order, they haven't used their full strength. They even deliberately showed mercy to us. Because even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a tiger. If we are forced into a desperate situation, the warriors under the Great Khan's tent will certainly fight back with all their might. As for those tribal leaders who are attacking us, none of them will be willing to bear our desperate counterattack. Under this kind of situation, they are more afraid of death than us. Therefore, this Tang believes that we will certainly be able to hold on until frost falls from the sky. Chapter 1917. If a lie was repeated many times, it was very likely that one would believe it. This was the case for Tang Jian right now. At that time, when he was in danger, he had to brace himself and bring a few guards to the prairie in disguise at such a sensitive time. At that time, even he himself did not believe in the prophecy of frost in July. But after telling Tuli so many times, he seemed to have such a belief in his heart that at the end of July, frost would definitely fall on the prairie. To him, this was no longer a prophecy or a lie, but a fact. Just like the sun will definitely rise from the east tomorrow, it was an ironclad fact. Oh, do you mean that the Chigue and Huehe tribes did not use their full strength in the evening? And they deliberately showed mercy to us? Inside the tent, after hearing Tang Jian's words, Tuli's eyes flashed and he asked in a deep voice. In fact, before he was invited to the tent, Tang Jian had already made an extremely detailed analysis of the battle in the evening. At this time, he could be said to have a card up his sleeve, because he saw more things behind the casualty figures. Hearing Tuli's question, Tang Jian cupped his hands and said, "This time, the Great Khan has mobilized 300,000 elite soldiers from the Chigue and Huehe tribes to encircle us. Not to mention the other tribes, just the Chigue and Huehe tribes alone. How elite are their troops?" This Tang doesn't need to say, Little Khan must be clear in his heart. If these two armies had attacked with all their might and showed no mercy, does the Little Khan think that you would have only lost 40,000 soldiers in today's battle? Moreover, among these 40,000 casualties, would only 20% have died in the battle? After listening to Tang Jian's analysis, Tuli and Ni Shituo also came back to their senses. They looked at each other, and Ni Shituo nodded imperceptibly at Tuli, indicating that Tang Jian's analysis was indeed reasonable. Seeing this, Tang Jian continued, "In this Tang's opinion, the Great Khan must have heard the rumors circulating among the tribes and exerted pressure on the leaders of the 10 tribes for the Great Khan to see. The battle in this evening was a show for the Great Khan, which is why this battle is several times more intense and tragic than the previous ones. However, these 10 tribes may not be of the same mind as the Great Khan. The leaders of each tribe have to consider the interests of their own tribes. No one is willing to push the warriors under the Little Khan's banner into a corner, leading to our desperate counterattack and the heavy losses of the enemy's warriors. If the Chigue and Huehe tribes are like this, then the other tribes must be like this as well. They are actually the same as us, waiting for the prophecy of frost to come true." Tuli sat on the seat of honor with a contemplative look on his face. After Tang Jian finished speaking, he said, "Envoy Tang's words aren't without reason. In that case, General Nig, in the next 2 days, we will work together and gather all the warriors of the tribes to resist the aggressive attack." Tang Jian's analysis was reasonable and well-founded in Tuli's ears. In addition, he did receive news at noon that Shili had summoned the leaders of the 10 tribes to the royal court for a discussion. This was simply the same as Tang Jian's conjecture. With the two as evidence, Tang Jian's analysis was even more credible. Yes, this subordinate obeys. With a solemn expression, Nig Tuor placed one hand on his chest and bowed to Tuli. The fierce battle in the evening must have frightened Envoy Tang. "General Nig, send someone to bring Envoy Tang to rest. Envoy Tang is this Khan's honored guest. Remember to let the people below treat him well." At this time, Tuli looked at Tang Jian and spoke again. Yes. Nig Tuor knew that Tuli was asking him to leave. He responded and came to Tang Jian's side. Extending his hand, he made a please gesture and said, "Duke Ju, this way please." Tang Jian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he said lightly, "There's no need to trouble General Nig. This Tang knows the way back to the tent. Farewell." After saying that, Tang Jian lifted his feet and walked out of the tent. Chapter 1918. General Fei Ying, where is the assassin you caught in the afternoon? While Fang Gongting was preparing to lead the troops out of the camp, Li Tai and the rest had already returned to the post house. As soon as they stepped through the door, Li Tai turned to Dugu Feiying and asked. When he returned from Dragon Mountain in the afternoon, he wanted to interrogate Star Wolf and get some clues from him. However, Because he met Han Lijing halfway, his plan was disrupted. However, the information he got from the provincial governor's office made him more confident in interrogating Star Wolf. Your Highness, the assassin is in the torture chamber. Du Gufei was stunned for a moment before replying. Good. Bring me there. I want to interrogate him tonight. Li Tai ordered. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. After all, he was a prince. Even though he had joined the Yanghuang Academy last year, he rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with matters related to the investigation of cases. Previously, he had exposed the scam of the Venerable Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Sect and the Ice Needle murder case, which was one of the proudest experiences of Li Tai. Although Taiyuan City was now in crisis, wasn't it similar to the crisis of the Heavenly Dragon Sect in Chang'an City? This caused Li Tai, the prince, to feel a little excited, and even a little impatient. If Li Zishuan knew what Li Tai was thinking, he would definitely say, rich people like to seek excitement. Your Highness, you mustn't. Your body is priceless. How can you go to that kind of place? Moreover, the assassin's martial arts is very strong. What if? Du Gufei was shocked and wanted to stop him, but Li Tai interrupted him. General Fei Ying, you don't have to say any more. Since the assassin has been caught by you, how can he harm me in our territory? Now that we are in a passive position in the city, we must find a breakthrough from this assassin. Quickly bring me to the torture chamber. Yes, Your Highness. Du Gufei hesitated for a moment. With him by his side and the assassin's hands and feet tied, Li Tai's safety was not too much to worry about. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Qingqiu, I'll go with you. Iron Egg said. All right, Old Master Han, come along too. In the end, Du Gufei, Li Tai, Iron Egg and Han Lijing walked towards the temporary cell in the post house. With a creak, the cell door opened. Star Wolf was still hanging his head on the rack, as if he didn't care who or what had entered. Du Gufei asked one of the guards in the room, he still hasn't said anything? The guard replied, yes, General. This bastard still refuses to say a word, and he hasn't drunk a single drop of water since he was caught. Du Gufei frowned. Who told you to do this? This guy has an important clue. If he starves to death, we will have one less clue. Which one of you can bear the responsibility? Du Gufei subconsciously thought that the guards were abusing the prisoner and wanted to starve him to death. Who knew that the guard had a bitter expression and said, General, it's not that we don't want to feed him water, but this guy is too stubborn. He won't open his mouth when we feed him. Even if we force it open, he won't swallow it. In the end, he even spat it out. Du Gufei was stunned, but he quickly reacted. He looked at Star Wolf and said coldly, it seems like this guy is bent on death and wants to starve himself to death. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. This guy was indeed a ruthless person. Oh, it should be a werewolf, but he was more than a ruthless person. He didn't make a sound when he was being tortured, and he didn't open his mouth even though he was being fed water. Only a specially trained assassin could be so ruthless to himself. All right, I got it. You guys go out and stand guard. Without my orders, no one is to approach the cell. After lamenting for a while, Du Gufei ordered the two guards in the room. Chapter 1919. Wang Family Ancestral Home. In the pitch-black night, a black figure scurried out from the second branch's courtyard and headed straight for the back door of the Wang family ancestral home. At this moment, the Wang family's back door was naturally locked, but this wasn't a problem for that black figure. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the ground and his entire person easily leapt up the wall, and with a leap, he completely exited the courtyard. The black figure was extremely cautious, and from the start till the end, he didn't make a single sound. It could be said that he was completely unknown to the gods and ghost. But there was one person who had been tailing him from a distance, and this scene naturally fell into the other party's eyes. Family Head's prediction is right, the second branch has indeed made a move. It's finished like this, but Wang Li sneakily left the residence alone, he must be doing some shameful things. The person following behind the black figure was the Wang family Dark Guard's commander Wang Chengwu. At this moment, he looked at the direction that the black figure disappeared in and muttered to himself. With light steps, He also leapt over the courtyard wall and followed after. After leaving the Wang family, the two of them, one in front and one behind, first walked along the streets towards the east for a while. At the junction, the black figure turned around and walked towards the south. Wang Chengwu didn't dare to follow too closely. The distance between him and the black-robed man had always been maintained at around 10 feet. Because the other party's martial cultivation wasn't much weaker than his, if he followed too closely, he would definitely be detected by the other party. At this moment, seeing that the black figure in front was about to make a turn, one must know that both sides of the street were commoners. Once the black figure made a turn, it would temporarily leave his vision. In order to avoid losing sight of the target, Wang Chengwu hurriedly quickened his footsteps and walked swiftly towards the junction. After reaching the junction, Wang Chengwu didn't immediately turn around. He lightly leaned against the wall by the side of the road and then slightly tilted his head to look towards the south street. He saw that the black figure was about 50 to 60 feet away from him and was still moving forward swiftly just like before. The target hadn't been lost. Wang Chengwu heaved a sigh of relief. After the other party had walked another 20 to 30 feet, Wang Chengwu then turned around and stuck close to the wall, following the black-robed man's position unhurriedly. Things seemed to be going very smoothly. But at this moment, the black shadow in front of Wang Chengwu suddenly stopped. Wang Chengwu's heart was alarmed, and he cursed inwardly. He used his eyes to quickly scan his current position, and it just so happened that he was near the steps in front of a mansion. In a flash, Wang Chengwu dodged and squatted on the side of the steps. In the darkness of the night, he was sure that even if the black shadow turned around, he would not be able to see him. Sure enough, just as Wang Chengwu squatted down, the black figure in front of him suddenly turned around. His pair of eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the thick darkness of the night. Everything on the entire street was taken into his eyes. Strange, why do I feel like someone is following me? Seeing that there was nothing unusual on the street, the black-clothed man frowned and a trace of worry flashed across his face. After standing still for a while, the black shadow turned around and continued to walk south. Wang Chengwu squatted on the side of the stone steps. When the black-clothed man stopped and scanned behind him, Wang Chengwu didn't dare to poke his head out to take a look. From the beginning to the end, he squatted there and didn't move at all. When he heard the light footsteps on the street again, and the footsteps were gradually fading away, Wang Chengwu finally stood up slightly and poked his head out of the stone steps. But he saw that the black shadow had turned around and was walking towards the south. Wang Chengwu quickly stood up and followed again. Chapter 1920. Quick. Move faster. In the dark night, a group of Imperial Army soldiers holding torches and riding horses rushed out of the post house. The leader was Du Feiying. Other than the Imperial Army soldiers, there was also Han Lijing behind him. Li Tai, Iron Egg, and the others were not in the group. In fact, Li Tai wanted to go with them to Baosheng Square. However, Du Feiying suggested that Li Tai stay in the post house on the grounds that it was unsafe at night. Han Lijing, Iron Egg, and the others also persuaded him. In the end, Li Tai had no choice but to give up the idea and stay in the post house with Iron Egg. The truth was just as Du Feiying said. In this era, there were no neon lights or street lamps. Once night fell and there was no moon, the streets would be pitch black. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to guard against an ambush or a sneak attack. Zhong Dafu, lead the way to Baosheng Square. After leaving the post house, Du Xin shouted loudly. After all, he was not a local of Taiyuan. In addition, it was night time. If no one led the way, it would be difficult to find Baosheng Square. Yes. A soldier answered and walked out of the crowd to Du Feiying's side. He was only half a horse's length ahead of Du Feiying. The group of people rushed toward the south of the city. However, because it was night time and the light was not good, they did not dare to move as fast as they did during the day. Otherwise, if they bumped into any obstacles, they would be thrown off their horses and easily cause a stampede. The commotion on the street inevitably alerted the people in the houses on both sides of the street. However, according to the curfew system in this era of big cities, the houses were all closed at this time. Even if the people heard the commotion, they couldn't go out to check. Only some of the people who lived at the edge of the houses could see a long fire dragon on the street through the windows on the second floor of their houses, rushing towards the south. At the same time, under Fang Gongting's lead, the soldiers of the Bing province barracks were also rushing to the south of the city. This group had more people than the Imperial Army, around 400 people. The fire dragon formed by 400 torches was even more spectacular than Dugu Feiying's group. However, the Bing province barracks was located in the northwest of Taiyuan City, and the courier station was located in the center of Taiyuan City. Therefore, in terms of distance, the Bing province barracks was further away from the southern Baosheng Square. In order to reach the southern part of the city as quickly as possible, Fang Gongting specially sent 2 men to clear the path in front of the group. This way, even if there were obstacles on the road, only the 2 men would be knocked over, and it would not affect the speed of the entire group. Speaking of which, if there was a moon tonight, they could take advantage of the moonlight to gallop at full speed without having to worry about bumping into obstacles in the dark. However, there was no moon tonight, and Fang Gongting could only use this stupid method to increase the speed of their group as much as possible. However, the speed of their group was much faster than Dugu Feiying's group. After all, most of the soldiers of the Bing province barracks had lived in Taiyuan City for many years. Their familiarity with the roads in the city was far inferior to that of the Imperial Army. When it came to traveling at night, they naturally had the advantage. Since Uncle Wang has never heard of this Zhao Dian, this junior will take his leave first. In the courtyard of the Wang family's ancestral home, Du Guxin stood up and cupped his fists toward Wang Yu. In the evening, when Li Tai and his group went to the provincial governor's manor, Du Guxin brought a few people to the Wang family. His main purpose was to obtain information on Zhao Dian from Wang Yu. Chapter 1921. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that he had missed something, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Thus, he sat in front of the desk without moving, staring blankly. Da tilde. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from the north side of the inn. Zhao Dian came back to his senses and quickly stood up. He strode to the window near the north side of the room. Tongfu Inn was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he opened the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the north side of the street. The officials have been searching for an entire day. Why aren't they stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian subconsciously muttered. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly, and he said softly, "That's not right. Why would the officials send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to capture people?" Speaking of this, Zhao Dian suddenly remembered the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. "Xian Yi, Sky Eagle." Zhao Dian frowned and shouted in a low voice. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there was no one guarding the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now. If there were guards outside the door, it would be too conspicuous. The room next to the heavenly room was occupied by 2 of his subordinates, 2 of his most powerful subordinate. Although there was a wall between the 2 rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far inferior to the modern era. Moreover, his 2 subordinates were martial arts experts with sharp senses. Zhao Dian believed that they would be able to hear his word. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward and opened the door. 2 men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Sky Eagle, and the short one was Xian Yi. Xian Yi wasn't short. He was the height of an ordinary person. The main reason was that Sky Eagle was too tall, so when the 2 of them walked together, he appeared shorter. "Guard Master, are you looking for us?" After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the 2 to the northern window. The 2 bowed and cupped their fists towards Zhao Dian. At this time, most people had already finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep. Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt a little uneasy. He kept feeling that he seemed to have missed out on something, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Thus, he sat motionlessly in front of the desk, staring blankly into space. Da. Tilda. Suddenly, a flurry of horse hooves came from the north side of the inn. Zhao Dian abruptly came back to his senses and quickly stood up. With 2 strides, he arrived at the window near the north side of the room. The Tongfu Inn was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he opened the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the street to the north. The officials have been searching for the whole day, why haven't they stopped at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian muttered subconsciously. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly, and he said softly, "That's not right. Why would the officials send cavalry to search for people? Don't tell me they are going to capture people." Speaking of this, Zhao Dian suddenly recalled the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon. In his heart, a bad premonition suddenly arose. "Xian Yi, Tianying." Zhao Dian frowned, and then called out softly. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there was no one guarding outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now. If there were guards outside the door, it would be too conspicuous, but the room next to the heavenly room was occupied by 2 of his subordinates, 2 of his most powerful subordinate. Although there was a wall between the 2 rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far from comparable to the modern era. Moreover, his 2 subordinates were martial arts experts, and their 5 senses were sharp. Zhao Dian believed that they would be able to hear his word. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and 2 men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Tianying, and the short one was Xian Yi. Xian Yi wasn't short, but he was the height of an ordinary person. The main reason was that Tianying was too tall, so when the 2 of them walked together, he appeared shorter. "Guard leader, are you looking for us?" After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the 2 of them to the window in the north, and the 2 of them bowed and cupped their fists to Zhao Dian. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt uneasy. He kept feeling that he had missed something, but he couldn't figure out why no matter how hard he racked his brains. Therefore, he just sat in front of the desk, motionless, in a daze. Da. Suddenly, there was a flurry of horse hooves from the north of the inn. Zhao Dian came back to his senses abruptly, then quickly stood up and strode to the window near the north side of the room. The Tongfu Inn was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he opened the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the street to the north. The officials have been searching for the entire day. Why aren't they stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian muttered subconsciously. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "That's not right. Why would the officials send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to capture people?" At this point, Zhao Dian suddenly recalled the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. "Xian Yi, Tianying." Zhao Dian frowned, then called out in a low voice. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there were no guards outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now, and it would be too conspicuous if there were guards outside the door. The room next to the heavenly guest room was occupied by 2 of his subordinates, 2 of his most powerful subordinates. Although there was a wall between the 2 rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far inferior to the modern era. Moreover, his 2 subordinates were martial arts experts, and their 5 senses were sharp. Zhao Dian believed that they would definitely be able to hear him. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and 2 men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Tianying, and the short one was Xian Yi. Xian Yi was actually not short. The height of an ordinary person was mainly because Tianying was too tall, so when the 2 of them walked together, he appeared shorter. "Guard master, are you looking for us?" After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two of them to the window in the north, and the two of them bowed to Zhao Dian with cupped fists. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt a little uneasy. He kept feeling that he seemed to have missed something, but he couldn't figure out why no matter how hard he racked his brains. So, he just sat in front of the desk, motionless, in a daze. Da. Suddenly, there was a chaotic sound of horse hooves coming from the north of the inn. Zhao Dian suddenly came back to his senses, then quickly stood up and strode to the window in the room near the north. Tongfu Inn was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly guest room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he opened the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the street in the north. The people from the government have been searching for the whole day. Why are they still not stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian subconsciously muttered to himself. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "That's not right. Why would the government send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to arrest people?" Speaking of this, Zhao Dian suddenly remembered the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon. In his heart, a bad premonition suddenly rose. "Xian Yi, Sky Eagle." Zhao Dian frowned, then called out in a low voice. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there was no one guarding outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now. If there were still guards outside the door, it would be too conspicuous. The room next to the heavenly guest room was occupied by two of his men, two of the most powerful men. Although there was a wall between the two rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far inferior to that of the modern era. Moreover, his two men were martial arts experts, and their five senses were sharp. Zhao Dian believed that they would definitely be able to hear his word. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and two men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Sky Eagle, and the short one was Xian Yi. If one were to say that Xian Yi was short, he was actually not short. The height of an ordinary person was mainly because Sky Eagle was too tall, so when the two of them walked together, he appeared shorter. "Guard Master, are you looking for us?" After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two of them to the window on the north side, and the two of them bowed to Zhao Dian with cupped fists. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt uneasy. He kept feeling that he seemed to have missed something, but he could not figure out why no matter how hard he racked his brains. So, he just sat in front of the study table, motionless, in a daze. Da. Suddenly, a flurry of horse hooves came from the north side of the inn. Zhao Dian abruptly came back to his senses, then quickly stood up and strode to the window on the north side of the room. Tongfu Inn was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly guest room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he pushed open the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the north side of the street. The officials have been searching for an entire day in the day. Why aren't they stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian muttered subconsciously. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "That's not right. Why would the officials send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to capture people? At this point, Zhao Dian suddenly recalled the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. "Xian Yi, Sky Eagle." Zhao Dian frowned, then called out softly. Although there was no one else in this room other than him, and there were no guards outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now. If there were guards outside the door, it would be too conspicuous. The room next to the heavenly guest room was occupied by two of his subordinates, two of his most powerful subordinate. Although there was a wall between the two rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far inferior to that of the modern era. Moreover, his two subordinates were martial arts experts with sharp senses. Zhao Dian believed that they would definitely be able to hear him. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and two men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Sky Eagle, and the short one was Xian Yi. Xian Yi was actually not short. The height of an ordinary person was mainly because Sky Eagle was too tall, so when the two of them walked together, he appeared shorter. Guard master, are you looking for us? After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two of them to the window on the north side, and the two of them bowed to Zhao Dian with cupped fists. At this time, most people had finished their dinner and were preparing to sleep, and Zhao Dian was no exception. However, after dinner, Zhao Dian suddenly felt uneasy. He kept feeling that he seemed to have missed something, but he couldn't figure out why no matter how hard he racked his brains. Therefore, he just sat in front of the desk, motionless, and spaced out. Da. Suddenly, there was a flurry of horse hooves coming from the north side of the inn. Zhao Dian came back to his senses abruptly, then quickly stood up and strode to the window on the north side of the room. Tongfu Inn was located in the south of the city, and the heavenly room that Zhao Dian was staying in was located in the northwest corner of the inn. After he pushed open the window, he saw a fire dragon running wildly on the north side of the street. The people from the government have been searching for the entire day. Why are they still not stopping at night? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dian subconsciously muttered to himself. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "That's not right. Why would the government send cavalry to search for people? Could it be that they are going to capture people? Speaking of this, Zhao Dian suddenly remembered the fire in the long alley in the south of the city in the afternoon. In his heart, a bad premonition suddenly rose. Xian Yi, Sky Eagle. Zhao Dian frowned, then called out in a low voice. Although there was no one else in this room except for him, and there was no one guarding outside the door, he was trying his best to hide his identity now, and if there were guards outside the door, it would be too conspicuous. The room next to the heavenly room was occupied by two of his men, two of the most powerful men. Although there was a wall between the two rooms, the soundproofing of the buildings in this era was far from comparable to the modern era. Moreover, his two men were martial arts experts, and their five senses were sharp. Zhao Dian believed that they would definitely be able to hear his word. As expected, not long after Zhao Dian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Dian went forward to open the door, and two men, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall one was Sky Eagle, and the short one was Xian Yi. To say that Xian Yi was short, he was actually not short. The height of an ordinary person was mainly because Sky Eagle was too tall, so when the two of them walked together, he appeared shorter. Guard master, are you looking for us? After closing the door, Zhao Dian led the two of them to the window on the north side, and the two of them bowed to Zhao Dian with cupped fists. Chapter 1922. There was no moon tonight. There would be no moonlight shining in from outside the room, and it was even darker inside the room because the lights were off. Wang Li could not see where the old woman was in the room, but he was a martial arts master after all. With his sharp senses and the old woman's breathing in the room, he could easily determine the old woman's exact location. What he needed to do now was to stab the dagger in his hand into the old woman's throat so that she would die before she could resist or call for help. This was the effect Wang Kuei wanted to achieve, to make Star Wolf's mother disappear without anyone noticing. As there was no light in the room, when Wang Li pulled out the dagger from his sleeve, it naturally did not reflect any cold light. However, after he rudely pushed open the door, he did not say a word. The old woman in the room also realized that something was wrong. At the last moment of her life, the old woman opened her mouth and said, You're not little Kui. Who are you? Wang Li's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not speak but sped up and quickly stabbed the dagger in his hand at the old woman. The strong wind caused by his rapid movement and the cold air emitted by the dagger made the old woman even more certain that the person who came in was not the two maidservants who often served her. She instinctively smelled a trace of danger, a trace of the danger of death. She subconsciously wanted to call for help, but perhaps because she was too nervous, or perhaps because she thought of how her son had been running around and working hard to earn money to treat her illness for more than a year, she felt that she might as well die so that she would not be a burden to her son. Therefore, she clearly had a moment to call for help, but in the end, she did not say anything. She just leaned against the bed and quietly waited for death to descend. Outside the room, the maidservant Little Kui was still desperately running into the room, and the dagger in Wang Li's hand was less than 5 inches away from the old woman's throat. It seemed that everything was too late. No one could stop the old woman from dying under Wang Li's dagger. However, an accident happened in this impossible situation. Whoosh tilde. At this moment, the roof of the house suddenly began to collapse from the middle. Dozens of tiles fell from the roof without any warning. Wang Li subconsciously used his movement technique to dodge a tile that flew towards him. Then, he looked up and vaguely saw a black shadow descending from the sky. Wang Li was shocked. At this moment, he could no longer care about the identity of that person. No matter how stupid he was, he understood that something had happened tonight. The most important thing now was to complete the mission Wang Kuei had given him. As for the rest, he had to kill the old woman in the room first. Hence, Wang Li did not care about the person who had descended from the sky. His figure flashed as he continued to stab the old woman on the bed with the dagger in his hand. But right at this moment, Wang Li suddenly felt a gust of icy cold wind slash towards his back. Me. How dare you, tilde? It turned out that he had sensed Wang Li's actions. That person could not help but be furious. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and slashed at Wang Li's back at an even faster speed. His speed was much faster than Wang Li's, and most importantly, because the speed at which he brandished his blade was too fast, the blade that was filled with true qi already faintly carried a strong blade wind. If Wang Li did not turn around to defend, this blade wind would hit his back before he could stab the old woman, and he would be seriously injured. After a short consideration, Wang Li quickly made a decision. He decided to block the other party's attack first and then find an opportunity to kill the old woman on the bed. He turned around like lightning and channeled all his genuine qi into the dagger. With a clang, the dagger made a metallic sound. Then, he actually used the dagger as a sword and directly waved the dagger, slashing at the oncoming saber qi. Bang tilde. The saber qi and the sword qi intersected, and there was a dull sonic boom in the air. Then, Wang Li was directly shocked by the violent eruption of true qi. In fact, before Wang Li took the attack, he had tried to overestimate the strength of the other party. After all, judging from the speed of the other party's saber and the strong saber qi, the other party must be a master. However, after this round, he found that he had still underestimated the strength of the other party, because the other party's strength was actually above his. Grand Master Middle Stage. The other party was actually a martial artist at the Grand Master Middle Stage. When had there been a strong man at the Grand Master Middle Stage in Taiyuan City? At this moment, Wang Li's head was full of question marks, and his heart was full of confusion. Who are you? Wang Li was shocked by the other party's casual attack, and he forced himself to swallow back the blood that he was about to spit out. At this time, he raised his head, looked at the master who had descended from the sky, and asked in a deep voice. Now that things had developed to this point, he knew very well that he had no way to kill the old woman on the bed under the other party's nose. As long as he attacked the old woman, the other party would be able to seriously injure him before he succeeded. Because the other party's martial arts strength was a whole small realm higher than his. Unless he was willing to risk being seriously injured or dying, he had no chance to kill the old woman at this time. But the problem was that Wang Li was not willing to exchange his life with an old woman. He was still young, and it was not easy for him to have the strength and status he had today. His life was not very precious, but it was definitely more precious than the old woman's life. Instead of risking his life, it was better to ask the other party's identity. If the other party was just passing by occasionally and meddling in other people's business, he could use the name of the Wang family to make him retreat. However, Wang Li was destined to be disappointed. Humph tilde. Wang Li, can't you even recognize my voice tilde? In the darkness, the man snorted coldly and asked instead of answering. Hearing this voice, Wang Li was suddenly stunned, and his whole person was stunned. After a moment, he finally came to his senses and said in disbelief, Wang Chengwu tilde. It's you. You. Why are you here? Humph. Why am I here? I should be the one asking you this, right? Wang Chengwu sneered and continued, as the dignified second commander of the Wang family, instead of resting at home at night, you came to this remote place to kill a weak old woman. Do you know what you are doing? You are making the entire Wang family unjust. When Wang Li heard this, he secretly cursed in his heart. If his purpose of coming here to kill was reported by Wang Chengwu to Wang Yu, then the matter of Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan colluding with the Turks might also be exposed. At that time, only a dead end awaited them. Kill tilde. Wang Chengwu, don't slander me. I just happened to pass by and came to visit my good brother's elder. Who said I came here to kill tilde? Wang Li's eyes turned, and his thoughts turned quickly, and he defended himself. Anyway, no matter what, he would not admit his purpose of coming here in front of Wang Chengwu. Wang Chengwu could not help but ridicule, happened to pass by? Humph. I think you came here to kill to silence, right? During the day, the Imperial Army caught an assassin, but the assassin's identity is unknown, so the provincial governor's mansion is looking for clues in the city. Could this house be the assassin's home, and you came here to kill to silence tilde? In fact, this was just Wang Chengwu's guess. He wanted to use this to trick Wang Li. He was not sure if the assassin caught by the Imperial Army in the afternoon was related to Wang Li, and he was even less sure that this was the assassin's home. Wang Chengwu would never have thought that his guess was infinitely close to the truth of the matter. Wang Li's heart jumped when he heard this. At this time, if the lights in the house were lit, Wang Chengwu would definitely see his expression change. Nonsense. What assassin? What killing to silence? If you want to convict someone, you can always find a pretext. Wang Chengwu wanted to say something, but at this time, the old woman in the dark spoke. She asked anxiously, "Young master, what did you say just now? You said that my Cheng is wanted by the authorities. That's impossible. My son has always been honest and dutiful, and all these years, he has been working by the Wang family's second master's side. How could he be wanted by the authorities?" The old woman's words were nothing if it was said on a normal day, but to Wang Chengwu, it could be said to be a divine assistance. Wang Chengwu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not answer the old woman's question, but said coldly to Wang Li, "Humph. Family head's guess was right. Second elder is indeed related to the assassin in the afternoon. Wang Li, if you know what's good for you, then obediently follow me back to family head to ask for forgiveness. Don't force me to take action." Wang Li really regretted that he did not kill the old woman earlier. Otherwise, there would not be so much trouble now. It was impossible for him to surrender without putting up a fight. He sneered and said, "Humph. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. If you want to ask for forgiveness, you should go back and ask for forgiveness yourself. Although your martial arts are better than mine, if we really fight, you won't be able to get away with it tilde. All right. That's what you said tilde." Wang Chengwu was furious when he heard this. He raised his long sword and was about to attack Wang Li when suddenly, a rumbling sound of horse hooves cut through the quiet night sky. Then, the sound of horse hooves stopped at the door of the house. Wang Chengwu's face was slightly shocked. Thinking of what Wang Yu had told him earlier, he hurriedly said, "Wang Li, if you follow me to family head to ask for forgiveness now, family head may spare your life. However, if you still insist on fighting with me, not only will you alert the neighbors nearby, those people who suddenly appear outside the door will also spread the news of this matter. By then, not only will you be finished, the entire Wang clan will be finished as well." Before coming, Wang Yu had told Wang Li that he must find out whether the second branch had anything to do with the assassin that the Imperial Army caught in the afternoon before the authorities arrived. After all, family scandals should not be aired in public. Now that there was a group of people from another power gathered outside the door, if the two of them did not withdraw now, they would definitely be completely exposed. Chapter 1923. The entire Wang clan is finished. So what? If you hadn't insisted on interfering, I would have completed my mission long ago, and I wouldn't have caused any more trouble. If the Wang clan is finished because of this, it's also because of you, Wang Chengwu. In the room, Wang Li's expression changed slightly. He had naturally heard the clamor of horse hooves outside. The mission Wang Kuei had given him was to make Star Wolf's mother disappear from the world without anyone noticing. But now, not only had Wang Chengwu appeared at the scene, but there was also a group of unidentified people outside the residence. He knew that he could not perfectly complete the mission Wang Kuei had given him, so he simply stopped denying it and went all out. Hearing this, Wang Chengwu was so angry that he laughed. Sophistry. It was clearly you and the second elder who conspired against the Wang clan, causing the entire Wang clan to be disloyal and unjust. Forget it, now is not the time to argue about this. I will take you and this old madam back together. If you restrain yourself before the cliff and cooperate with the clan head to investigate some of the illegal things the second elder has done recently, the clan head might let you off. This is the only way out for you. He originally wanted to argue with Wang Li a little more, but time waited for no one. Seeing that the group of people outside the courtyard was about to enter, the most important thing for him was to subdue Wang Li, then take the old woman on the bed and leave this place first. It was not that he wanted to protect Wang Li, but if Wang Li was determined to go against him at this moment, Wang Kuei would definitely be captured because of this, but it would also implicate the entire Wang family. Wang Kuei wanted to investigate, but it would be best if the person who found out about Wang Kuei's illegal deeds was someone from the Wang clan. Only in this way could he make up for his mistakes to the greatest extent. In the future, when Li was convicted, he could also let the rest of the Wang clan off. As for the old woman on the bed, it was best not to fall into the hands of the authorities or the Imperial Army. Otherwise, their conversation tonight would be completely exposed. Haha. It's too late. Can't you tell? We're already surrounded. Moreover, not only does she know that I'm here tonight, but the two maids outside also know. Wang Chengwu's words did move Wang Li a little, but it was only a little. He was not willing to fail just like that. He laughed coldly, and then took advantage of the time when Wang Chengwu was listening to the movements outside. He swung his dagger at lightning speed, fiercely stabbing towards the old woman on the bed. How dare you? General Eagle, according to the assassin, this should be the house. In Baosheng Lane, in front of a dilapidated house, there were dozens of armored soldiers gathered. Each of them was riding war horses and holding torches. They formed a fan shape and surrounded the house. The leader was a burly man in casual clothes. He pointed at the house in front of him and said to a young general beside him. This group of people was the Imperial Army who had rushed over from the courier station, speaking of which, along the way, they had met a lot of guards patrolling the streets. After all, it was curfew now, and ordinary people were not allowed to walk in the city. However, now that the guards of Taiyuan City knew that the Imperial Army and Li Tai were in the city, they did not encounter much obstruction after Dugu Feiying revealed his identity. There was even a warm-hearted guard who volunteered to lead the way for Dugu Feiying. It was precisely because of this guard that they could take a shortcut that they could reach Baosheng Fang so quickly. Chapter 1924. So it's General Fei Ying. Light returned to the room and Wang Chengwu finally had a chance to see the situation in the room clearly. Seeing that Wang Li was killed by his blade and the old lady's life was not in danger, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, after seeing the group of people who barged in, Wang Chengwu's heart suddenly jumped up. This was because the group of people who came in was the people he didn't want to meet the most, the Imperial Army. Wang Chengwu cupped his fists to Dugu Feiying. Taking advantage of this moment, his mind began to whirl as he tried to think of an excuse that would allow him to extricate himself from the other members of the Wang clan and highlight the contributions of the first branch as much as possible. Needless to say, he really did manage to think of something. Tonight, the family head received news from the Wang family's disciples that the assassin you caught this afternoon had appeared in Baosheng Lane. Thus, the family head sent me over to check on the situation. Unexpectedly, when I arrived at Baosheng Lane, I saw a black-clothed man sneaking into this room. I hid on the roof to see what this person was up to. Unexpectedly, this person actually wanted to harm the owner of this room. In a moment of desperation, I descended from the roof and killed this person with one slash of my blade. Then, you all came. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying frowned. Although Wang Chengwu's words were logical, he still felt that something wasn't right. Because if what Wang Chengwu said was true, then wasn't this matter too much of a coincidence? However, The most important thing now was to confirm if the old lady of the assassin they caught was here and was safe. As for the rest, it wouldn't be too late to talk about it later. Dugu Feiying expressionlessly nodded at Wang Chengwu and then walked to the side of the bed. Looking at the trembling old lady who was curled up in the corner, he squatted down slightly and asked, "Old lady, do you recognize this person?" As he spoke, Dugu Feiying took out a portrait and unfolded it in front of the old lady. It was the portrait of Star Wolf that was plastered all over the city today. That old lady was only an ordinary citizen. When had she ever seen such a scene? She had long been scared silly by the bloody scene in the room. She didn't seem to be able to hear Dugu Feiying's words. Seeing this, Dugu Feiying could only repeat his words a few more times and move the portrait closer to the old woman. Finally, the old woman caught a glimpse of the person in the portrait. Her lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. A moment later, she seemed to have recovered. She stood up excitedly and reached out to grab the portrait in Dugu Feiying's hands. She said excitedly, "Brother Dugu, Cheng this is my Cheng. Why do you have his portrait? Where is my Cheng now?" Cough, cough, cough. However, because she spoke too quickly, she couldn't help but cough again. Dugu Feiying's heart calmed down a lot when he saw that the old woman really knew the assassin. However, he also remembered that if this old woman was really the assassin's mother, then she should have tuberculosis. This disease was contagious, so Dugu Feiying took a step back and tried to keep a certain distance from the old woman. Then he smiled and said to the old woman as calmly as possible, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Auntie, do you mean that the person in the portrait is your son?" The old lady was stunned, then nodded and said, "Yes, this is my Cheng. Quickly tell me, where is my Cheng now, Tilda?" Dugu Feiying was finally relieved after hearing the confirmation from the old woman. He smiled warmly and replied, "Auntie, your son is with us right now. For your safety, I need to bring you back. This way, you can also see your son while you're at it. What do you think?" Hearing this, the old lady nodded and said, "Good, good, good. As long as I can see my Cheng, I can go anywhere." Dugu Feiying turned to look at the two servant girls at the door and said, "The two of you are serving this old lady, right? In a while, follow me and leave together. You can also take care of the old lady on the way." The two servant girls looked timidly at Dugu Feiying, who was dressed in martial attire. After hesitating for a moment, they nodded and said, "Yes, General." Dugu Feiying nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned his gaze to the masked man on the bed. He frowned slightly and went forward to remove the black mask from the man's face. Then, he asked in confusion, "Who is this man? Why does he want to kill you?" This question was naturally asked to the old lady. The old lady was still in a state of panic. Hearing Dugu Feiying's question, she was stunned for a moment. In just a short while, Wang Chengwu, who was standing at the side, walked over with large strides and said with a face of surprise, "It's actually him?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed as he turned his head and asked, "Who is it? Could it be that Commander Wang knows this person?" Wang Chengwu nodded with an ugly face, "I know. Of course I know. When we were fighting in the dark, I felt that the other party's martial arts were somewhat familiar, but I didn't expect it to be him. To be honest, this person is the second commander of our Wang family guards, Wang Li. He has always taken orders from our second elder. Now that he has appeared here and wants to kill this old lady, I think our second elder can't be separated from this matter. This is a serious matter. I have to go back and inform the family head as soon as possible. I will take my leave first." Wang Chengwu's idea was very simple. He couldn't let Dugu Feiying know that he knew Wang Li's identity in advance and followed the latter to the Baosheng lane. Otherwise, the two of them would be suspected of having a common enemy. Only by pretending that they met by chance and didn't know Wang Li's identity in advance could he completely remove the Wang family from this matter and show the Wang family's crucial contribution in protecting the witness to the greatest extent. The only loophole in this excuse was that the old lady had heard his conversation with Wang Li. However, the meaning of their conversation was mostly ambiguous. Under the situation where the old lady didn't know the cause and effect of the entire matter, based on those few words, she might not know the pros and cons of this matter. Moreover, It was him who had saved the old lady from Wang Li's hands. No matter what, he was the old lady's savior. He believed that the old lady wouldn't deliberately mention these details to Dugu Feiying. In addition, even if the old woman told Dugu Feiying about the conversation between him and Wang Li, it would not be a big deal. After all, he had killed Wang Li and saved the old woman. This was an irrefutable fact. Just based on this point, it was impossible for him and the power behind him to be on the same side as Wang Li. Wang Li's life was the Wang family's pledge of allegiance to Li and the imperial court. It's the second commander of the Wang family's guards. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Wang Chengwu with an inexplicable expression in his eyes. Then, he nodded at Wang Chengwu and said, "Since this has happened, we should indeed inform the Wang family head. Commander Wang, please return quickly." Wang Chengwu clasped his fists at everyone and said, "Then I shall take my leave." After saying that, he seemed to inadvertently glance at the old lady. Seeing that the latter's face was still in shock, he felt slightly relieved and turned to leave. As for Wang Li's corpse, he definitely couldn't bring it back. Of course, he didn't want to bring it back either. Go. Return to the post house immediately. After Wang Chengwu left, Dugu Feiying waved his hand and ordered, "Clatter, clatter, clatter tilde." However, as soon as his voice fell, a rumbling sound of horse hooves could be heard from outside the courtyard. Wang Chengwu's complexion changed slightly. He subconsciously thought that it was the hidden forces of Source Peak City, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that the entire city was under martial law now. Even if those people had the guts, they wouldn't dare to make such a big move unless they were tired of living. Thus, he ordered an imperial guard beside him, "Go. See what's going on outside." "Yes, General." The imperial guard received the order and left. Dugu Feiying, Han Li, and the other imperial guards in the room guarded the old lady behind them with vigilant expressions. After a while, the imperial guard ran back and clasped his fists at Dugu Feiying. "General, it's the Bing province barracks troops. There are about 400 of them, and they're right in front of the courtyard." "Oh, someone from the Bing province barracks? Go, let's go out and take a look." Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. He turned to the two maidservants and the old lady and said, "Help Auntie out and follow me to the Taiyuan post house." "Yes, General." The two maidservants naturally didn't dare to disobey Dugu Feiying's orders. They bowed and accepted the order. "Barracks Fang." Dugu Feiying cupped his fists and greeted Fang Gongting as he led the group out of the courtyard. Fang Gongting had seen Dugu Feiying before. At this moment, he quickly got off his horse and returned the salute. He said, "General Feiying, you guys are... Oh, I understand. You must have heard the news that the assassin's mother lives here. That's why you came, right?" Dugu Feiying nodded. "Yes. From what Barracks Fang said, you guys must have heard the news as well. I wonder how Barracks Fang got the news. Tonight's events were simply too coincidental. Wang Chengwu suddenly appeared here, and even Fang Gongting suddenly appeared here with his troops." Dugu Feiying was really curious about where Fang Gongting got the news. Fang Gongting smiled and said, "Haha. After this Fang returned to the camp, I gathered all the soldiers who searched the city during the day and asked if any of them had encountered an old woman with tuberculosis during the day. I didn't expect that there really were people who had encountered her. In order to avoid any problems, this Fang immediately brought people here to investigate." At this point, Fang Gongting also got the old lady supported by the two maidservants behind Dugu Feiying. He asked, "General Feiying, this should be the assassin's mother, right? I didn't expect that even though we rushed over, we were still one step behind you." Dugu Feiying smiled. "Barracks Fang must be joking. You and I are both protecting the safety of His Highness. But since you brought people here, come with me and escort this old lady back to the post house." Of course. Fang Gongting didn't even think about it and agreed. "Soldiers, listen to my order. Follow me back to the post house." Chapter 1925. Gao Yong, Zhongqiong, why are you here? On the street outside Jingren Square in Taiyuan City, Wang Chengwu, who was hurrying back to the Wang clan residence, happened to run into a group of people heading south of the city. Wang Chengwu couldn't help but be startled when he saw the leader of the group, and he hurried forward to greet him. When the two men saw Wang Chengwu, they quickly dismounted from their horses and bowed respectfully. "Senior Commander, we are following the Patriarch's orders and following the secret signal you left on the road. We are heading to meet you." "No need. The matter has been resolved. Come back with me." Hearing this, Wang Chengwu came to a realization and waved his hand. "Resolved." The two were startled, and then one of them asked tentatively, "Then, what about the second commander?" "Dead." Wang Chengwu replied indifferently, and then impatiently urged, "There's been a change in the situation. Come back with me to report to the Patriarch." "Yes." Jiao Yong and Zhong Qiong cupped their fists and accepted the order, and then the group immediately changed from the rear to the front, heading toward the Wang clan residence in the northeast. "Hey! Why are they going back?" In the darkness, two armored soldiers were hiding in a corner, muttering to each other as they watched the Wang clan guard turn back. "Just now, I seem to have heard them call out something about Grand Commander. Could that person from the southern part of the city be Wang Chengwu of the Wang clan? What is he doing in the southern part of the city so late at night?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask? The question now is, should we continue to follow them?" "Follow my ass. Can't you see that they're going back to the Wang clan residence? Let's go back and report to General Dugu." "That's right. Then let's go back." The two stood up and headed toward the courier station in the north. Yes, these two were the two Imperial Army soldiers that Dugu Xin had sent to follow the Wang clan shadow guards. In the dilapidated house of Baosheng Lane, there was a soul-stirring assassination and rescue. After Dugu Feiying and his men left, everything returned to normal. However, two black-clothed men landed in the courtyard. They looked at each other, then entered the main house and began to search for something seriously. Their gazes swept over the furniture that had been knocked over, the tiles that had fallen from the roof, and finally landed on the bloodstain at the head of the bed and the deep knife mark on the wooden head of the bed. "It's a saber mark." The other party pierced through a person, and the tip of the saber stuck into the headboard. "Killed in one strike. His strength is above mine." One of the thinner men in black looked at the saber mark at the head of the bed and muttered to himself, "Huh. It's just a saber seal, but it's enough to make you feel inferior. You're a Grandmaster realm expert." The other man in black, who was taller, couldn't help but snort. These two people were precisely the two most capable generals under Zhao Dayan, Xian Yi and Tian Ying. Of course, the two of them were secretly competing with each other. Xian Yi looked at Sky Eagle as if he was looking at an idiot. Then, he turned his head to look at the long and shallow saber mark on the wall and said indifferently, "Controlling a saber with qi and being able to condense it into a solid saber aura. This person is definitely a saber master, and his realm is definitely above the Grandmaster realm. In Source Peak City, I have only met one person like this." Tian Ying couldn't help but become serious. He stepped forward and looked at the long and narrow saber mark on the wall. It was as Xian Yi had said. It wasn't a physical saber, but saber qi, which could also be called a saber aura. He turned to Xian Yi and asked, "Who is it?" Xian Yi turned and said, "Wang Chengwu, the commander of the Wang clan shadow guards. I fought with him during the assassination of Dugu Xin in the south of the city." Tianying was silent. Although he had always been at odds with Xian Yi, he still believed in Xian Yi's personal strength. If even Xian Yi couldn't defeat someone, then there was no need to talk about him. "There's a smell of medicine in this room. When we came, we saw the woman in the room being taken away by an army. Judging from their armor, there were Imperial guards and soldiers from the Bing province barracks. This means that the woman in the room is very important to them. Go back and report to the guardmaster. I'll follow them and act according to the situation." Xian Yi saw that there were no more valuable clues in the room, so he walked out with his hands behind his back. When he reached the door, he turned to Tianying behind him and said, "Based on," Sky Eagle subconsciously wanted to say, "Why do you let me run errands while you do the work that might lead to meritorious service?" However, he swallowed his words. Putting aside the fact that there was a saber wielder in the Grandmaster realm who was more powerful than Xian Yi, even the well-trained Imperial guards and the Bing province barracks soldiers were not people that he could deal with. When they first arrived here, Wang Chengwu had just left. Then, not long after, Fang Gongting arrived with 400 soldiers. Therefore, the two of them didn't have the chance to get close to the room. They could only hide in the dark and watch as Du Guifei, Fang Gongting, and the rest left with an old woman, 2 maids, and a bloody corpse. Okay. Tianying nodded after hesitating for a moment. However, Xian Yi was already nowhere to be seen. A hint of anger flashed across Tianying's eyes. He cursed, F***ck. This guy won't steal the limelight again, will he? Although he cursed, he couldn't change the fact that he was weaker than Xian Yi. As the saying went, one should do as much as one could. Right now, he had to obediently go back and report to Zhao Diyan. Chapter 1926. Escape. Now that Taiyuan City is under martial law, where can we escape to? In the room, Wang Kuei frowned and said helplessly, if they could live, who would want to die? But the problem now was that the 4 city gates of Taiyuan City were all closed. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Wang Xinyuan said firmly, Grandfather, we don't have to escape from the city. Aren't Guardian Zhao and the others trapped in the city now? But they can live peacefully under the search of the soldiers. As long as we take people to Guardian Zhao now, we will have a chance of survival. This guy wanted to go all the way to the dark side. But didn't you say before that Zhao Diyan was of low birth and unreliable? Even if we rely on him, we can only live under his roof and look at his face. Wang Kuei was a little moved, but he remembered their previous judgment of Zhao Diyan and shook his head. They came from the Wang family of Taiyuan and were members of a 1,000-year-old family. Zhao Diyan was just a local official. Even if they relied on the Turks, how could they be willing to be under Zhao Diyan, a Han? So they had been secretly waiting for a high-level Turk official, such as the Turk state preceptor, to come to Taiyuan City. Then, they would fully surrender. Wang Xinyuan said helplessly, Grandfather, today is different from the past. Since we have been exposed, our lives are in danger at any time. The most important thing now is to protect our lives. As long as we are still alive and have people in our hands, we will definitely be able to make a comeback. Relying on Guardian Zhao is just a temporary expedient. Sigh. All right then, let's leave the mansion and find Guardian Zhao. Wang Kuei was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said. Wang Xinyuan hurriedly said, Grandfather, we can't go to Guardian Lord Zhao empty-handed. In my opinion, we should quickly pack up some gold, silver, and valuables, and then take the assassins that you have been cultivating over the years, as well as some of the secret guards that are loyal to you. Only in this way will Guardian Lord Zhao be willing to accept us. As the saying went, one would not get up early if there were no benefits. From a certain perspective, Wang Xinyuan and Zhao Diyan were the same kind of people who crazily sought survival in the face of adversity. Wang Xinyuan understood that if he and Wang Kuei went to Zhao Diyan empty-handed, not only would Zhao Diyan not accept their surrender, he might even sell them out to Wang Yu or the Imperial Army, because they had no value to Zhao Diyan. You're right. There's no time to lose. I'll gather my men, pack up my valuables, and prepare to leave. However, most of the assassins this old man has trained are not in the mansion. After we escape, we will look for them. After being reminded by Wang Xinyuan, Wang Kuei came to his senses and quickly said. Then, he shouted outside the door, Cheesy, immediately gather your trustworthy brothers and gather in this courtyard in half an hour. Someone outside the door immediately answered, Yes. Your subordinate obeys. In the room, Wang Kuei knew that there was not much time left, so he did not ask Wang Xinyuan to avoid him. He went directly to the table next to the bed in front of Wang Xinyuan and gently twisted the vase on it. With a ka sound, the wall twisted and turned, and a secret compartment about 1 square meter in size appeared. Wang Xinyuan, who was standing behind Wang Kuei, could not help but flash his eyes. A trace of surprise and inexplicable emotion appeared on his face. Obviously, he did not expect Wang Kuei to be so secretive. A moment later, seeing Wang Yu take out a large crimson box from the secret compartment, Wang Xinyuan hurriedly went forward to help, but Wang Kuei signaled him with his eyes not to interfere. Wang Kuei put the wooden box on the table and then said to Wang Xinyuan, Here are some gold, silver, jewelry, land deeds, store deeds, and servants' contracts that I have saved over the years. They should be worth about 40 to 50,000 strings of coins. There are some other things, but I don't think there's enough time to pack them up. Take these and leave first. Chapter 1927. Iron Egg, why haven't General Flying Eagle and the others returned yet? Did something happen at Baosheng Square? In Taiyuan Courier Station, Li Tai and Iron Egg were sitting in a side hall, anxiously waiting for news from Baosheng Square. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, Li Tai could not help but ask. Iron Egg frowned. In truth, he had wanted to go with Dugu Feiying and Han Lijing to Baosheng Square, but his father had insisted that he stay behind to protect Li Tai. Before this, Han Lijing had already heard about how Iron Egg had disguised himself as Li Tai to attract the attention of some unknown faction in the city. In Han Lijing's view, given Iron Egg's personal friendship with Li Tai, as well as his own martial arts, he was the best candidate to protect Li Tai. General Flying Eagle is personally taking action, and my father is also there, so there shouldn't be any problems. Let's just wait patiently. Iron Egg was also worried, but he still spoke words of comfort. I hope so. Li Tai sighed. At this moment, a flurry of footsteps came from the gate of the courier station. The two looked at each other and hurriedly stood up to welcome the visitor. General Dugu is back. It turned out that Dugu Xin was riding a carriage back with a group of people from the Wang family. With the help of the Imperial Army, Dugu Xin got off the carriage and bowed to Li Tai. He asked, Your Highness, this general heard that you have already found out the whereabouts of that assassin's family, and that Flying Eagle has already led people there. Has he returned yet? On the way back, an Imperial Army soldier had reported to Dugu Xin. Thus, Dugu Xin learned that Star Wolf had spoken under Li Tai's interrogation, and that Star Wolf had an old mother who lived in Baosheng Square in the southern part of the city. Li Tai shook his head. Not yet. But General Flying Eagle and the others have been gone for almost an hour. If things go well, they should be back soon. Dugu Xin nodded solemnly, then said meaningfully, That's right. The Wang family is also making strange movements. I have left 2 people to monitor them. Tonight, Source Peak City should be very lively. Who knows, we might be able to uncover Zhao Diyan and the others who are hiding in the dark. Oh Tilda. Are there any movements from the Wang family? Li Tai's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, What is it? Could it be that this prince's previous guess was true? That there really is someone in the Wang family colluding with Zhao Diyan Tilda? In the evening, when Han Lijing brought the intercepted secret letter to the post house, Li Tai learned of the contents of the letter and guessed that there was someone in the Wang clan who was colluding with Zhao Diyan, and this person was very likely the second elder of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei. Dugu Xin shook his head and said, It's still unclear. This general only heard that the Wang family head had sent someone to follow a guard of the Wang family's second branch. This general had Zhao Erhu and Shun Quan stay behind to keep an eye on them. When the 2 of them return, the truth will be revealed. So that's the case. Li Tai nodded thoughtfully, and then he said in a deep voice, Although there is no clear evidence, this Wang family's second branch is definitely a major suspect. General Dugu, you have to send more people to keep an eye on them. This general understands. Dugu Xin cupped his fists in acknowledgement. While the 2 of them were talking, the sound of galloping horses suddenly came from outside the inn. From the sound of the galloping horses, there were at least a few hundred people coming, and all of them were cavalry. Li Tai said excitedly, It must be General Fei Ying. I wonder if he brought back the assassin's old mother. This prince will go take a look. Your Highness, please wait. Dugu Xin's expression flickered. They had only brought 1,000 Imperial Guardsmen with them from Chang'an, and they had to send a portion of their forces to Longshan and guard the post house. It was impossible for Dugu Feiying to bring a few hundred people to Baosheng Square tonight. And from the deafening sound of hooves coming from the street outside the post house, it was clear that several hundred cavalry had arrived. Although Taiyuan City was still under the control of the government, Dugu Xin still didn't dare to let Li Tai take the risk. He pulled back Li Tai, who was about to run out, and then shouted to the Imperial Guardsmen behind him, You lot, follow this general out to take a look. Yes, sir. The soldiers obeyed the order and followed Dugu Xin to the entrance of the courier station. They saw a long fire dragon charging towards them from the street. Just as Dugu Xin had predicted, There were about 400 to 500 soldiers in this group, and the cavalry at the front of the group was only about 300 feet away from Dugushin's group. As the sky was too dark and the other party was rather far away, Dugushin couldn't see who the commander was. "On guard!" Dugushin shouted in a low voice. At the same time, he gripped the sword at his waist. Although he hadn't recovered from his injuries and couldn't fight yet, if the other party really wasn't Dugu Feiying's men and were coming for Li Tai, he would have to draw his sword and fight with his life on the line. "Yes, sir." The Imperial Guardsmen behind Dugu Shin all drew their long sabers and looked at the fire dragon charging toward the posthouse warily. Thump, thump, thump. The chaotic sound of hooves came closer and closer, and Dugu Shin and the others were extremely nervous. If the other party was really coming for Li Tai, it would be very difficult for them to win as infantry. "It's Feiying." When the fire dragon was about 100 feet away from the gate of the posthouse, Dugushin finally saw the face of the commander. He sighed softly and turned to the Imperial Guardsmen behind him as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Don't be on guard. Everyone, return to your positions." "Yes, sir," the Imperial Guardsmen replied. They were actually relieved as well. In the courtyard, Li Tai and Iron Egg saw this and hurried out to welcome them. Dugushin didn't stop them this time. Although he still didn't know why Dugu Feiying had so many soldiers behind him, it was fine as long as he knew that Dugu Feiying was in that group. He had always believed in his brother without a doubt. Whoosh! A moment later, the fire dragon had already arrived in front of the inn. Dugu Feiying, Han Lijing, Fang Gongting, and the others all dismounted and came to Li Tai. They bowed and cupped their fists. "Your Highness." Li Tai quickly said, "No need for formalities." Is Adjutant Fang here too?" It was only then that he noticed Fang Gongting and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Your Highness, after I returned from the provincial governor's residence, I summoned all the soldiers who searched the city during the day." Fang Gongting cupped his fists and briefly told Li Tai what he had told Dugu Feiying earlier. Li Tai was enlightened. He then looked at Dugu Feiying and hurriedly asked, "General Feiying, how was it? Did you find the assassin's mother in Baosheng Lane?" Earlier in the prison cell, although Star Wolf had promised Li Tai that he would be willing to tell him the mastermind, there was a precondition. He had to bring his mother over and invite Sun Simiao and other famous doctors to treat her. Therefore, Li Tai still had high hopes for the results of Dugu Feiying and the others' trip. Dugu Feiying didn't disappoint Li Tai. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Then, he turned and ordered, "Bring the aunt here." Under the escort of 2 soldiers, the 2 young maidservants helped the old woman out of the crowd. Dugu Feiying suddenly thought of something and quickly whispered something in Li Tai's ear. Then, he pulled Li Tai back a few steps. Obviously, Dugu Feiying was worried that the old woman's tuberculosis would be transmitted to Li Tai. Li Tai wasn't angry. Instead, he was in a good mood. "Good. Good. Bring this aunt to see her son and settle her in the posthouse." "Yes, Your Highness." Dugu Feiying quickly waved his hand and signaled the 2 soldiers to bring the old woman away. Chapter 1928. In a side hall of the relay station, Dugu Feiying recounted the scene that he had encountered at the Star Wolf family, as well as Wang Chengwu's explanation. After everyone heard this, they all revealed looks of contemplation. A few moments later, Li Tai's eyes focused as he said, "Based on the information General Dugu brought back from the Wang clan and what General Feiying said just now, this king believes that there's an 80 to 90% chance that the Wang clan's second elder is colluding with Zhao Dian. As long as we can capture him, I'm confident that we can find Zhao Dian's hiding place." Dugu Shin nodded in agreement. "Your Highness's words are reasonable. Although there is no conclusive evidence, Source Peak City's situation is special and perilous. This general believes that we should first capture the Wang clan's second elder and interrogate him. As the saying went, special cases had to be dealt with in a special way. In normal times, if the second elder of the Wang clan had done something that violated the laws of the Great Tang, the authorities would not have dared to arrest him without solid evidence. But things were different now. Zhao Dian and the other Turkic spies in Source Peak City were threatening the safety of the city, and Wang Kuei, the second elder of the Wang clan, was colluding with Zhao Dian. Even if there was no evidence, they still needed to arrest him. It was better to kill the wrong person than to leave him alive. After all, Li Tai and the teachers and students of Yanghuang College were all in Source Peak City. If something happened to them, the imperial court would suffer a massive loss. Li Tai's face turned grim as he stood up and sternly said, "Okay. Since that's the case, General Fei Ying, this king orders you to immediately take men to the Wang clan and arrest the second elder. Afterward, you will be sent to the provincial governor's residence. We will work with Governor Wang to interrogate him through the night. As for the Wang clan head, if he tries to stop us, say that he's acting on this king's orders. When the matter is over, have him come to find this king, and this king will give him an explanation." As the person with the highest status in the group, Li Tai knew that it was time for him to make a decision. This order had to be given by him. After all, the other party was the second elder of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Although he had no official position in the court, behind him stood a 1,000-year-old family. If Wang Kuei really colluded with the Turks, it would be fine. But if Wang Kuei was proved innocent, the one who gave the order to arrest him would have to bear the wrath of the Wang family. Therefore, Li Tai did not make things difficult for Dugu Xin and Dugu Fei Ying, and directly gave the order. Dugu Fei Ying stood up and cupped his fists. Understood. With that, he cupped his fists at Han Lijing and Dugu Xin before turning to leave. At that moment, 2 imperial guards rushed in and saluted Dugu Xin and Li Tai. One of them said, "General, Your Highness, bad news. The Wang clan's second elder ran away." These two were none other than Zhao Erhu and Shen Quan, whom Dugu Xin had left behind to monitor the Wang family's movement. Dugu Xin's expression changed. He ran. Why did he run away all of a sudden? What's going on? Dugu Fei Ying, who was about to bring men to capture Wang Kuei, turned back when he heard Zhao Erhu's words. Zhao Erhu panted. "This subordinate doesn't know either. We followed the Wang clan's guards all the way to the south of the city, but they met Wang Chengwu halfway and turned back. The two of us also turned back. Not long after, we heard a commotion coming from the Wang clan's ancestral mansion. Many guards were sent out by the Wang clan's patriarch. This subordinate asked around and found out that the Wang clan's second elder, Wang Kuei, had led a group of trusted aides to kill the Wang clan's guards and escaped before we returned to the Wang clan. Preposterous. This Wang Kuei must have a guilty conscience, worried that Wang Chengwu would bring back evidence against him, so he escaped prematurely." Dugu Xin frowned, a little annoyed. Speaking of which, they were about to find Zhao Dian's hiding place, but one of the key criminals had escaped prematurely. No matter who it was, they would be depressed. After Li Tai finished listening to Zhao Erhu's narration, he seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, he opened his mouth and said, "It seems that the patriarch of the Wang clan and the second elder of the Wang clan are not on the same side. Otherwise, Wang Chengwu would not have stopped and killed Wang Li at the Triumph House, and Wang Yu would not have sent people to look for Wang Kuei with great fanfare." Dugu Xin nodded. The Wang clan's patriarch can't be on the same side as Wang Kuei. This subordinate believes that he should be more anxious to find Wang Yu than we are. Dugu Xin had indeed suspected Wang Yu before, but after a series of events, he had long since eliminated Wang Yu as a suspect. Li Tai thought for a moment, and then a thought came to his mind. He muttered, "Wang Kuei's escape has confirmed the crime of colluding with Turkic spies. We can't rely on the Wang clan's power to find him. First, immediately send men to the provincial governor's residence to inform Provincial Governor Wang and the Bing province barracks to search the entire city for Wang Kuei. Second, this prince wants to interrogate that assassin. All signs indicate that this assassin is very likely one of Wang Kuei's men. He should know better than us where Wang Kuei went after escaping from the Wang clan." Chapter 1929. It's already dark, and it's not safe outside. Your Highness, why don't you stay in the post house and allow me to lead the men there? In the prison of the post house, Dugu Xin immediately felt that something was amiss when he saw the eagerness on Li Tai's face. Right now, it was completely dark outside. Not to mention the fact that Zhao Dian's men were still lurking in the city. Even if Zhao Dian wasn't around, Dugu Xin wouldn't have dared to let Li Tai personally lead his men to the manor that Star Wolf had mentioned. After all, That manor was filled with Wang Kuei's assassins and death warriors. If one of them was hiding in the shadows and suddenly attacked Li Tai, then the matter would be grave. Du Guxin definitely couldn't take this risk. He would rather take the risk himself than let Li Tai take the risk. As expected, a hint of disappointment flashed across Li Tai's face when he heard Du Guxin's words. The little fatty was used to a life of luxury and ease, so it was inevitable that he would like to take risks and seek excitement. However, it was mainly because he believed that it was impossible for anything to happen to him under the protection of the Imperial Army. Thus, he wanted to make a trip to the manor personally. Ahem. When did this prince say that he wanted to personally go? Li Tai coughed dryly and forced himself to say this. He then said seriously, however, General Dugu, you are still injured, so it's even more unsuitable for you to go. In this prince's opinion, it's better to let someone else go. He hadn't forgotten Gong Sun Liang's previous instructions. Although most of the poison in Du Guxin's body had been removed, he still couldn't fight for 7 days. Han Lijing stepped forward and cupped his fists to Du Guxin and Li Tai. If your highness and General Dugu trust this old man is willing to lead men to the manor. Du Guxin and Li Tai looked at each other, and Du Guxin finally said, this junior naturally trusts old Master Han's character. Fei Ying has already led men to the provincial governor's mansion and the Bing province barracks, and I'm injured. This junior is naturally grateful that old Master Han is willing to make this trip on my behalf. At his peak, Han Lijing's strength should be around the peak of Qi transformation. Although he was injured on the battlefield and was now old, he could still hold up against those below the Grandmaster realm. Of course, the most important thing was that Dugu Fei Ying wasn't at the post house, and Du Guxin had yet to recover from his injuries. The Imperial Army's top fighting strength was lacking, so in this situation, Han Lijing was indeed the most suitable person for this trip. Han Lijing cupped his fists and said, then there's no time to lose. General Dugu, please lead a troop of soldiers and horses to follow this old man to that mysterious manor. Du Guxin turned to Xinglang and asked, Wang Kuei's manor, how many assassins and loyalists are there? Du Guxin's to decide how many men to send men to the manor, but Dugu Dugu's to the manor. Dugu Wang to decide how many men to send men's send their the send men's to send the men to send men to send. Wang Dugu's Dugu Han decided how many men to send a men to go Wang's men's theirs. Ars ts haft Wang ts Li Tai ts ts 120 people? Around the body refining realm to the Qi transformation realm. Hearing this, Du Guxin immediately felt troubled. If what Xinglang said was true, then this team of assassins trained by Wang Kuei was completely comparable to an imperial army of the same scale. Of course, this was only on the surface. In a fight, a higher realm didn't guarantee victory. It also depended on the coordination of the battle formation. Zhao Erhu. After thinking for a moment, Du Guxin called out. This general is here. Zhao Erhu, who had run back to the post house to report the news, ran in from outside the cell and bowed. I order you to immediately count 200 men and follow Master Han to a manor near Dragon Mountain, Du Guxin ordered in a deep voice. Xinglang's words were very vague. He only said that most of the 120 assassins were between the body refining realm and the Qi transformation realm, but he didn't say how many of them were in the Qi transformation realm. If more than 50% of the assassins were in the Qi transformation realm, then the 200 Imperial Army soldiers he sent would have a hard time winning. However, there was nothing he could do about it. 200 men was the most Du Guxin could send out. After sending out these 200 men, there would only be around 200 Imperial Army soldiers left at the relay station. This general obeys. Zhao Erhu cupped his fists and loudly acknowledged the order. He then turned around and went out to count the men. Who is it? Han Lijing suddenly looked up at the roof and shouted. Then, he pulled out the Mo saber at his waist and threw it with all his might. The saber broke through the roof with a crash, and tiles flew everywhere. A large hole appeared in the roof of the cell. But at the same time, a man in black jumped off the roof and retreated, barely dodging Han Lijing's saber. Then, the man in black realized that he had been exposed. He hurriedly stepped off the roof and used the momentum to fly away. Han Lijing hadn't brought this saber from Yifeng County. Du Gufeiying had someone prepare it for him before he went to Baosheng Lane with Du Gufeiying. He hadn't had time to return it after he came back. After missing, Han Lijing didn't have time to say anything else. He rushed out of the cell and chased after the man in black. Men. Follow Old Master Han in pursuit. Du Guxin's face was dark. They had been in the cell for so long, but they hadn't noticed that someone was eavesdropping on them from the roof. Strictly speaking, this was his dereliction of duty as the commander of the Imperial Army, but in truth, this wasn't his fault. He had yet to recover from his injuries, and he didn't even have 10% of his strength left. His perception of danger was naturally not as good as before. If he hadn't been injured, this sort of thing would never have happened. The courier station was instantly filled with noise and people. An Imperial Army squad mounted their horses and galloped in the direction that Han Lijing had left. In the cell, Li Tai looked at the large hole in the roof with a thoughtful expression. Although Iron Egg was worried about his father's safety, protecting Li Tai was undoubtedly more important, so he didn't pursue. Du Guxin was injured, so he didn't pursue either. Like Iron Egg, he stood guard by Li Tai's side. After about 5 minutes, Han Lijing finally returned. Du Guxin hurriedly asked, "Old Master Han, how was it?" Han Lijing's forehead was covered in sweat. He shook his head and said with some shame, that black-clothed man's martial arts were very high, and his lightness skill was also excellent. I followed him for a while, but I lost him. Although he was at the peak of Qi transforming stage, he was good at fighting in battle, not lightness skill. Moreover, the black-clothed man's strength seemed to be above his. It was almost impossible to catch up. Du Guxin was a little disappointed, but he still comforted him. That black-clothed man was able to sneak into the courier station and hide on the roof without us noticing. His strength must be extraordinary. It's understandable that Old Master Han couldn't catch up. Li Tai then said, "I guess that black-clothed man is very likely a spy under Zhao Dian. If he heard our conversation just now, Zhao Dian will definitely send someone to the Dragon Mountain Manor to report to Wang Kuei. Our men must set off immediately and reach the Dragon Mountain Manor before Zhao Dian's men. It's best if we can intercept Wang Kuei halfway. Your Highness's words are reasonable. I'll take my men to the Dragon Mountain now." Han Lijing nodded and cupped his fists. Just then, Zhao Erhu happened to walk in and cupped his fists to Du Guxin. "General, the men have been counted. We can set off at any time." Du Guxin's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Good. Zhao Erhu, take your men with Old Master Han and Su Yuncheng and set off immediately." "Yes." Zhao Erhu cupped his fists and accepted the order. 2 Imperial guards came in and untied Star Wolf from the gallows, then brought him out of the prison cell. A moment later, a group of 200 cavalrymen, each holding a torch, rushed out of the courier station and headed south. The Imperial Guards and the Bing Province barracks went to such great lengths just for a sick old woman. Within the heavenly room of the Tongfu Inn, Sky Eagle spoke in detail of what he saw and heard in the house in Triumph House. Zhao Dian's brows knit together tightly when he finished listening, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. By the time Sky Eagle's group arrived at Triumph House, Wang Li had already been killed by Wang Chengwu, and Du Gufeiying's men had already brought Star Wolf's mother out. Thus, he didn't know much. He could only tell Zhao Dian what they had seen and some of Xian Yi's deductions. It was normal that Zhao Dian couldn't figure out the crux of the matter. "You said that a great battle took place in that house, and Sky Eagle deduced that one of the combatants was the Grand Commander of the Wang clan's Shadow Guards, Wang Chengwu?" Zhao Dian's mind spun rapidly. He closed his eyes and repeated what Tian Ying had just said a few times in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and asked Tian Ying with a deep voice. "Tian Ying." Sky Eagle cupped his fists and said, "Xian Yi deduced based on the saber slashes at the scene. He said that he fought with Wang Chengwu in the morning. The only person in Source Peak City with such strength could only be Wang Chengwu." Wang Chengwu. The Wang clan. The Wang clan is also involved. It seems that this old lady's identity is definitely not ordinary. Zhao Dian nodded and seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, He came back to his senses and said to Sky Eagle, "All right. I know everything. Wait for Xian Yi to come back and see what news he can bring back." Sky Eagle brought back too little useful information. He could only deduce that the old lady's identity was special and that she was related to the Wang clan and the Imperial Army. However, it was difficult to deduce why the Wang clan was involved in this matter with just this little information. It would depend on whether Xian Yi could find out more useful information in the process of following Dugu Feiying and the rest. "Yes. Your subordinate will take his leave." Sky Eagle was a little jealous when he heard Zhao Dian's words. In the end, he had really become an errand boy, and all the meritorious work had been done by Xian Yi. However, who asked him to be weaker than the other party? With his strength, it was very likely that he would be discovered if he secretly followed Dugu Feiying and the rest. Chapter 1930. Father, where are we going? Also, why did you give the order to kill the gatekeeper? If Uncle finds out, will he spare us? In the dark night, a group of more than 40 people was being led by 3 men on horseback. They were rushing towards the southwest of Taiyuan City. For the sake of concealment, only a few people at the front of the group were holding torches. The people at the back were following the footsteps of the people in front. At this time, the middle-aged man at the front of the group turned his head and asked the old man beside him, "If we don't kill the gatekeeper, how will we escape? Right now, our only chance of survival is to escape from the Wang family." The old man replied snappily. The old man was Wang Kuei, the one who had killed the gatekeeper and escaped from the Wang family's ancestral home. The 2 people beside him were Wang Hong and Wang Xinyuan. When they had fled from the Wang family, they had fled in such a hurry that Wang Kuei had not explained anything to Wang Hong, so even now, Wang Hong was still in a state of confusion. He didn't even know why his father wanted to bring him away. However, the moment Wang Kuei gave the order to kill the guards at the Wang family's back door, Wang Hong had already realized that they had caused trouble. In the future, it would be very difficult for them to return to the Wang family. Escape? Father, we didn't do anything wrong, so why do we have to escape? Wang Hong asked in confusion after hearing Wang Kuei's words. Wang Kuei paused for a moment, then sighed deeply. "That's right. We didn't do anything wrong. This old man just wants to take control of the Wang family and restore the Wang family to its former glory as a 1,000-year-old clan." Wang Hong felt that the first half of this sentence was quite normal, but the second half. When Wang Hong heard this, he was so frightened that he almost fell off his horse. "What? Father, you want the second branch to take control of the clan? Are you trying to rebel against Uncle and Big Brother? Our second branch hasn't had to worry about food and drink all these years. Why do you want to take control of the clan instead of living a good life?" Wang Hong was a typical scion of an aristocratic family. He only wanted to live a comfortable life with the Wang family as his backing. With the Wang family as his backing, not only would he not have to worry about food and drink, but he would also be able to do whatever he wanted in Source Peak City. As for the position of patriarch and authority in the clan, what did that have to do with him? He had never cared about it. Of course, as the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. It was precisely because Wang Kuei knew that his son was unambitious that Wang Kuei did not involve Wang Hong in the matters such as surrendering to the Turks and kidnapping Li Tai, nor did he mention them in front of Wang Hong. It was no wonder that Wang Hong was so confused. Bullshit. Not only are you ignorant and incompetent, you don't even have the slightest bit of ambition. All these years, our second branch has been suppressed by the first branch. Wang Yu and Wang Runbiao have relied on their family's resources to become provincial governors of provinces. They hold high positions and power. Are you willing to submit to others for the rest of your life? Wang Kuei cursed angrily when he heard Wang Hong's words. He was exasperated that Wang Hong had failed to meet his expectations. Perhaps he was used to being scolded by his father. Wang Hong subconsciously shrank his neck in fear, but he still couldn't help but whisper, "Submit to others? I'm living a good life in the clan. I don't feel like I'm beneath anyone." Wang Kuei was old, so his hearing was naturally not as sharp as a young man's. He did not hear Wang Hong's whispers. As the group continued forward, Wang Hong said, "Then father, in order to take control of the clan, what have you done recently? "Oh, no, what have you done? If we go back now and admit our mistakes, will uncle and big brother forgive us?" Even though the person in front of him was his own son, Wang Kuei still had the urge to beat him to death at this moment. He glared at Wang Hong and said hatefully, "You useless thing, I shouldn't have taken you with me." Chapter 1931. Big brother, second brother really colluded with the Turks? And even tried to kidnap His Highness King of Wei? What is he after? In the main hall of the Wang clan residence, the third elder still found it hard to believe that Wang Kuei would do such a disgraceful thing. The main reason was that he couldn't imagine Wang Kuei's motive, or rather, he couldn't imagine what benefit Wang Kuei would gain from this matter. Third brother, although no one saw second brother colluding with the Turks and kidnapping King Wei, all the evidence points to second brother. Now, second brother has led his men to kill the gatekeeper and escape from the residence, thus confirming his crimes. There's no need to explain this matter. The most important thing is to find second brother as quickly as possible, capture him, and send him to the provincial governor's residence. Otherwise, when His Majesty blames us, the Wang clan might be wiped out. Wang Bing sternly said, his face cold. When he had first learned that Wang Kuei had fled with his men, he had also been stunned, but when he came to his senses, he had been infuriated. After all, Wang Kuei had committed a disgraceful act, and now that he had fled, the rest of the Wang clan had to take the blame. In this situation, Wang Bing, the situ of the previous dynasty and the previous clan head of the Wang clan, had no choice but to step forward and preside over the situation. Everyone in the hall scowled at these words, especially the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder. They had always been close to Wang Kuei, but this did not mean that they were willing to take the blame for Wang Kuei, especially when it was a crime that involved the execution of 9 generations of the clan. Wang Kuei had to be found. This was the common belief in everyone's heart. Big brother is right. We must find second brother Wang Ku as soon as possible. Apart from the ancestral residence, I remember that he seems to have another residence in Quishu Fang and Ping Ruo Fang. I wonder if he will go there. The fourth elder spoke up in support of Wang Bing. He had been sitting at home, but the pot had fallen from the sky. In his anger, the old fellow had changed his address of Wang Kuei from second brother to directly calling him by his name. Wang Yu, who was sitting next to the fourth elder, said, "Fourth uncle, I've already sent people to these 2 residences. I'm confident that we'll have news soon." Obviously, Wang Yu had already guessed that Wang Kuei had bought this business before. Otherwise, he would have been the head of the family for nothing. Wang Bing's face darkened as he said, "There are records of the businesses that second brother has purchased outside these years. You don't have to say anything. The shadow guards of the clan have all gone to investigate. Think about it carefully and see if there are any other businesses that second brother secretly bought behind the back of the family." As soon as he said this, third elder and fifth elder, who were about to speak, swallowed the words that were already at the tip of their tongues. The hall fell silent for a moment. A moment later, Princess Tongan said, "Father, I heard that when second elder escaped this time, other than taking some guards with him, he only took Wang Xinyuan and Uncle Wang Hong. Uncle's concubines are still in the estate. Since the elders can't think of any valuable clues, why don't we ask Uncle's concubines? After all, they are the closest to Uncle. Maybe they know something that we don't." Little uncle, in addition to addressing the father's youngest brother, married women generally address their husband's younger brother as little uncle. Chapter 1932. Reporting to the general, this general followed your orders to search the 5th house on the east side of Shuo Ren Fang when it was dark. There was indeed no one in the house, but this subordinate found many weapons in the garden in the backyard. However, this subordinate does not know if they are the weapons that the government is searching for among the people today. In a residence near Tongfu Inn, a soldier cupped his fist and reported to Li Junxian. This soldier's name was Yang Gui. During the day, Li Junxian had ordered him to infiltrate the 5th residence on the east side of Xuanren Lane, the place where Kang Chang'an and Zhu Zecheng had been hiding, and search to see if he could find anything new. Li Junxian had given this order on a whim as he had no idea what the situation in the city was like. He didn't have much hope, but to his surprise, Yang Gui had actually found something. "Oh, how many weapons are there? Where are they now?" Li Junxian asked, his expression shifting. General, there are 7 swords, 21 scimitars, and some hidden weapons. This subordinate and my brothers have already brought back all the weapons. Yang Gui cupped his fist and replied. 7 swords, 21 scimitars, and some hidden weapons. Li Junxian frowned and muttered, based on the number of weapons, the enemy doesn't have many people. But since Zhao Dian dared to stir up a storm in the city and plot against all of Taiyuan City, he can't have just this much strength. This meant that the house was most likely the place where a portion of his subordinates once stayed. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, and there must be many other places like this. This Zhao Dian truly isn't simple. Li Junxian turned to another soldier and asked, Zhao Kang, I had you send a letter to the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate Zhao Dian's identity. Has it been sent? The soldier cupped his fist and replied, General, the letter has been sent. In addition, this morning, you ordered this general to take men to the north of the city to see if there were any carrier pigeons flying out. This general and my men stood guard in the north of the city until nightfall, but we did not see any carrier pigeons flying out. Should we continue to stand guard in the north of the city tomorrow? Near noon, Li Junxian had led 100 cavalry into the city. After learning about the current situation in Taiyuan City from Wang Liaoyuan, he had determined that the faction hiding in the city was probably a Turkic spy. Thus, he had sent Zhao Kang and his men to the north of Taiyuan City to intercept the carrier pigeons. Li Junxian shook his head. There's no need. We were too late. Zhao Dian has already sent the letter. In the evening, he learned from Governor Wang at the provincial governor's manor that the letter that Han Lijing brought to Taiyuan was sent by Zhao Dian. He then knew that his order in the morning was still a step late, because Zhao Dian had sent the letter out early in the morning. When they entered the city, it was already close to noon. The timing was perfect. Yes, Zhao Kang replied. Seeing that Li Junxian had no other orders, he stood back to the side. Zhao Kang's Zhao's name's Wang's Wang's of the city was Zhao's Wang's Zhao Wang's have SSAs. Lord General. Yang Gui cupped his fist in acknowledgement. After some thought, he asked, then should this general continue to search the city for other Turkic spies? Li Juanxian's brow furrowed in thought for a few moments, and then he shook his head. There's no need. Taiyuan City isn't big, but it's definitely not small either. Searching aimlessly is like searching for a needle in a haystack. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. As long as we can capture Zhao Dian, the leader of the spies, his subordinates will be captured sooner or later. General is wise. This general will send the weapons to the provincial governor's residence. Hearing this, Yang Gui nodded in response, then turned and left. Chapter 1933. Just who are you people? Why do you want to capture this old man? How dare you kidnap people in broad daylight? How dare you do such a thing? How preposterous. Do you have any respect for the law? As Li Junxian and the others approached the woodshed, they heard the bellowing of an outwardly strong but inwardly weak voice. Don't you want money? Release this old man and this old man will take you to get the money. Let me tell you, there are some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. If my second master learns that you've kidnapped this old man, all of you here will die. And you'll die a very ugly death, and it'll be too late to regret it. Oh, I hear that someone wants this general to die a very ugly death. At this moment, Li Junxian pushed open the door and interrupted the man's clamor. In the woodshed, a middle-aged man with his hands and feet tied sat on the ground. This man looked very fat, his face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were very small, typical of squinting. From afar, he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. In front of this middle-aged man were 2 men in martial arts robes, their backs to him. Laughably, even though this fellow had been hooting the entire time, the 2 men had completely ignored him. Perhaps because no one had taken care of this woodshed in a very long time, Li Junxian sensed that there was a strange odor to it. But interrogating Sun Dafu was more important, so he didn't care. The 2 of them were just about to step forward and bow to Li Junxian, but the middle-aged man's mouth was even faster. Pa. A bunch of hoodlums who rely on kidnapping and extortion. What kind of general are you, Tilda? He had come to Taiyuan on this trip. Li Junxian and the 100 horsemen he had brought were primarily meant to protect Li Tai from the shadows, so they normally wore the clothes of ordinary people. This was why the middle-aged man had mocked Li Junxian when he heard him call himself a general. Impudent. Are your dog eyes blind? The one standing in front of you is. Seeing that the middle-aged man was speaking rudely to Li Junxian, one of the men in the room angrily glared at him and prepared to attack. But Li Junxian pulled him back. Lin Jiang, stop. Li Junxian waved his hand and said, one who doesn't know is not guilty. This person must be the shopkeeper of Tongfu Inn, Sun Dafu Tilda. Lin Jiang cupped his fists and replied, yes, General. Li Junxian nodded, and then he curiously asked, how did you kidnap him? Why would he think that we are hooligans who kidnap and blackmail people? Lin Jiang pursed his lips and replied in all seriousness, replying to the general, this general snuck into the inn when it was dark and happened to see this fellow going to the outhouse. This subordinate tailed him and knocked him out when he wasn't paying attention. Then, I stuffed him into a sack and carried him back. Li Junxian was speechless. It's no wonder Sun Dafu thought you were a kidnapper. Your methods are exactly the same as those of a scoundrel. You still have the nerve to say that. This old man has always emphasized that amiability brings wealth, and I've never offended you. But a young man like you tried to sneak attack me, an old man who doesn't know any martial arts. You don't have any martial virtues. Lin Jiang's earnest explanation had thoroughly infuriated Sun Dafu, but his words seemed lacking in confidence. Moreover, as he spoke, Sun Dafu clamped his legs together and leaned his body as far away from Li Junxian as possible, as if there was something he didn't want Li Junxian to see. Li Junxian naturally noticed Sun Dafu's little movements, and he curiously turned to Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang innocently said, General, before this subordinate knocked him out, he hadn't finished peeing, so after I knocked him out, he immediately peed his pants. Li Junxian's lips twitched in speechlessness. Although it was true that he had ordered Lin Jiang to kidnap Sun Dafu, Lin Jiang's methods were truly, rather lacking in martial virtues. If you want to sneak attack someone, you can sneak attack them, but at least wait until they're done peeing before knocking them out. Sun Dafu's face turned red, and he wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Of course, before he did that, he would have to drag this immoral Lin Jiang down with him. Enough. This general's subordinate was just following orders. Shopkeeper son, don't get angry with him. Besides, who hasn't peed their pants in their life? No one will laugh at you. Li Junxian saw Sun Dafu's embarrassed expression and hurriedly tried to resolve the situation. Lin Jiang and the other soldier almost laughed out loud, but when they saw that Li Junxian wasn't laughing, they suppressed their laughter. Sun Dafu glared at Li Junxian with hatred. If looks could kill, Li Junxian would have died many times over by now, but through his observations, he had realized that Li Junxian and the other two soldiers in the room truly were soldiers. Thus, even though he was furious, Sun Dafu was still able to restrain himself. Shopkeeper son, I didn't invite you here today to take your money, but because this general has a matter to ask you. After a round of banter, Li Junxian turned serious and spoke to Sun Dafu. Invite. This is how you invite people. Sun Dafu glanced at the ropes binding him and sneered. Moreover, this old man has not committed any crime, nor has he broken any laws. You claim to be a soldier, so what right do you have to knowingly break the law and use such despicable methods to imprison this old man? Do you still have any respect for the laws of the country? When one couldn't win with their fists, one had to reason with them. Sun Dafu understood this, and he wanted to reason with Li Junxian right now. But Li Junxian had no desire to reason with Sun Dafu, because his fists were bigger, and more importantly, he truly had broken the law in this matter. He was in the wrong. Shopkeeper son, there's no need to talk about such useless things. If you really did break the law, the one who captured you wouldn't have been this general, but the bailiffs of the government. Since this general had you tied up and brought here, if you don't truthfully answer this general's questions, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to leave this place alive. Sun Dafu's face instantly paled. He hadn't expected Li Junxian to be so direct and ruthless. He didn't know if Li Junxian really dared to kill him, but he didn't dare to gamble. After all, each person only had one life, and he greatly cherished it. This old man is just the shopkeeper of an inn. What could I know? If you want to ask, then hurry up and ask, Sun Dafu said after a few moments of silence. At this moment, Lin Jiang brought over a bench, and Li Junxian sat down in front of Sun Dafu. He placed his arms on his knees and leaned over to ask, the second master you spoke of before should be the owner of Tongfu Inn, Jiao Yong, right? Jiao Yong is the second son of the Jiao clan. He has an older brother called Jiao Shu and a younger sister called Jiao Ping, the concubine of the Wang clan's second son, Wang Hong. It is precisely because he has managed to climb up the branch of the Wang clan that Jiao Yong has been able to flourish in Taiyuan City. Sun Dafu's pupils constricted in shock. He stared at Li Junxian and asked, word by word, you're investigating the second master? Just who are you? Just who are you people? Li Junxian unhappily said, my time is limited, so it's best if you don't waste it. Answer my questions, or else. Li Junxian glanced at Lin Jiang. The latter understood, unsheathed his saber, and placed it against Sun Dafu's neck. With a savage smile, he said, hey, shopkeeper son, I recently learned a saber art that can remove the bones from a person's limbs without killing them. Do you want to give it a try? Sun Dafu lived like a prince, so how could he possibly endure such a shock? He hurriedly shook his head and said, I'll talk. I'll talk. Take your saber away. Me. At least you know your place. Lin Jiang coldly snorted and then pulled his saber back. Sun Dafu nodded at Li Junxian and said, what you said just now was correct. The second master truly is the owner of Tongfu Inn. Relying on his relationship with the Wang clan, the second master's business has been getting better and better, and is opening more and more shop. Li Junxian nodded in satisfaction and asked, very good. This general will ask you again. This morning, did Wang Rani, the current Wang Xinyuan, go to your inn? Sun Dafu was taken aback, a hint of panic in his eyes. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly shook his head and said, Wang Xinyuan? This old man has never seen him before. Li Junxian sat up straight and gave Sun Dafu a meaningful smile. Sun Dafu felt his scalp tingle, and when he turned his head, he saw that Lin Jiang was also savagely smiling at him. Shivering in fright, he hastily corrected himself, don't worry about me. Yes, young Master Wang really did come to the inn this morning. Li Junxian leaned over and asked, who did he meet at the inn? Sun Dafu immediately shook his head and said, this old man doesn't know. Afraid that Li Junxian and Lin Jiang wouldn't believe him, he hurriedly explained, this old man really doesn't know that person's identity. I only heard that he's a good friend of young Master Wang and that he stayed at the inn yesterday. Moreover, the second master said that that person was an honored guest of his and would only be staying at the inn for 2 days. That honored guest rarely goes out and spends almost all of his time in his room. When he checked in, he specifically instructed that no one was to disturb him, so this old man still doesn't know that person's name. Li Juanxian's eyes flashed, and after a few moments of silence, he asked, is that person still staying at the inn? Sun Dafu nodded. Yes. He's still there. That honored guest is staying in the heaven guest room. Li Junxian calmed down a little. He stood up and said to Sun Dafu, shopkeeper son, you'll have to suffer here for 1 night. Once this old man finishes his business tomorrow, I'll let you go. Don't think about running away. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape. Moreover, if you're captured, this general can't guarantee that the brothers in the courtyard won't do anything to you. Sun Dafu's old face instantly became as pale as a bitter gourd. But the situation was stronger than him, so what else could he do but lower his head? Leaving the woodshed and entering the courtyard, Li Junxian muttered to himself, the most dangerous place truly is the safest place. Zhu Zecheng was just captured in the heaven guest room, and someone is already staying there. This person is truly skilled and bold. Zhao Kang. After sighing with emotion, Li Junxian shouted into the courtyard, and a soldier quickly ran over. This general is here. Immediately head to the provincial governor's residence and have Governor Wang bring soldiers to Tongfu Inn, Li Junxian ordered. Yes. Zhao Kang cupped his fists and left. Li Junxian called out, Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang cupped his fists and replied, this general is here. Li Junxian ordered, "Leave 2 people to guard Sun Dafu. The rest of you, immediately follow this general to Tongfu Inn to capture him." "Yes." Lin Jiang cupped his fists and left to pass on the order. Li Junxian meaningfully whispered, "It's finally time to draw in the net. I hope that this is a big fish and not a small shrimp." Chapter 1934. At the same time, in the Wang clan ancestral home. As this matter concerns the survival of the Wang clan, this princess hopes that all of you will think carefully about where Second Elder and the others might have gone after fleeing the Wang clan. If Second Elder cannot be found in time, the Wang clan will be destroyed, and your good days will come to an end. In a side hall, Princess Tongan sternly reprimanded a group of beautiful women dressed in gaudy silk dresses. Behind her sat an old woman with a head full of silver hair. Her clothes were rather simple, but her expression was rather dignified. This old woman was Wang Bing's wife, Madame Yang. She had been born a noble in the previous dynasty and had followed Wang Bing through the vicissitudes of dynasties and the ups and downs of troubled times. She was the supreme matriarch of the Wang clan. Ever since her son Wang Yu took over the Wang clan, the matriarch Yang and Wang Bing had retired from the clan. She no longer interfered in the affairs of the Wang clan, but Wang Kuei had colluded with Turkic spies and fled in fear of punishment. There was a high chance that the entire Wang clan would be dragged into the abyss, and the interrogation of Wang Hong's concubines required a woman of virtue and prestige. As Princess Tongan was born in the imperial household of the Tang dynasty, her status in the Wang clan was rather high, but her seniority was still lacking. Thus, the astute Wang Bing had invited his wife to hold the fort. What Shurong said just now was this old woman's intention. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If all of you still want to have a good life in the future, think carefully. If you can help the clan find Second Elder as quickly as possible, you will naturally be rewarded. After Princess Tongan finished speaking, Matriarch Yang, who was sitting behind her, spoke. Shurong was Princess Tongan's nickname. In the entire Wang family, probably only old Madame Yang dared to call her that. When the matrons standing in the side hall learned from Princess Tongan that Wang Kuei had colluded with Turkic spies and fled with Wang Hong and Wang Xinyuan in fear of punishment, they were at a loss for what to do. Back then, they had married Wang Hong, this softy, only because of Wang Hong's family background. Now that Wang Kuei had fled in fear of punishment, the second branch of the Wang family was most likely finished, and it might even affect the entire Wang family. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. At this moment, most of the matrons were thinking of packing up their valuables and running away after returning to avoid being implicated when the emperor punished the Wang family in the future. However, there was still a portion of them who, after hearing old matriarch Yang's words, still had a glimmer of hope for the Wang family. "Old madam, the clan has records of the businesses and private residences my father and husband have set up in Taiyuan City. As for the rest, how would we know? Husband and the others usually don't tell us." "That's right. Husband rarely tells us these things. As for the old master, ever since this concubine married into the family, I have only seen him a few times. Husband has only favored Ping these past 2 years. Princess and old madam should ask her about this matter, right?" Right. You should ask Ping 3 women were a show, and there were now 6 or 7 women standing in this room. The chattering was so lively that it was like they were singing a show. Princess Tongan frowned. However, from what she heard, Wang Hong seemed to have only favored one concubine these past few years. Thus, she followed the matron's gazes and saw a petite, beautiful woman around 18 or 19 years old wearing a white silk dress. It has to be said that Wang Hong, this old fellow, is truly shameless. He's clearly in his 30s or 40s, but he still married an 18 or 19-year-old concubine. This is truly an old cow eating young grass, a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Princess Tongan had been living with Wang Yu in Suiju these past few years. She had only heard a little about the second branch, but she had never seen this woman called Ping before. "You are Ping?" Seeing Wang Hong's concubines looking at one of the young women, Princess Tongan walked over and asked the beautiful and petite woman. "Greetings, Princess. This concubine is called Gao Ping. Husband has always called this concubine Ping-er. The young woman appeared rather nervous, but when she saw Princess Tongan come over and ask her a question, she hastily bowed and respectfully answered. Princess Tongan nodded and then asked, Ping-er, second elder colluded with Turkic spies and fled in fear of punishment. From what master has learned, Wang Hong did not participate too much in this matter. If you can help the clan find second elder as soon as possible, Wang Hong might be able to escape punishment. Think carefully. Did Wang Hong and second elder do anything out of the ordinary in the past few days? Or did Wang Hong and second elder secretly set up other businesses in the city that the clan is unaware of? Hearing Princess Tongan say that Wang Hong might be able to escape punishment, Gao Ping's eyes brightened. Although she and Wang Hong were an old married couple, just as those concubines had said, ever since she married into the Wang clan, Wang Hong had always doted on her. This made her feel love and warmth. There was still true love between them. If Wang Hong was innocent, the Wang clan's second branch would not have collapsed, and she and Wang Hong could return to their previous life. With this thought, Gao Ping frowned and began to seriously recall. After a while, her eyebrows trembled, and she suddenly said, this concubine remembers. Husband's behavior these past few days was normal, but yesterday, when my second brother came to the residence to visit me, he was dragged away by Xin Yuan. The two of them chatted for a while before my second brother left the Wang clan. Your second brother? Who's your second brother? Princess Tongan frowned and asked subconsciously. Gao Ping said somewhat embarrassedly, my second brother's name is Gao Yong, and he's a businessman. He opened many shops in the city, and the largest inn in the city, Tongfu Inn, was also opened by him. Gao Ping was born into a merchant family. In terms of family status, Gao Ping and Wang Hong were indeed not compatible. However, after marrying into the Wang clan, not only did Wang Hong not look down on her because of her background, he even tried his best to protect her. This was also one of the reasons why she wanted to help Wang Hong exonerate himself. After introducing Gao Yong's identity, Gao Ping continued. Early this morning, Xin Yuan suddenly told my husband that he was going out to meet a friend at Tongfu Inn. Now that I think about it, there are too many coincidences. Yesterday, my husband introduced Xin Yuan to my second brother, and today, Xin Yuan went out to Tongfu Inn. I have a feeling that they are hiding something from me and my husband. Moreover, Xin Yuan was imprisoned in the clan for a year before. Now that he has just been released, why would his friend be waiting for him at Tongfu Inn tilde? Wang Xin Yuan, Tongfu Inn. Princess Tongan's expression changed slightly. She had heard from Wang Yu that Wang Chengwu had found Wang Xin Yuan sneaking out of the residence this morning. Unexpectedly, he had gone to Tongfu Inn. A few days ago, the Turkic Zhu Zecheng, who had appeared in the city, had also been staying at Tongfu Inn. Now that Zhu Zecheng had been arrested, Wang Xin Yuan was still secretly running to Tongfu Inn. As for meeting a friend, who was he trying to fool? Who would meet a friend at an inn? Unless your friend was from another city. However, just as Gao Ping had analyzed, Wang Xin Yuan had been imprisoned in the clan for more than a year. How could it be so coincidental that a friend from another city came to see him as soon as he was released? Therefore, Wang Xin Yuan definitely did not go to Tongfu Inn to meet a friend, but to have an ulterior motive. Then there must be something wrong with Tongfu Inn. Apart from this, can you think of any other clues? Princess Tongan's mind was filled with thoughts. After she came back to her senses, she looked at Gao Ping and asked again. Gao Ping thought seriously for a moment, but finally shook her head and said, No, that's all I can think of. Other than that, I don't think there's anything strange these few days. Good. All of you are dismissed. If you think of anything else, come and tell me immediately. Princess Tongan nodded and said to the women in the room. Yes. Wang Hong's concubines hurriedly left the side hall as if they had been granted amnesty. Only Gao Ping was the last to leave, a trace of worry on her face. Clearly, she was worried about Wang Hong's situation. Mother, what do you think? After the women left, Princess Tongan looked at the old woman sitting at the head of the table and bowed. A wisp of wisdom flashed across the old woman's weathered eyes. She said meaningfully to Princess Tongan, Shurong, since you already have an answer in your heart, why ask me? Do as you wish. I believe that you can definitely save the Wang family. Princess Tongan was slightly shocked, and she immediately felt respect for the old woman in front of her. She bowed and said, "Then, this daughter-in-law will take her leave. I'll inform master and father now. Go. This old woman will return on her own." Matriarch Yang waved a hand at Princess Tongan. In the face of danger, her expression remained calm and composed. This matriarch Yang had truly weathered all sorts of storms and experienced all sorts of ups and downs. In the main hall of the Wang family residence, after Princess Tongan told Wang Bing, Wang Yu, and the rest of the group about what Gao Ping had told her, Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Tongfu Tavern, it's Tongfu Tavern again." First, it was Zhu Zecheng. Who's staying there now? In the afternoon, Wang Chengwu had reported to Wang Yu that Wang Xinyuan had left the estate early in the morning to meet with friends in the city. He had not expected Wang Xinyuan to go to Tongfu Inn. Just like Princess Tong'an, he also felt that there was something wrong with Tongfu Inn. To be more precise, there was something wrong with the person Wang Xinyuan had met in Tongfu Inn. "Princess, are you saying that the matter of second son colluding with the Turkic spies is also related to the patriarch's son, Wang Xinyuan?" Third Elder's eyes flashed, and he looked at Princess Tongan meaningfully. Princess Tongan's phoenix-like eyes focused, and she said unhappily, "Third Elder, are you blaming my old master instead?" "Me. Even if this matter is related to Wang Xinyuan, he's now a member of the second branch. When he was imprisoned, everything was fine. Who forced my old master to adopt Wang Rennie to the second branch? He's causing trouble as soon as he's out. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame those people who forced my old master to adopt him to the second branch. You." Third Elder was furious, but due to Princess Tongan's status, he still restrained himself. He took 2 deep breaths and said, "What are you saying? This old man was just asking casually. When did I ever blame the patriarch? Besides, it was the patriarch who willingly adopted Xinyuan to the second branch. Who in the estate would dare to threaten the patriarch tilde? Me." Seeing that Third Elder had given in, Princess Tongan sneered and did not continue to harp on this matter. Sitting at the head of the table, Wang Bing said solemnly, "Enough. Right now, it's more important to find second son as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he said to Wang Yu, Since you and the princess both feel that there's something wrong with this Tongfu Inn, and the owner of this Tongfu Inn has a certain relationship with the second branch, then immediately send someone to the Tongfu Inn and investigate the guests inside. If you can find this Jiao Yong, then that's even better. Perhaps he knows the whereabouts of the second branch. Yes. This son will arrange it right away." Wang Yu got up and cupped his hands to accept the order, then left the main hall with Princess Tong'an. Chapter 1935. Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn. Bang, bang, bang. Lord Guard. Inside the heaven-class guest room, Zhao Dian was standing by the window, staring out. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, followed by a low voice. Zhao Dian's gaze turned cold, but he immediately relaxed because he recognized the identity of the person outside. He said calmly, "Come in." The door wasn't locked. Xian Yi, dressed in black, pushed the door open and entered. After closing the door again, he quickly walked to Zhao Dian, cupped his fists, and said, "Lord Guard, I'm back." At this time, all the guests and waiters in the inn were resting. Naturally, Xian Yi couldn't enter from the main entrance of the inn. He could only climb in through the window like how he climbed out of the window earlier. However, even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to climb through the window of Zhao Dian's room. He climbed in through the window of the Earth-class guest room next door. After that, he didn't even have time to change his clothes before he came straight to Zhao Dian. "Did you find out anything?" Zhao Dian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Lord Guard, I found out that the fire in the long alley in the south of the city this afternoon was set by Wang Xinyuan. He knew that the King of Wei was going to personally escort a batch of supplies to Dragon Mountain, so he sent people to ambush in the south of the city in advance. He didn't expect to fall into the King of Wei's trap, and one of their assassins was captured alive by the other party." Xian Yi cupped his fists and slowly recounted the conversation between Li Tai and Su Yuncheng that he had eavesdropped on at the post house just now. When he finally learned the truth about the fire in the south of the city today, Zhao Dian's face was as gloomy as water. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice, Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei, these two idiots. The other party deliberately revealed a little flaw and acted rashly. They really can't do anything right, but they're good at ruining things. Now that their whereabouts have been exposed, if they fall into the hands of the government, I'm afraid they'll ruin my plans. At this moment, if Zhao Dian were a modern person, he really wanted to say, don't be afraid of godlike opponents, but be afraid of pig-like teammate. With the current situation in Taiyuan City, they had already formed a confrontation with the government forces in the dark and in the open. No one could do anything to the other. They were just waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. Then, he and Wang Kuei would launch an all-out attack. Then, the entire Taiyuan City would be theirs. However, the two idiots, Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan, after a series of stupid actions, directly broke the stalemate. It was very likely that the government would find a breakthrough here. But what Zhao Dian did not know was that one of the carrier pigeons he had sent to Sheli Kargan had been intercepted by Han Lijing. Even without Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei's disruption, Li Tai and the others had already learned of his plan. Although they would not be able to capture him in the short term, both the Great Tang border and Taiyuan City were now on guard. Even if his reinforcements really did come, they would find it very difficult to take Taiyuan City. But in any case, the disruption of Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei had accelerated Zhao Dian's exposure and failure. Xian Yi cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, Lord Wei. I heard from King Wei and Dugu Xin that Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan should have escaped. Wang Kuei has a secret manor near Longshan in the south of the city. Over the years, Wang Kuei has trained a group of killers in that manor. The killer captured alive by the Imperial Army today is one of them. The old woman that the Imperial Army took away from Baosheng Lane earlier is the killer's mother. Today, the provincial governor's mansion posted the portrait and reward notice of this killer all over the city. Wang Kuei wanted to send his men to kill the old woman to silence her. But he did not expect that the man he sent was killed by Wang Chengwu, the commander of the Wang family's shadow guards. Later, the old woman fell into the hands of the Imperial Army. The killer confessed everything about Wang Kuei. Now, Dugu Xin has sent the Imperial Army to Wang Kuei's secret manor in the south of the city. This Wang Kuei is really difficult to achieve great things." Zhao Dian frowned. Then, he reacted and asked, Did you just say Dugu Xin? What? From what you said, he is still alive and well. He is not dead yet. Chapter 1936. Coincidentally, just as Zhao Dian was ordering Xian Yi to gather his men to attack Taiyuan Relay Station, Li Junxian was also gathering his men and preparing to head to Tongfu Inn. Although the two sides had begun to move at almost the same time, there was a problem. Li Junxian only had 10-some cavalry under his command, while Zhao Dian had dared to attack the post house. This meant that he had more than 10-some subordinates, most likely 100 or 200. Moreover, these 200 couldn't all be staying at Tongfu Inn, as that would be far too conspicuous. As a result, Zhao Dian would need to gather his forces much more quickly than Li Junxian, and the residence that Li Junxian was temporarily staying in was less than 1 li away from Tongfu Inn. Thus, Zhao Dian couldn't possibly gather his men before Li Junxian arrived at Tongfu Inn. Lord Guard. Bad news. Zhao Dian was preparing to go out and see how things were going when he heard Xian Yi's voice. Zhao Dian's heart trembled. At this critical moment, he feared nothing more than an accident, and he feared nothing more than someone telling him bad news. He hastily opened the door, and Xian Yi rushed in. After closing the door, he clasped his fist before Zhao Dian could ask anything. Lord Guard, your subordinate went to the innkeeper's room to ask him to gather our men, but there was no one in the room. Innkeeper son, he disappeared. Disappeared? Zhao Dian frowned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Back when they had first arrived in Source Peak City, they hadn't chosen to stay in the Tongfu Inn. Because there were many of them, it would be difficult for them to hide if they stayed in the inn. It would be very easy for the innkeeper and waiters to notice that something was amiss. So, only Zhao Dian, Xian Yi, and Skyhawk stayed in the inn while the rest of them hid in various parts of the city. But after Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei surrendered to them, Zhao Dian learned that the owner behind the scenes of the Tongfu Inn was actually related to the second branch of the Wang family. As a result, he didn't have to worry about all of them moving in and alerting the innkeeper or waiters. He directly ordered Xian Yi to gather all of their spies in the city into the inn and stuff them into the empty guest rooms of the inn. As for those that couldn't be stuffed, Jiao Yong and Wang Kuei helped to arrange for them to stay in a few houses near the Tongfu Inn. It was because of this that Xian Yi had thought of asking the innkeeper, Sun Dafu, for help when Zhao Dian ordered Xian Yi to gather his men. Only in this way could they gather all their men in the shortest amount of time. But Xian Yi had never expected that Sun Dafu, who had been staying at the inn for the past few days, would actually disappear. Didn't Jiao Yong say that Sun Dafu would be staying at the inn to cooperate with us? How could he suddenly disappear? Could it be? Zhao Dian muttered in dissatisfaction. Then, he suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Not good. It's very likely that someone has set their sights on Tongfu Inn. We've been exposed. Then what should we do?" Xian Yi was shocked when he heard this and asked subconsciously. Then, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Lord Guard, please evacuate immediately. Your subordinates are willing to risk their lives to escort you." Chapter 1937. What? A group of people is coming from the east. Aren't the relay station and the provincial governor's mansion in the north? Why are there people coming from the east? And they are so fast. In the alley behind Tongfu Inn, Zhao Dian was shocked when he heard Sky Eagle say that there was a group of people coming from the east. However, when he came to his senses, he could not help but feel a little strange. When he found out that Sun Dafu, the innkeeper of the inn, had gone missing, he guessed that Sun Dafu might have been captured by the provincial governor's mansion or the imperial army. However, the provincial governor's mansion and the relay station were in the north of Taiyuan City. Even if the other party had sent people to surround the inn, they should have come from the north. Moreover, the other party should not have come so quickly. After all, Tongfu Inn was in the south of Taiyuan City. How many people are coming from the other party? After forcing himself to calm down, Zhao Dian regained his composure and looked at Sky Eagle as he asked in a low voice. Sky Eagle cupped his fists and said, reporting to the guardmaster, "The other party does not have many people. There are only about 10 of them. All of them are riding fast horses. They will catch up in a while. Do you want me to bring a few people to deal with them? 10 of them. All of them are riding fast horses." Zhao Dian's heart sank when he heard this. Of course, he knew that Taiyuan City would implement a curfew system at night. Those who dared to ride horses in public in the middle of the night either had their heads kicked by a donkey, or the other party really had an official background. Obviously, these 10 or so cavalrymen coming toward the inn were definitely from the Tang Empire's government. When did the government arrange such a surprise army near the inn? This was a question that Zhao Dian could not figure out no matter how hard he tried. However, there was no time for him to think about this at this moment. He had to make a decision. Although the cavalry coming from the east didn't have many people, they were fast. If he didn't pay attention to them, the other party would first miss the inn and then chase after them from behind. Or, the other party might guess their intentions and go to the post house to report in advance. However, if he followed Sky Eagle's suggestion and sent people to intercept the cavalrymen, on the one hand, they only had about 100 people. If they split their forces to deal with the cavalrymen, it would definitely weaken the power to attack the relay station. On the other hand, although the other party only had about 10 people, he did not know how strong they were. The people he could send to intercept them were very limited. If they could not win or the noise during the battle attracted the Yarmans patrolling in the city, the other party would still send people on fast horses to chase them. Who would have thought that a cavalry troop of over 10 people would actually cause Zhao Dian's current situation to seem to have fallen into a dead knot that could not be untied no matter what? Guard master, quickly give the order. If those people catch up any later, our operation might be exposed. Seeing Zhao Dian standing on the spot without saying a word, Sky Eagle was anxious and could not help but urge. Zhao Dian's eyes flashed as he recovered from his deep thoughts. Just a moment ago, he suddenly thought of a plan, a plan that satisfied both sides and was extremely bold. Taking 2 deep breaths, Zhao Dian looked at Sky Eagle and Xian Yi and said in a deep voice, "Xian Yi, Sky Eagle, the 2 of you lead these people to attack the relay station immediately. You must capture Li Tai alive. Leave 10 people behind and follow me back to the relay station." "What?" Sky Eagle and Xian Yi turned pale with fright when they heard this. They hurriedly said, "Guard Master, you must not do this." Xian Yi hurriedly said, "The other party only has about 10 people. I'll lead people to eliminate them now and then chase after them to assist Guard Master in attacking the relay station. We definitely won't waste any time." "That's right. Guard Master. The other party only has about 10 people. Why do you have to personally take the risk?" Sky Eagle also said. Zhao Dian's face was extremely grim. He looked at the 2 people before him and said coldly, "After knowing that I'm in the inn, the other party only has about 10 people who dare to surround the inn. Why do you think this is?" "This is because either there's a top-notch expert among them, or these 10 over people are only the enemy's vanguard. After they find out the actual situation, the enemy's main force will immediately surround us." Hearing Zhao Dian's words, Xian Yi and Sky Eagle calmed down one after another. Indeed, if there was a top-notch expert among the enemy, then they would be utterly unable to finish the battle in a short period of time. If there was a large force following behind the enemy, then it would be even more troublesome. Chapter 1938. Immediately send a message to our men near the inn. Tell them to bring their weapons to the inn immediately. After Zhao Dian returned to the heavenly guest room, he could already vaguely hear the da-da-da sound of horse hooves coming from the east street. At this moment, he called over a subordinate and instructed him. He did not know the exact name of this subordinate because he had too many subordinates. Xian Yi, Sky Eagle, and the others had all taken away experts. The 10 people left by his side were the weakest among them, so he naturally did not remember their names. Zhao Dian had planted a total of 200 people in Source Peak City. Xian Yi had taken away 110 people, and he had left 10 people with him. In the houses near Tongfu Inn, there were still 80 or so of his men. Previously, due to the urgency of time, Zhao Dian did not wait for everyone to arrive before giving the order to attack the post house. But now, since he had chosen to use himself as bait and guard the inn, then these people naturally had to be called over. After all, if the cavalry coming from the east was weak, Zhao Dian was confident that he could take them down with these people. If the opponent was strong, it did not matter even if he lost, because his goal of restraining the opponent would have been achieved. "Yes, Guard Master." That person cupped his fists respectfully to Zhao Dian, then turned around and left. "If you want to put on a show, you have to do it all the way. The few of you, wait in the room next door. If this cavalry comes straight for my room after entering the inn, then find an opportunity to kill your way out." Zhao Dian instructed the other 9 people. Yes. Everyone cupped their fists and accepted the order. Then, they turned around and went out to the earth-ranked guest room next door. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after this series of arrangements was completed, Zhao Dian heard the door of the inn being directly knocked open from the outside, emitting a few loud bangs. Almost all of the sleeping guests in the inn were woken up, and some with bad tempers couldn't help but curse loudly. "Who the F***ck is this? Why aren't you sleeping at night? What are you knocking on the door for? What is the innkeeper doing? Who the F***ck is knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Which bastard is it? Why don't you try hitting me again, Tilda?" In the midst of the scattered curses, many rooms that were originally in darkness lit up one after another. Then, a crowd of people could be seen moving about. Obviously, those were the guests who had been woken up. They came out of their rooms to see what was happening outside. With just one look, the people who were cursing earlier immediately shut their mouths. More than 10 men with weapons in their hands were standing in the hall with murderous looks on their faces. Although there were only a dozen of them, they gave off the aura of hundreds and thousands of people. Aura was a mysterious thing, but it did exist. A general who had been through hundreds of battles and a new recruit who had just joined the army would definitely give off a different feeling when they stood in front of each other. The 100 cavalry was the most mysterious and elite force of the Great Tang. Each of its soldiers was an elite, and as the commander of the 100 cavalry, Li Juanxian's strength was even greater. Amongst all the Tang generals, he could be considered one of the strongest. This group of elites standing in front of the crowd naturally exerted an invisible pressure on them. Although the Tang revered martial arts and many of their refined guests carried sabers and swords with them, for Li Junxian and his men to charge into an inn with weapons in the middle of the night clearly meant that they had come with ill intention. If not for the fact that they were all dressed rather neatly and had no bandit faces like one-eyed man or scarred face on them, the guests would have thought that they were bandit. Even if they weren't bandits, Li Juanxian's group still gave off the impression that they were not to be trifled with. Thus, those guests who had been about to come out of their rooms and curse when they saw Li Juanxian's group swallowed their words and dejectedly returned to their rooms. It wasn't that they were cowards, but that Li Juanxian's group was simply too powerful. Anyone who dared to provoke them would have to have been kicked in the head by a donkey. In truth, Li Junxian didn't think much of these guests. Ever since he had entered the inn, his eyes had never once paused on them. His head was raised as he scanned the small wooden plates above the doors of each room on the second floor, recording the room number of each room. As the largest inn in Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn had divided its rooms into heaven, earth, human, and common. There was only one heaven room, but it was so expensive that ordinary people couldn't afford it. The lower the level of the rooms, the more there were, and correspondingly, the cheaper each night. Thus, Li Junxian only needed to find the heaven character on the wooden plates in front of each room. Over there. Li Juanxian's eyes focused as he pointed at the westernmost room and sternly said, Chen Fu, Shen Tu, the two of you guard the front and back doors of the inn. The rest of you, follow me upstairs. Yes. Everyone bowed and received their orders. Two of them went to the front door and the back door of the inn, while Li Junxian led the rest of them up the stairs to the heaven guest room on the west side. There's no need to knock. Just open the door. One of the 100 horsemen was just about to knock on the door when Li Junxian stopped him. As the saying went, delay could lead to change, and he did not want any changes. After saying this, he walked past the 100 horsemen and kicked open the door. In truth, the door wasn't locked. The moment the door was kicked open, Li Juanxian's group rushed in and saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man casually drinking tea at the tea table in the center of the room. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the intrusion of Li Juanxian's group, and then he frowned. Who are you? Why have you barged into this one's room? Li Junxian frowned when he saw that there was only one person in the room, a seemingly refined middle-aged man who didn't seem to know any martial arts. He began to wonder if his previous judgment had been wrong, but since he was here, he had to get to the bottom of this matter. He signaled the people around him with his eyes, and several of the riders went to guard the door and the windows to prevent the middle-aged man from escaping. Li Junxian sat down across from the middle-aged man and stared at him. Instead of answering his question, he asked, Why? There's no need for you to know who we are. First, tell me who you are. Where did you come from? Why have you come to Taiyuan City? The middle-aged man scowled in displeasure and coldly snorted. Good sir has barged into someone else's room in the middle of the night. It's fine if you don't give an explanation, but now you're questioning me? Truly tyrannical. Do you really think there's no law in Taiyuan City? Li Junxian couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so he bluntly said, Don't waste words with me. I'll give you one more chance. If you can't clearly explain your background, we'll arrest you and send you to the authorities. Once we're there, we'll slowly talk to you about the law. Arrest me? This one has not committed any crime, nor has he stolen or robbed. What right do you have to arrest me? The middle-aged man coldly sneered. Li Junxian chuckled. Heh. You're not going to speak. Come, arrest him and send him to the provincial governor's residence for interrogation. Although he couldn't be sure of the middle-aged man's exact identity, since he was connected to the Wang clan's second branch, and on the way to the inn, Li Junxian had learned that Wang Kuei had fled for fear of punishment. This meant that the Wang clan's second branch truly had colluded with Turkic spies. Since this middle-aged man had secretly met with Wang Xinyuan, this meant that he was in cahoots with Zhao Dian. At the very least, he was someone Zhao Dian had sent to liaise with the Wang clan's second branch. After saying this, Li Junxian got up and prepared to leave. The two horsemen at his side began to approach the middle-aged man, clearly intending to capture him. A hint of panic flitted across the middle-aged man's face, and he hurriedly said, Are you from the authorities? Fine, I'll speak. This one is Yu Dexing, a native of Yunju. I came to Taiyuan to buy some goods. Once I'm done, I'll return. A merchant of Yunju? A playful smile appeared on Li Juanxian's face as he indifferently asked, Then do you have a talisman scroll? A talisman scroll was equivalent to a modern letter of introduction. In ancient times, one needed an identity card to stay in an inn. However, this identity card was not the same as the modern one, but something similar to a letter of introduction. Although ancient China did not have an information system to manage household registers, it had a complete household register system long ago. In order to distinguish between people, the ancients had invented travel permits, door tickets, fish tokens, and tooth tokens to prove one's identity. The majority of ancient China rarely had the opportunity to travel, and only a few people had the need for such things. If an official or merchant was on a business trip or engaged in an official foreign activity, they would have a talisman scroll or a talisman scroll. These talismans, sections, and scrolls were all proof of identity for staying in an inn in the early days. They were equivalent to modern letters of introduction. Later on, courier scrolls and letter tokens were also proof of travel. Without a proof of travel, it was impossible to stay in an inn, especially one run by an official. In the Tang dynasty, officials of rank 5 and above had a fish token issued by the imperial court to prove their identity. If an ordinary person wanted to travel, they had to report it to the prefect inspector or fang zheng. The prefect inspector or fang zheng would then report it to the local yamen, and the prefect or secretary would issue a talisman scroll, letter of introduction, upon approval. In truth, the travel permits of the Ming dynasty were similar to these things. I do. The middle-aged man seemed to believe that Li Junxian was an official. He nodded and then took out a yellowed paper from his bosom and placed it on the table. Li Junxian took it and began to carefully examine it. A few moments later, Li Junxian put down the paper and smiled at the middle-aged man. This talisman scroll is forged so well that it looks almost real. If this general hadn't seen the talisman scroll from Yunju, you really might have fooled me. Come, seize this man. The middle-aged man grimaced and immediately backed away, harshly saying, My talisman scroll really can't be any more real. Good sir is deliberately making things difficult for a deer as a horse. Just what are your intentions? Do you really think that this Yu is easy to bully? After saying this, he picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it to the ground. At the same time, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, and then a group of people charged in, sabers and swords in hand. At a glance, there were 20 to 30 people. It was clear that some of the reinforcements Zhao Dian had sent earlier had already arrived at the inn. Chapter 1939. Finally willing to reveal your true face. In the heavenly guest room of Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, Li Junxian showed no fear in the face of these menacing 20 to 30 men. On the contrary, he would have found it strange if this middle-aged man had no helpers. The more subordinates he had, the higher his status on Zhao Dian's side. There was even a chance that he was Zhao Dian himself. The middle-aged man was now standing close to the door, and the 20 to 30 people who had broken in with their sabers and swords had automatically moved to the left and right of the middle-aged man. The two sides were now in a standoff. The middle-aged man looked at Li Junxian and said, Since good sir insists on pestering this Yu endlessly, don't blame this Yu for being impolite. After he finished speaking, he looked at the guards beside him and said, When going out to do business, it's inevitable to encounter some bandits. For the sake of safety, this Yu specially hired some guards. If your excellency is from the government, then please reveal your identity. If your excellency is here to make things difficult for this Yu, then these guards of mine won't show you any mercy. A hint of derision appeared on Li Juanxian's face. Reveal my identity. You still don't have the right to know who I am. In my view, you should stop pretending. If you didn't have firm evidence, I wouldn't have personally led my men here. Tell me, what is your true identity? Where is your leader, Zhao Dian? Zhao Dian. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He had clearly not expected Li Junxian to know his identity. After all, ever since he had infiltrated Taiyuan City, he had been operating in secret. Other than Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan, he had never revealed his identity to anyone else, so how did Li Junxian know his name? He had no idea that the secret letter he had sent to the steppe this morning had already been intercepted by Han Lijing and brought to Taiyuan City. What leader? This one doesn't know what you're talking about. Come, see the guests out. The middle-aged man was only a few moments stunned before he ordered his men. Please leave. My master does not welcome you. Two saber-wielding soldiers stepped forward and sternly barked at Li Junxian's group. Could you be Zhao Dian? Very good. Li Junxian had noticed the expression on the middle-aged man's face, and he couldn't help but think of a possibility. Thus, he decisively ordered the 100-some cavalry in the room, capture him. Yes. The 8 horsemen in the house answered loudly. Then, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The horsemen drew their weapons and charged at the middle-aged man. You are courting death. The leader of the guards beside the middle-aged man snorted coldly. He was not afraid at all and led a few people to greet them. As the weapons clashed, the room was suddenly filled with the sound of ding-ding peng-peng. In terms of numbers, Li Junxian's side had no advantage in a battle of 8 against 30, but the 100-some cavalry were the most elite soldiers of the Great Tang, and each one of them was a top-notch expert. In terms of individual strength, the 100-some cavalry had the advantage. In addition, there was limited space in the room, and with so many people, it was very difficult to move freely. If this had been an open area outside the room, the middle-aged man's side would have been able to use their numbers to pincer him. But there was only so much space in the room, and the 30-some of them had basically filled the room. And this was only because the middle-aged man was staying in the most expensive room of Tongfu Inn, the Heaven Room. Compared to the other rooms, this room was not only luxuriously decorated, but it was also large enough. If they had been staying in a shared room, it would have been a problem for them to even squeeze in. Thus, even though they had the advantage in numbers, the middle-aged man's side had not been able to gain much of an advantage. On the contrary, after a few rounds, several of them had been stabbed in the vitals and dropped to the ground. The middle-aged man stood motionless in the doorway, 2 guards on his left and right. Li Junxian also did not move. He was coldly watching the middle-aged man to prevent him from escaping. As for the battle, he was not very worried. Although the 100-some cavalry were not strong enough to fight against 10 or 100, he was confident that his men would be able to deal with an enemy 3 times their size. Sure enough, after the 2 sides fought for more than 10 rounds, the middle-aged man's side was already showing signs of defeat. There were more than 10 people lying on the ground. The 2 guards beside the middle-aged man said in a low voice, Master, we will escort you to retreat first. In his panic, this fellow had almost let his tongue slip. Li Junxian's sharp ears had picked up on this small slip of the tongue in the chaos, and his eyes brightened. This middle-aged man really was a big fish, and there was a high chance that he was Zhao Dian himself. Thus, Li Junxian wasted no more time. As the saying went, to capture bandits, capture the leader first, he blinked up to the middle-aged man and sneered. You want to escape? You won't be able to escape tonight. As he spoke, Li Junxian reached out with his hand to grab the middle-aged man's shoulder. The middle-aged man hastily backed away, but he was far slower than the Grandmaster Li Junxian. As Li Junxian's hand got closer and closer, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the 2 guards at his side attacked. 2 sabers slashed at Li Junxian's arm. If Li Junxian continued forward, he would have been able to grab the middle-aged man before the sabers fell, but once he did, he would not have the time to pull back his arm. Although Li Junxian was a powerful martial artist, he was far from being invulnerable. How could a body of flesh and blood stand against sharp sabers? Thus, Li Junxian chose to retreat for now. At the same time, he unsheathed his sword and brazenly charged at the 2 guards at the middle-aged man's side. Clang clang. Saber and sword clashed. These 2 were only at the Qi transformation realm, so how could they possibly contend against Li Junxian, who had already reached the Grandmaster realm? In just 2 or 3 moves, Li Junxian had found a small flaw in their saber techniques. Once the time was right, He cut their throats with a single slash. While he was fighting with the two guards, the middle-aged man was hastily backing away. As the two guards fell, clutching their necks, the middle-aged man hastily turned around and ran out of the room. Too powerful. Li Junxian gave him the feeling that he was simply too powerful. Although Xian Yi was also a grandmaster, he was still lacking compared to Li Junxian. In just 2 or 3 moves, he had killed 2 Qi transformation experts. Even if all the 30-some people in the room had attacked together, they probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to Li Junxian. Li Junxian sneered as he saw the middle-aged man fleeing faster than a rabbit. With a tap of his foot, the middle-aged man felt a gust of wind, and then he saw Li Junxian standing in front of him. You still want to run? I already said that you won't be going anywhere today. Obediently come back with me, Li Junxian indifferently said. A hint of panic flitted across the middle-aged man's face. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps outside the inn. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's lips as he turned to look at the entrance and then said to Li Junxian, "Heh? Run." This god never said anything about running. No matter who you are, all of you will die here today. Li Junxian followed the middle-aged man's gaze and saw that 50 to 60 armed warriors had entered the entrance of the inn. Cough, cough, of course, not all of them were wielding weapons. If one looked carefully, one could see that 10 some of them were unarmed. Chen Fu, who had been assigned by Li Junxian to guard the entrance of the inn, had been forced to retreat into the hall on the first floor of the inn by these 50 to 60 warriors. He was not a grandmaster like Li Junxian, so it was only natural for him to feel uneasy in the face of so many people. Shuntu, who had been guarding the back gate, had hurried over when he heard the commotion at the front gate, but the 2 of them were still useless against 50 to 60 people. Li Junxian finally understood why the middle-aged man had suddenly become so confident. These 50 to 60 people and the 30-some in the room made for a total of 80 to 90 people. But the 100 horsemen only had 10 people. This made the situation even more difficult to deal with. But Li Junxian was not afraid. On the contrary, he was rather excited. The more people that came to the middle-aged man's rescue, the higher his status. At this moment, he was almost certain that this middle-aged man was Zhao Diyan. Heh. I didn't think that you would have so many subordinates. It seems like you're Zhao Diyan. Upon seeing the situation, Li Junxian showed no signs of nervousness. He looked at the middle-aged man and chuckled. Seeing that the situation was settled, the middle-aged man no longer put on an act. He neither admitted nor denied it, but asked, "Just who are you? How did you know of this god's identity?" Although the middle-aged man did not directly admit it, his words were basically a tacit admission that he was Zhao Diyan. Li Junxian turned serious and indifferently said, "Remember, the one who captured you today is Li Junxian of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry. As for how this general knew of your identity, you will understand once you follow this general to the Yamen." 100 Cavalry. Li Junxian. You're actually Li Junxian? Zhao Diyan was flabbergasted by Li Juanxian's report of his identity. Not even with Kongming's wisdom could he have predicted that the 100 Cavalry commander of Chang'an would suddenly appear in Taiyuan City. In this case, it was no surprise that his identity had been exposed. After all, few people in the world could compare to the 100 Horsemen's ability to gather information. So that's how it is. No wonder shopkeeper Sun suddenly disappeared. No wonder you were able to find this place. However, this god came to Taiyuan and managed to take down the 100 Cavalry commander of the Great Tang. That's not a loss. Zhao Diyan turned to Li Junxian and sneered. Take down? Do you think that victory is already in your grasp? Li Junxian jeered. Do you think they're faster, or this general is faster? As he spoke, Li Junxian vanished. A moment later, he appeared at Zhao Diyan's side, one hand clamping down on Zhao Diyan's shoulder while the other clamped down on Zhao Diyan's neck. The warriors in the hall had no time to react, only enough time to shout, "Brother Li, you're in the middle of nowhere. Lord Guard. Release Lord Guard." Chapter 1940. Chinkyu, why haven't you gone to bed yet? In Taiyuan Post Station, Iron Egg's room, Iron Egg couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Tai come in. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening in modern times. Most people had already eaten dinner and gone to bed. In the post station, other than the Imperial Guards on night patrol and Hanlijing and the others who went to Wang Kuei's manor near Longshan, the rest of the people had already returned to their rooms after dinner. It can't be helped. The ancient people's biological clocks were like this. Iron Egg was sitting at the table and reading a book. This was the mathematics textbook for the next semester of Yanghuang College. Li Zhuan had already compiled it before he entered the military camp, but it hadn't been printed on a large scale yet. After all, Li Zhuan was his brother-in-law, so Li Zhuan had opened a back door for Iron Egg in this regard. I can't sleep. Li Tai walked in and sat across from Iron Egg without hesitation. When he saw the book in Iron Egg's hands, he couldn't help but mutter, "Iron Egg, you're not being kind. Everyone is busy working for the telegraph relay station, but you're the only one enjoying the special treatment from the Yamacho. This is unfair competition." Speaking up to this point, Little Fatty's face was full of indignation. That look was a bit like a modern school sports meet, where students were all participating in the sports meet on the field, but someone discovered that a student was secretly studying in the classroom. Iron Egg put down the book in his hand and said with a speechless face, "What unfair competition? Master gave me the mathematics textbook for the next semester. It's not like you haven't read it before." It wasn't a secret that he had the mathematics textbook for the next semester. At least, Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, and Qin Huayu already knew about it. Moreover, they had borrowed it from Iron Egg before, and Iron Egg had never rejected it. The world seems to be stable now, but I always feel that it will soon enter an eventful period. As a student of Yanghuang College, I have to follow my master's wishes and establish a heart for the world, a life for the people, and a life for the past. In the second half of the year, when the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks starts, Yanghuang College will definitely not be able to stay out of it. At that time, we might have to run around like we are now. Therefore, I want to use the time every night to prepare for the next semester's classes in advance to avoid falling behind in my studies. Iron Egg suddenly sighed and said softly as he closed the book and placed it on the table. Just as he said, when Li Zhuan founded Yanghuang College, he hoped to cultivate a group of people who were truly useful to the country and the people, not bookworms who only knew how to study. Therefore, whether it was the Battle of Guan City in April, the killing of locusts in June, or the establishment of telegraph relay stations in Taiyuan and Yunju, all of these events more or less had the shadow of Yanghuang College's student. As the first batch of students of Yanghuang College, and as Li Zhuan believed, they were the golden generation of Yanghuang College. Iron Egg, Li Tai, and Li Ku's cohort of students had high hopes for Li Zhuan. Li Zhuan hoped that not only could they study well in the academy, but that in the process, if the country needed them, the students of the academy had to be there for them. If the Tang Empire's golden age wanted to last forever, it needed too many people who could serve the country. This was the main reason why Li Zhuan risked universal condemnation to establish the engineering school and Yanghuang College. Chapter 1941. Taiyuan was a large city in the north, so the Taiyuan post house wasn't small at all. There were a total of 28 individual buildings in the post house, and each building had a few to over 20 guest rooms. In the dark night, 8 Imperial Army soldiers stood on the roofs of the buildings in the east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the courier station. Using the weak light from the stone lanterns in the courtyards of the courier station, the 8 Imperial Army soldiers stood on high points and meticulously scanned the entire courier station. Below them, there would be a group of soldiers patrolling with torches every once in a while. Although Du Guxin didn't expect Zhao Dian to send people to attack the post house tonight, the defense of the post house didn't relax because of this. There were both open and hidden sentries. If an unknown person broke into the post house, these Imperial Army soldiers on night duty would be able to immediately discover it and issue a warning. This was the Imperial Army. No matter when or where, they wouldn't abandon their superb military discipline. Whoosh tilde. In the night, a thin needle with a cold glow flew straight toward the Imperial Army soldier on the east side of the building. It wasn't daytime, and there was no moon tonight. The Imperial Army soldier on the roof naturally couldn't see this thin needle. However, when the thin needle was about to reach him, he could still feel the turbulence in the air. But at this time, it was already too late for him to dodge. The thin needle silently pierced through the Imperial Army soldier's throat without any reservation. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he clutched his throat and fell straight to the ground. Based on the way he fell, when he hit the ground, he would definitely make a sound and attract the attention of the other troop. But at this moment, a black shadow flew over. Before the Imperial Army soldier fell, he caught the latter's body and gently placed him on the roof. As there was only a faint light in the courtyard and no light on the roof, the fall of this Imperial Army soldier didn't attract the attention of the hidden sentries at the southeast and northeast corners that were closest to him. After putting down the Imperial Army soldier's body, the black shadow didn't stop and headed straight for the hidden sentries at the southeast corner. Whoosh! Whoosh! Using the same method, the black shadow quietly eliminated the 3 hidden sentries that the Imperial Army had placed in the southeast, east, and southwest of the post house in less than 15 minutes. At this point, all the hidden sentries in the east of the post house had been eliminated by the black shadow. It had to be said that this shadow's strength was indeed formidable. The black shadow flew to the east wall of the post house. Below the wall, there were actually more than 100 people hiding. The black shadow said to the people below in a low voice, "The hidden sentries on the east side of the post house have been eliminated. Follow the plan." "Yes." Everyone responded in a low voice. Then, a dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front and back doors of the post house, while the other 90 or so black shadows leaped over the wall and entered the post house. The black shadow flew to the east wall of the post house. Below the wall, there were actually more than 100 people hiding. The black shadow said to the people below in a low voice, "The hidden sentries on the east side of the post house have been eliminated. Follow the plan." "Yes." Everyone responded in a low voice. Then, a dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front and back doors of the post house, while the other 90 or so black shadows leaped over the wall and entered the post house. A dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front and back doors of the post house, while the other 90 or so black shadows leaped over the wall and entered the post house. Chapter 1942. What's going on outside? Outside the room, Dugushin called over the guard at the door and asked in a low voice, "General, there's a warning from our brothers at the east of the post house." General who has already led his men there. The guard at the door cupped his fists and replied, "I'll go and take a look." Dugushin's expression turned grim. "Wang Tong, Guojian, the 2 of you stay here to ensure His Highness' safety. If the situation turns bad, immediately evacuate with His Highness." The 2 of them looked at each other, then cupped their fists and said in unison, "General, we'll go with you." They were Dugushin's personal guards. Naturally, wherever Dugushin went, they would follow. Dugushin's expression was cold as he said sternly, "This is a military order. Do the 2 of you dare to disobey a military order?" Seeing Dugushin's anger, Wang Tong and Guojian lowered their heads, not daring to say another word. Dugushin tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. This was the sword that had accompanied him in battle for many years, and it had never left his side. However, he had been seriously injured this time and had almost died. Because of the severity of his injuries and the doctor's warning that he could not use martial arts for the time being, his sword had been removed by Dugu Feiying and placed on the sword rack. When he heard the sound of an enemy attack from outside, Dugushin had not hesitated and had come out with his sword. As the leader of this army, there was no reason for him to be a coward in the face of a great enemy. "I'll leave this place to the 2 of you. Remember, even if the 2 of you lose your lives, you must ensure His Highness' safety," Dugushin said in a low voice as he patted Wang Tong's shoulder, then left with his sword. His tone was no longer as stern as before. It was just that his back looked a little tragic and desolate. Dugushin had a strong premonition that the enemy tonight was no ordinary person. The guess that Li Tai had mentioned to him earlier might very well be true. Zhao Dian had really gathered all his men to launch a sneak attack on the post house. "Yes, General." The 2 personal guards felt a little sour in their noses as they looked at Dugushin's bleak back and cupped their fists. The location of the incident was actually very close to Dugushin's room. It didn't take long for Dugushin to arrive at the scene. At that moment, the Imperial Army and a group of unidentified men in black were already engaged in battle. There were many scattered torches on the ground, which meant that they had already lost a lot of men. Only the Imperial army would carry torches. The people who came to ambush the post house definitely wouldn't have brought their own torches. With the light from the scattered torches on the ground and the stone lanterns in the courtyard, Dugu Shin was able to make out the situation. The other side had around 100 men while the Imperial army had more than 200. While it seemed like they had the advantage in numbers, the Imperial army had no advantage in the overall situation. Among the group of black-clothed men, there was a thin and slightly shorter man who was constantly flying through the crowd. Every time he waved his sleeve, there would be a few flashes of silver light. Then, a few Imperial army soldiers would be killed by those flashes of silver light. He was truly a harvester of human lives. It was as if he had entered a realm where no one could stop him. It's him. Dugu Shin narrowed his eyes. Although the man was dressed in black and had his face covered, Dugu Shin still recognized him at a glance. It was the masked assassin who had severely injured him in the southern part of the city this morning. The hidden weapons used by the two of them were exactly the same, as well as the way they used them. In the entire Taiyuan city, there was probably no other person who could use hidden weapons to such an extent. Seeing this, Dugu Shin quickly stepped forward, wanting to join the battle. Although he had not yet recovered from his serious injuries, and although Gong Sun Liang had warned him not to use force for 7 days, he couldn't just stand by and watch his men get slaughtered in front of him. Not only was there a martial arts master on the other side, but the strength of the rest was also not low. Dugu Shin could clearly see that among the more than 100 men, there were at least 6 or 7 martial arts masters at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. There were nearly a dozen martial arts masters at the late stage of the Qi transformation realm. Although these people were fighting individually on the battlefield without any cooperation, the Imperial army soldiers without a commander had already been beaten into a daze. There was no need for them to cooperate in battle. The main reason was that Shen Yi's individual strength was too strong. As the only martial arts master on the battlefield, he was like a living king of hell. If he wanted to take someone's life, that person would fall in the next moment. Such tyrannical strength was completely terrifying. Although the Imperial army soldiers had undergone a long period of training and were not afraid of death, none of them wanted to die in such a humiliating manner. Therefore, under such circumstances, Dugu Shin had no choice but to take the field himself. General. The Imperial army soldiers at the back were the first to notice Dugu Shin. At first, they were surprised. After all, they had more or less heard about Dugu Shin's injuries. After the surprise, they were ecstatic. A large part of the reason why the Imperial army was being suppressed and thrown into disarray was because they did not have a commander on their side who could match the top martial arts masters of the enemy. In other words, they did not have a backbone. With Dugu Shin's appearance, this problem was easily solved. This was because in the eyes of the Imperial army, Dugu Shin was an invincible existence. Even if he had not recovered from his injuries, he was still the spiritual faith of the Imperial army. Nodding slightly at the Imperial army soldiers, Dugu Shin quickly walked into the ranks. Circulating qi in his dantian, Dugu Shin roared, "Generals, listen up. Set up the formation, Goose Formation." This was a roar that contained qi. At this time, although the courier station was filled with battle cries, Dugu Shin's roar still clearly reached the ears of every Imperial army soldier. In the morning, he had been severely injured by Shen Yi and had almost died. After a day of recuperation, although Gong Sun Liang had ordered him not to fight, this did not mean that he did not have the ability to fight. In truth, after a day of recuperation, Dugu Shin had recovered about 50% of his qi, and he was now able to fight against Shen Yi. But after this battle, he was likely to be even more injured. At best, his cultivation would be damaged, and at worst, he would lose his life. Dugu Shin naturally understood the consequences, but with the enemy before them and Li Tai's safety threatened, he could no longer care so much. He had to fight and buy time for Li Tai to retreat. "Yes, sir." A loud roar instantly woke up the Imperial army from their stupor. This battle-hardened army immediately had a backbone. The 200 or so Imperial army soldiers responded loudly. Immediately after, the Imperial army soldiers that were fighting with Shen Yi and the others quickly broke away from the battle. Then, according to the formation that they had been trained in, they quickly split into 3 rows. The left and right wings were arranged in an echelon formation, forming an inverted V shape. This was the goose formation. The tip of the inverted V was where the strongest fighting force of the imperial army was gathered. Du Guxin was naturally in the middle. In this way, not only could he protect the two flanks and the rear, he could also prevent the enemy from circling around. Facing this group of martial arts experts, Du Guxin wanted to use the goose formation to defend the east side of the courier station. On one hand, he could prevent the enemy's top experts from slaughtering his own soldiers. On the other hand, he could quickly stabilize the situation and buy time for Li Tai's safe retreat. Otherwise, if any of these martial arts experts went around them to find Li Tai, it would be a great threat to Li Tai and Iron Egg. However, he did not know that before he came, someone had already gone around the Imperial Army to find Li Tai. Seeing the Imperial Army get into a battle formation under the command of a young general, the leader of the men in black could not help but frown. This was because he knew that fighting alone was the strength of this group of people, and cooperation in battle formations was the strength of the Imperial Army. Once the Imperial Army got into formation, it would not be easy for them to slaughter the Imperial Army as they had before. The situation of the battle could very well be reversed. After seeing the young general's appearance, the leader of the men in black could not help but sneer. Du Guxin? Still want to resist stubbornly? I wonder how much strength you have now. From the voice, who else could this leader be but Xian Yi, who had tried to assassinate Du Guxin in the morning? You'll know how much strength I have after you try. Du Guxin's face was flushed. It seemed that he had recovered to his peak condition. He answered Xian Yi indifferently, then raised his sword to the sky and ordered loudly, "Kill, kill, kill, kill." The 200 Imperial Army soldiers had been suppressed for a long time, and their stomachs were already filled with anger. Du Guxin's shout of kill completely ignited the flames of vengeance in their hearts. The Imperial Army soldiers all responded loudly, and under Du Guxin's lead, they charged toward the group of men in black with weapons in hand. In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. Du Guxin's calm and confident tone made Xian Yi feel a little uneasy. For a moment, he couldn't help but start to doubt the poison he had concocted. According to common sense, once his weapon or hidden weapon scratched the enemy, even if the enemy didn't die immediately, they would die within 2 hours of the poison acting up. Du Guxin had been poisoned by several weapons in the morning, but not only was he completely fine, he was even able to wield his sword. This did not make sense. Could it be that his strength has really recovered completely? But, how is that possible? Xian Yi could not help but think to himself. The reason why more than 100 of them had dared to attack the post house tonight was that they had concluded that Du Guxin had not yet recovered from his injuries and that his strength was less than 10%. If Du Guxin had really recovered completely, then their surprise attack tonight would have no chance of success. Xian Yi's heart was in a mess at this moment. Kill. Although Xian Yi had thought so much, it was only a matter of a moment. Seeing Du Guxin leading the Imperial Army to attack, Xian Yi felt a little uneasy, but he did not show any weakness on the surface. He waved behind him and shouted the word kill, then led the charge toward the Imperial Army. To be precise, he was charging toward Du Guxin. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. This was a decisive battle between kings and kings. Chapter 1943. Reporting. Night, Grasslands, Tujue Royal Court. In the evening, the Grassland coalition of 10 tribes launched a fierce offensive against Tuli, causing Tuli to suffer disastrous losses. After Shelley received the battle report, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He specially set up a banquet in the royal court to entertain the 10 tribal chiefs. At this time, the banquet had already ended for quite some time. Shelley was just about to rest when he heard a series of urgent shouts coming from outside the tent. Shelley couldn't help but frown and said, "Come in." Although he didn't like to be disturbed when he was sleeping, Shelley knew in his heart that the soldiers outside the tent dared to come to him at this time. They definitely had urgent military information to report to him. The curtain was lifted. A soldier dressed as a Tujue, but his face looked like a Han, quickly walked in. The soldier came to Shelley's front. His hands tightly clenched a slip of paper. He bowed to Shelley and saluted. Reporting to Khan, Guard Lord sent urgent information from Taiyuan. Khan, please take a look. Finished speaking, he raised the letter in his hands above his head. The soldier's respectful attitude and thorough etiquette made Shili's heart feel very comfortable. His anger from being disturbed from his rest earlier immediately dissipated a little. Speaking of which, the reason why he wanted to plot against the Central Plains, other than the rich land and abundant natural resources, there was another important reason. The people of the Central Plains had been educated in etiquette for thousands of years. The dynasties of the Central Plains also had a set of strict hierarchical system. Those in lower positions were generally respectful and courteous to those in higher positions. The grassland people, on the other hand, were mostly boorish men who liked to be straightforward. In Shelley's view, these people were all barbarians who needed to accept the education of the Central Plains etiquette. Only in this way could he demonstrate his status and authority. This was also one of the important reasons why he put Zhao Dayan, a Han, in an important position. It was because he wanted to move the system of the Central Plains Imperial Court and the etiquette and education that had been passed down for thousands of years in the Central Plains to the grasslands. Only in this way could he be like Li and become a truly respected emperor. Oh! Urgent information from Zhao Dayan? Let this Khan take a look. When he heard that it was an urgent intelligence sent by his trusted minister, Shelley attached great importance to it. He quickly walked up and took the letter from the soldier's hand before opening it and reading it carefully. The Great Tang's Prince of Wei is leading the teachers and students of Yanghuang College to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan. I implore the Great Khan to send a troop of 10,000 wolf riders, to coordinate with the enemy, to take down Taiyuan City, to capture the Great Tang's Prince of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanghuang College alive. After reading the contents in his mind, Shelley put away the letter and fell into deep thought. Obviously, he was weighing the feasibility of Zhao Dian's plan. After all, not long ago, because he had believed in Wu Jie's plan, he had lost 50,000 elite wolf cavalry on the border of the Great Tang, all of them under his command. In the end, not only had he failed to obtain any of the Academy's secrets, he had even lost soldiers. Now that Zhao Dian had requested him to send troops to infiltrate Great Tang, he had no choice but to be cautious. When did Zhao Dian send out this letter? After thinking for a moment, Shelley was still somewhat moved by Zhao Dian's plan. He turned around and asked the soldier. The messenger soldier thought for a moment before replying to the Great Khan. Based on the time, this secret letter should have been sent out by the guard lord this morning. Shelley nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, the soldier seemed to have something to say but hesitated. What else do you have to report? Shelley seemed to have sensed something as he turned his head to look at the messenger soldier and asked. Replying to the Great Khan, according to the usual practice, the guard lord would use 2 carrier pigeons to send 2 letters each time he sent a letter back to prevent any accidents on the way. However, this time, the guard lord sent a carrier pigeon back to the grasslands, but we only received a single carrier pigeon. Chapter 1944. Jie, why did father call you over just now? In a large tent to the west of the Eastern Turkic royal court, a beautiful Turkic woman lifted the curtain and walked in. A tall and mighty black-robed man was seated in front of a couch, wiping a spiked club in his hand. Upon seeing the black-robed man's actions, the woman's cheerful steps suddenly stopped. She stood a few steps in front of the black-robed man and couldn't help but ask. Wu Jie, are you leaving the steppe again? The black-robed man in the tent was none other than the Turkic state teacher, Wu Jie. Last month, after failing to infiltrate the Great Tang and steal the secrets of Yanghuang College, Wu Jie had fled back to the steppe and returned to his old life. Even though Wu Jie and Ashina Shia had lost more than 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry in the battle on the Great Tang border, Wu Jie's terrifying strength and his irreplaceable role on the steppe meant that Shelley had only punished Ashina Shia and not Wu Jie. At that time, Wu Jie had fought several top experts within the borders of Great Tang, and he had also fought the half-steppe Grandmaster Shen Qing of Longhu Mountain outside the Dragon Gate. He had suffered some injuries, but after more than a month of recuperation, his injuries had basically healed. Kargan wants me to lead soldiers to Taiyuan tomorrow. Hearing the woman's voice, Wu Jie's action of wiping his mace suddenly stopped, not even bothering to raise his head as he replied faintly in his hoarse voice. Listening to the meaning in his words, when Shelley told him to go to the tent just now, it should be to arrange for him to lead 10,000 wolf cavalry to go to Taiyuan and cooperate with Zhao Dian from the inside and outside, to thoroughly take down Taiyuan city. Looking at it this way, Shelley had made up his mind to take the risk according to Zhao Dian's plan. What? Father wants you to lead soldiers to the Great Tang again? How can this be? The woman cried out in alarm and then angrily said, last time, when father sent you to Chang'an, you almost didn't return. Although your martial arts are formidable and unparalleled, the people of the Central Plains have a saying that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Moreover, the martial arts world of the Central Plains has as many experts as the clouds. If you are surrounded by them, you will definitely be injured again. Why did father give you such a dangerous mission? No. I have to go find father. After saying this, the woman turned to leave. The woman's full name was Ashina Shuyang. She was the pearl of Shelley Kargan's palm and one of his most beloved daughters. Stop. Seeing that Ashina Shuyang was about to go find Shelley, Wu Jie finally raised his head, his back facing Ashina Shuyang as he said, I am the imperial teacher of the great Zhou dynasty, enjoying the worship of tens of thousands of people. It is only right for me to share the burden of the great Ka. Besides, no one can hurt me. This last sentence showed Wu Jie's confidence in his own strength. Even though he was slightly injured when he fought with Shen Qing before the Dragon Gate, he didn't think that Shen Qing's strength was higher than his. It was mainly because he had escaped from Cloud Mountain to the Dragon Gate. Before he fought with Shen Qing, he had already fought with Mo Huai, the bearded guest, Du Guxin, Du Gufeiying, Li Zishuan, and many other top experts. At that time, he had used up more than half of his true qi, which was why he had suffered a small loss in the hands of Shen Qing. If both of them were at their peak, he believed that Shen Qing would be defeated within 100 moves. Ashina Shuyang stopped in her tracks and turned around. She stomped her feet angrily and said, Father has so many warriors under his command. Why do you have to take the risk? What mission did father send you to Taiyuan for? As the little princess of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, Ashina Shuyang's loyalty to the Eastern Turkic Khaganate was unquestionable. Therefore, Wu Jie didn't hide it from her. After thinking for a while, he said, half a month ago, Zhao Dian led the wolf guards to sneak into Taiyuan. Now, he and his men are trapped in Taiyuan city. Apart from him, there are also King Wei of Great Tang and some teachers and students from Yanghuang College. The Kargan wants me to lead a team of wolf guards to sneak into Great Tang and surround Taiyuan city. Together with Zhao Dian, not only can we take down the city, we can also capture King Wei of Great Tang and the teachers and students from Yanghuang College back to the grassland. What? Father sent you to attack Taiyuan? Ashina Shuyang was shocked when she heard this. She had thought that Shelley had sent Wu Jie to infiltrate the Great Tang like the last time, just to carry out a mission to steal information. She had never imagined that Shelley would send Wu Jie to attack the Great Tang's largest city in the north, Taiyuan city. That was not the Great Tang's border, but the inner pass. Not to mention the height and thickness of Taiyuan city, if Taiyuan city was besieged, the surrounding provinces and counties would immediately send reinforcements. Shelley sending Wu Jie on this mission was no different from sending Wu Jie to his death. How many soldiers did father give you, Tilda? After coming back to her senses, Ashina Shuyang asked. In Ashina Shuyang's view, to penetrate deep into the heart of the Great Tang's Guangzhong and attack a major city like Taiyuan city, it would be impossible to succeed without at least 100,000 soldiers. 10,000 elite wolf guards. Wu Jie indifferently replied. Then he added, this is Zhao Dian's plan. He has already made arrangements in Taiyuan city. 10,000 soldiers is enough to take down Taiyuan city. Moreover, the situation on the steppe is unstable, and Kargan is concentrating his forces to encircle Tuli. He can't spare too many men. But when she heard the name Zhao Dian, a hint of anger flashed across Ashina Shuyang's face. She angrily stomped her foot and indignantly said, Zhao Dian, it's that treacherous and hateful Han Zhao Dian again. Father sweat, he must have been possessed by the devil. Ever since he was placed in an important position by father, not only did he bring the hypocritical habits of the Central Plains to the steppe, He also pushed aside all of Father's trusted generals. Father's prestige on the steppe is now far inferior to before. Also, Wu Jie, you are the state teacher, the #1 expert of the steppe. Zhao Dian doesn't dare to do anything to you on the surface, but I feel that once his position under Father's command is stabilized, he will definitely push you aside just like he did everyone else. Previously, you failed to sneak into Yanghuang College to steal information and then fled to the Great Tang border. Not long after that, Zhao Dian took the initiative to personally infiltrate the Great Tang. I feel that he wants to use this opportunity to prove himself in front of Father so that he can replace you in the future. This time, you are leading troops to attack Taiyuan City. Even if you succeed, the credit will not fall to you, but to Zhao Dian. In the words of the Central Plains, you are making a wedding dress for someone else. Hearing this, Wu Jie didn't feel indignant or indignant. Instead, he maintained a calm expression. Because Ashina Shuyang's words had taken a bit too long, Wu Jie had already picked up his mace and continued to wipe his face. After Ashina Shuyang finished speaking, Wu Jie only gave a faint yen and then calmed down and continued to busy himself with the matter at hand. Seeing this, Ashina Shuyang was furious. She couldn't help but walk up to Wu Jie and fiercely stomp her foot. Wu Jie, I've said so much to you. Why haven't you responded at all, Tilda? Wu Jie didn't immediately respond to Ashina Shuyang. He put down the silk cloth in his hand and carefully examined the mace. After making sure that the stains on it had been wiped clean, he stood up and looked at Ashina Shuyang. Yang I don't care. Yang I don't care about this contribution. If Zhao Dian wants it, he can take it. But I must go on this trip to the Great Tang, and I have my reasons. I also have my reasons. Hearing the latter half of Wu Jie's words, Ashina Shuyang couldn't help trembling, her right hand involuntarily stroking her left wrist. Beneath her sleeve was a priceless black carp bracelet of exquisite craftsmanship. The last time they came back from the Great Tang, Wu Jie had told her that he met a little girl in Cloud Mountain who wore the same jade bracelet as her. He had asked her if she knew this girl, but Ashina Shuyang said she didn't. Since then, there had been some estrangement between the two of them. Now, the relationship between the two of them had become even more estranged. Ashina Shuyang was clear in her heart that the reason Wu Jie had to go was most likely because of the girl who wore the same bracelet as her. In addition, I also want to know who I am. Wu Jie picked up his mace and was about to walk out of the tent, but just as he was about to reach the entrance, he suddenly stopped and muttered to himself before opening the tent's curtain and walking out. Inside the tent, when she heard Wu Jie's last sentence, Ashina Shuyang's face suddenly turned pale and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes, as if she had foreseen something terrible was about to happen. Wu Jie's sentence seemed to have no beginning or end, but it also seemed to have a deep meaning. The amount of information contained in it was too much. Wu Jie, Wu Jie. After a long while, she finally came back to her senses, then quickly turned and ran out of the tent, frantically calling Wu Jie's name. Southeast of the grassland, Tuli's troops, Tang Jian's tent. At this time, Tang Jian was sitting at the table, reading a book and drinking tea leisurely. The book was a good book, and the tea was naturally good tea. It was the immortal tea that was currently popular in the Great Tang, and countless rich people fought over it. This thing was not available in the grassland because the people of the grassland basically didn't like to drink tea. Besides, even if they liked to drink tea, they couldn't buy tea leaves like the immortal tea. After all, this thing was in short supply in the Great Tang. These tea leaves were naturally brought over by Tang Jian from the Great Tang. If he didn't drink it now, it would only benefit Tuli and Ni Shu Tuo. Grand Duke, you still have the leisure to read and drink tea? At this time, a tall man with sword-like eyebrows walked in and saw Tang Jian leisurely sitting at the table. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This man was the captain of the guards who escorted Tang Jian to the grassland, Yu Minghu. Oh, Minghu, you're here? Hearing this voice, Tang Jian put down the book in his hand, raised his head, and smiled indifferently. What's wrong? What happened? Now that we're all alive and well, why can't this old man have the leisure to read and drink tea? Chapter 1945. Right now, we are indeed still alive. But if this continues, I estimate that in 2 days, our heads will be separated from our bodies. Southeast of the grassland, Tuli's troops, Tang Jian's tent. Yu Minghu looked at the leisurely Tang Jian and helplessly smiled. Tang Jian still had a leisurely attitude. Hearing this, he asked with a smile, "Why do you say that, Minghu?" Compared to the other courtiers in the current court, in terms of intelligence, Tang Jian might not be as good as Fang Xianling and Zhongsun Wuji. In terms of decisiveness, he might not be as good as Du Ruhui. In terms of honesty, he might not even be as good as Wei Yizheng, but regardless of whether he was in good times or bad, Tang Jian was always able to maintain an optimistic attitude. It was this optimistic attitude, coupled with his unique vision, that allowed him to have a place for himself in the imperial court of the early Tang dynasty, where the stars were shining brightly. Yu Minghu was not as well-mannered as Tang Jian. He said worriedly, "Today, Tuli suffered a defeat. He and his trusted generals want to vent their anger on Duke. But according to this subordinate's estimation, in the next few days, Tuli will suffer even more defeats. According to their nature, I'm afraid that when the time comes, they will make things even more difficult for us." At this point, Yu Minghu deliberately paused. Seeing that there was still no reaction on Tang Jian's face, he could not help but continue. "In today's battle, Tuli's troops lost 40,000 troops. Moreover, according to this subordinate's knowledge, the ones besieging Tuli's troops were only the other tribes of the grassland that rely on Xieli. They were not Xieli's elite wolf riders. Although there are still 2 days left until the 8th month, this subordinate estimates that if the 10-tribe coalition cannot completely take down Tuli's troops by tomorrow night, on the last day of the 7th month, Xieli will definitely gather his elite wolf riders and launch an all-out attack on Tuli's troop. Xieli has been able to control the grassland tribes for the past few years. The wolf riders under his command have unparalleled fighting strength. Moreover, the Turkic state preceptor, Wu Jie, is an expert of the great Grandmaster realm. If he also participates in the battle, Tuli's troops will definitely not last a day. At that time, even if Tuli does not kill us, if we fall into Xieli's hands, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to survive." As a warrior, Yu Minghu was even more aware than Tang Jian of the terror of a martial grandmaster expert. Although no matter how powerful a warrior was, he would not be able to defeat a well-trained army. However, if an expert like a martial grandmaster were to lead an army and personally lead this army into battle, then the combat power of this army would be raised by several levels. With the current situation of Tuli's troops, if Wu Jie were to lead a 10,000-man wolf cavalry army to attack, Tuli would never be able to resist. In the end, Xieli didn't want to consume his strength right now. Wu Jie and the wolf riders were his trump cards, and until the last moment, he wouldn't use them easily. Wu Jie, is that Wu Jie who snuck into Cloud Mountain alone and led the Turkic wolf cavalry outside Longmen Pass to escape the encirclement of the Great Tang's 4 provinces? Hearing the name Wu Jie, Tang Jian's expression finally changed, raising his head and asking meaningfully. Yu Minghu nodded and replied, "It is that person." This subordinate heard that Wu Jie was able to resist Mo Huai and Zhong Zhongjin, 2 peak grandmaster experts, and smoothly escape from the encirclement of the imperial army. Later, the Marquis of Yong'an led an army to stop Wu Jie at Longmen Pass, but he was unexpectedly heavily injured. In the end, it was Daoist Master Xian Qing of Longhu Mountain who arrived in time to stop Wu Jie and the Turkic wolf cavalry. Otherwise, Longmen Pass would have been defeated. This person's martial arts are so high that he is probably invincible in the world. If he personally led an army to attack Tuli's troops, I'm afraid that the defenses here would collapse in an instant. Thus, Grand Duke, we must make plans as soon as possible. Tang Jian furrowed his brow in silence. He was not a member of the martial arts world, but he was born into a noble family, had experienced troubled times, and had mingled in the imperial court. He had some understanding of martial arts, so he naturally understood what Yu Minghu was saying. After a moment of silence, Tang Jian spoke. "Make plans as soon as possible. We came to the grasslands with the Emperor's mandate. If we don't complete the mission, how can we face His Majesty? The only thing we can do now is to firmly believe that frost will fall on the grasslands in the next 2 days. Other than that, we have no other choice." Speaking of this, Tang Jian's eyes revealed a sense of determination. He said in a deep voice, "Moreover, this old man believes in His Majesty. I believe that the prophecy of frost falling in July will come true. During the late Sui dynasty, Tang Jian and Li Er were very good friends. The two of them had similar interests and were close friends. They regarded each other as confidants. Although they were now monarchs and ministers, Tang Jian still trusted Li Er unconditionally. Li Er naturally also trusted his old friend. Otherwise, he would not have handed over such an important task to Tang Jian. If the prophecy of frost falling in midsummer at the end of July came true, for Tang Jian, their purpose of coming to the grasslands would be more than half completed. When that time came, rumors about Shelley's misconduct caused longevity heaven's wrath would spread in all tribes of the grasslands. Those tribes of the grasslands who were originally disloyal to Shelley would probably rise up and resist Shelley's tyranny together. Pay attention to the news from Shelley's side. If he really does send Wu Jie to personally lead an army to encircle and annihilate Tuli's troops, we have to remind Tuli to make preparation. Tang Jian sighed and gave Yu Minghu an order. Yes, Duke. Yu Minghu naturally left to carry out the order. Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn. Guard Lord. It seems like your status in the grasslands is not low. Earlier, when the 50 to 60 people had suddenly charged into the inn, Li Junxian had immediately dashed forward and grabbed the nearby Zhao Dian. At this moment, hearing the cries of the warriors downstairs, Li Junxian gripped Zhao Dian's neck and coldly laughed. Although his neck was gripped, Zhao Dian did not appear very panicked. He lightly snorted and mocked, "I didn't think that the Grand Commander of 100 Cavalry, a Grandmaster expert, would actually take this Zhao, a scholar who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, hostage. Should I say that Commander Li is lacking in grace, or is he lacking in martial virtue? What a fine lacking in martial virtue." Anyone else might have been goaded into letting Zhao Dian go, but Li Junxian was different. Although he was a Grandmaster, he was a member of the Imperial Court, not a member of the martial arts world. For him, completing the mission given by the Imperial Court was his #1 priority. As for martial virtue, was letting Zhao Dian go and having his 700 subordinates fight with 80 to 90 people a matter of martial virtue? Say what you want. Li Junxian nonchalantly chuckled, and then he threatened, "This general will not let his subordinates throw away their lives. Immediately have your men put down their weapons and surrender, or else." His right hand tightened around Zhao Dian's neck, and Zhao Dian immediately found it difficult to breathe. A few moments later, this fellow's face turned red. It was clear that Li Junxian had not used any small amount of strength. Zhao Dian couldn't help but groan and slap away Li Juanxian's right hand. Seeing this, Li Junxian slightly loosened his grip, and Zhao Dian hurriedly covered his neck with his hand and began to violently cough. Cough, cough. Commander Li truly has a good plan, but this Zhao will not let his subordinates surrender. At worst, we'll just die together. Ha ha. If I can kill a commander of 100 Tang cavalry, this Zhao Dian's life will be worth it. Contrary to Li Juanxian's expectations, Zhao Dian was not intimidated by Li Juanxian's threat. On the contrary, he was even more vicious than Li Junxian. After mocking Li Junxian, Zhao Dian looked down at his subordinates and shouted, "Kill, don't worry about this god." Li Junxian couldn't help but be taken aback. Zhao Dian's subordinates downstairs were also slightly stunned when they heard this. Everyone hesitated to move forward because although Zhao Dian had shouted this, if they really rashly went forward and caused Zhao Dian to lose his life, then what would be left for them after returning to the grassland would still be a dead end. Li Juanxian's eyes narrowed as he slightly clenched his right hand. At the same time, he warily and threateningly glared at the warriors downstairs. For a moment, the two sides were in a standoff. Zhao Dian's men did not dare to recklessly step forward, while Li Juanxian's men naturally would not attack for no reason. This was because while none of Zhao Dian's subordinates were top-class experts at the Grandmaster realm, the vast majority were at the Qi transformation realm. In terms of numbers, Zhao Dian's men had the absolute advantage. If they ignored Zhao Dian's life and attacked together, Li Juanxian's men would not be able to hold, not even if Li Junxian was a Grandmaster. In this situation, Grandmasters were not invincible existences. While Li Junxian could take on 10 of these Qi transformation experts alone, he could not take on 80 or 90 of them. Perhaps only a Grandmaster like Wu Jie could do this, Therefore, neither side dared to act rashly for the time being. This stalemate required a third force to break the stalemate. But this stalemate was completely acceptable to Zhao Dayan. He had remained at the inn precisely to buy time for Shen Yi and Celestial Eagle to attack the post house. In truth, he had not known that the cavalry that had come to the inn was led by Li Junxian. Now that he knew, he could only rejoice. If he had not used himself as bait and sent 10-some people to stop Li Juanxian's men, there was a high chance that Li Juanxian's cavalry would have been able to effortlessly deal with them. And after dealing with his men, Li Juanxian's men would have continued to pursue Shen Yi, Celestial Eagle, and the rest of the group that had attacked the post house. In that case, his plan would have been completely exposed. Right now, all he needed to do was delay Li Junxian until Shen Yi succeeded. At that time, even if he was captured by Li Junxian, it would be fine, because Li Tai would already be in their hand. The offensive and defensive positions would be reverse. Chapter 1946. Quick, quick. In the darkness of the night, a group of over 100 people held torches as they galloped south on the main street of Taiyuan City. Their speed was very fast. Everywhere they passed, smoke and dust flew up. When the heavy horse hooves hit the green stone road, it made a da-da-da noise, waking countless people who had already fallen asleep along the way. The bailiffs who were patrolling the streets at night also noticed the loud noise, but before they could get close, the other party had already galloped far away on their horses. How could their 2 legs catch up to the 4 legs of the other party? They could only look at the other party's back and sigh helplessly. Mother **K, where did this group come from? Galloping horses in the city at night, do they still want to live? Boss, should we report to the provincial governor and send people to arrest them? A group of bailiffs looked at the departing figures of the group, and one of them cursed. This is already the 3rd group. But the first 2 groups were the Imperial Army and the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks. This group looks like ordinary people. Another person chimed in. Pa. The leader of the bailiffs angrily slapped the 2 of them on the head and said, "Don't worry. All of you, shut up. Which ordinary family can afford to raise so many horses? Who dares to gallop on the streets at night in defiance of the curfew? This matter is not something we can deal with. Just report it to the provincial governor. Continue patrolling. Tonight is not peaceful, so keep your eyes open. Do you understand?" "Yes." The bailiffs roared in response. Just as the leader of the bailiffs had said, Taiyuan City was not destined to be peaceful tonight. First, Du Guifeng led the Imperial Army from the north to the south. Then, Fang Gongting led several hundred cavalry from the Bing Province barracks in the northwest to the southeast. Now, another group of people had appeared out of nowhere and were heading south. These people treated the curfew policy of Taiyuan City as nothing, but at the same time, it was clear that these people were not ordinary people. After all, how could ordinary people be so bold? Moreover, the leader of the bailiffs had clearly seen this group of people coming from the direction of the Wang clan's ancestral home. This meant that this group was very likely from the Wang clan. Although they were bailiffs of the provincial government, they could not afford to offend the Wang clan. The leader of the bailiffs had guessed correctly. This group of people was the Wang family's hidden guards. The leader was the commander of the Wang family's hidden guards, Wang Chengwu. They had rushed to the Tongfu in under Wang Yu's orders. Firstly, they wanted to capture the innkeeper, Sun Dafu, or the owner, Gao Yong. Secondly, they wanted to see if Wang Li and the others were hiding in the inn. In terms of time, Wang Yu and Li Junxian had decided to send their men to Tongfu Inn at almost the same time, but in terms of distance, Li Juanxian's temporary base in Taiyuan City was 4 to 5 times closer to Tongfu Inn than the Wang clan's ancestral residence. Thus, while Li Juanxian's men were already fighting with Zhao Dian's men in the inn, Wang Chengwu's men were still on their way. But the arrival of Wang Chengwu's men was likely to be the key to breaking the stalemate in the inn. Within Tongfu Inn, both sides stood on opposite sides. Li Juanxian's men had retreated to the corridor on the 2nd floor while Zhao Dian's men stood in the main hall on the 1st floor. As for Zhao Dian himself, he was naturally under Li Juanxian's control. Chapter 1947. I am Wang Chengwu, commander of the Wang clan guard. Who is good sir? Do you know where shopkeeper's son is? Within Tongfu Inn, Wang Chengwu followed Li Juanxian's voice to the corridor on the second floor. As he examined Li Junxian, he couldn't help but grimace. Although the man in the corridor didn't seem very old, he couldn't see through his cultivation level. What did this mean? This meant that this man was probably as strong as he was. Since when did Taiyuan City have another martial arts master of the Grandmaster realm? Wang Chengwu couldn't help but be confused. There were many martial artists in the world who were at the Qi transformation realm and below, but those who reached the Grandmaster realm were all renowned figures or great generals of the imperial court. The number of grandmasters in each region could be counted on one hand, so Wang Chengwu wasn't making a fuss over nothing. So it was Commander Wang of the Wang clan. Li Juanxian's eyes flashed upon hearing Wang Chengwu's identity, and he couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. Based on the information the 100 Horsemen had gathered, Wang Chengwu was a member of the Wang clan's main branch, and the Wang clan's main branch and second branch were not on the same side. On the way to the inn, he had received news that Wang Kuei had fled in fear of punishment and that the entire Wang clan was searching for him. Although he didn't know why Wang Chengwu had brought people to Tongfu Inn, if Wang Chengwu wasn't working with Wang Kuei and Zhao Dian, then this was good news. With these thoughts in mind, Li Junxian turned to Wang Chengwu and said, "This general is 100 Horseman Li Junxian, and I have been ordered by the Emperor to secretly protect His Highness King of Wei in Taiyuan City. Commander Wang, these people are all spies hiding in Taiyuan City, and their leader is Zhao Dian. Commander Wang, you've come at just the right time. Why don't you help this general capture these people and send them to the provincial governor's residence?" Although he had sent someone to the provincial governor's office to ask for help in advance, the provincial governor's office was far away from the inn. It would take some time for the reinforcements from the provincial governor's office to arrive. No one knew what the situation would be like then. Rather than that, it was better to borrow the Wang clan's forces to capture Zhao Dian's group. What? Zhao Dian? Wang Chengwu's pupils constricted at the name Zhao Dian. Before nightfall, Du Guxin had personally visited the Wang clan to inform Wang Yu of the secret letter that Han Lijing had brought to Taiyuan City and had asked Wang Yu to search the city for Zhao Dian. Wang Chengwu was one of Wang Yu's trusted aides, knew that all this turmoil in Taiyuan City was Zhao Dian's work. Thus, when he heard Li Juanxian's report that Zhao's group, Wang's report, was Li's, so when he heard Li that was SSS, his people's clan's group SS was? Li S was. S he. Wang S Wang St. Li St Wang Est do its Estes. The group of Wang family dark guards roared in agreement, then all of them drew their weapons and charged towards Zhao Dian's subordinates. Chapter 1948. Taiyuan Courier Station. A major battle was on the verge of breaking out. The Imperial Army was fighting against Xian Yi and the other Turkic spies on the eastern side of the courier station. The Imperial Army, under Du Guxin's command, had already assumed the shape of a goose. As the strongest of the Imperial Army, Du Guxin naturally stood at the very center of the formation. His direct opponent was the strongest of the enemy, Xian Yi. In terms of martial arts, both Du Guxin and Xian Yi were at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm. Du Guxin's advantage lay in his exquisite swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship, there were no more than 10 people in the world who could defeat him. On the other hand, Xian Yi's advantage lay in his bizarre movement techniques and his innumerable sneak attack. This morning, Du Guxin had fought with Xian Yi in the southern part of the city. But at the time, Xian Yi's side had outnumbered him, and they had even used hidden weapons, poisons, and all sorts of underhanded sneak attacks. Only then had Du Guxin been defeated and heavily injured. In a direct confrontation, Xian Yi might not have been a match for Du Guxin, but there were no IFS in this world. In a confrontation between two armies, the most important thing was the final outcome, not the methods used in the process. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. For Du Guxin and Xian Yi, this was a battle where one of them would die. Only the victor could survive. However, Du Guxin had yet to recover from his injuries, and he could only use 50% of his strength at most. As a result, his chances of victory were extremely slim. Clang tilde. Du Guxin raised the sword in his hand and poured his true qi into it. The sword hummed with a clang. This sword had a spirit, and the Dugu clan had invited the master swordsmith Jong Crow to forge it. Although it was not as famous as the Crow 9 swords, it was still extremely sharp. Ever since Dugu Shin had made some small achievements in martial arts, this sword had always been by his side. The sword had no name, but the experts who had fallen to it were all top-notch experts who had long been famous. At this moment, this sword seemed to be able to sense the resolve in its master's heart. As the sword hummed, it began to tremble. This was excitement, or perhaps anxiety. Because he had been recovering from his injuries, Dugu Shin was not wearing armor, only a white robe and a black cloak. At this moment, Dugu Shin's long hair and cloak fluttered despite the lack of wind. A moment ago, he had looked like a weak and wounded soldier, but now, as he raised his sword and poured true chi into it, his aura quickly reached its peak. In terms of aura, he was no weaker than when he was at his peak. Sensing Dugu Shin's rapidly rising aura, Xianyi could not help but be shocked. Has Dugu Shin really recovered his full strength? This didn't make any sense. Even if all the poison he had left in Dugu Shin's body had been cured by Gong Sun Liang, Dugu Shin could not have recovered to his peak state so quickly, unless he was a celestial immortal who was impervious to all poison. Solitary wind swordsmanship. Xian Yi's mood was very complicated at this moment. He found it hard to believe, but Dugu Shin did not give him the chance to continue thinking. Dugu Shin stomped on the ground and soared into the air. His left hand formed a sword seal, and his right hand held the sword as he executed a series of complex sword moves. His speed in the air skyrocketed again, and he and his sword were like a stream of light in the night sky, stabbing straight at Xian Yi. This was the Dugu clan's sword technique, the solitary wind swordsmanship. In terms of sword moves, the solitary wind swordsmanship was not as exquisite as the Dugu 9 swords, but Dugu Shin had been practicing this sword technique for more than 10 years and had long reached the point of mastery. There was no absolute good or bad sword technique in this world. Once a sword technique reached the point of mastery, its power could not be underestimated. The main reason Dugu Shin had been able to use the first 7 moves of the solitary wind swordsmanship in such a short time was that this sword technique had already been deeply ingrained in his bones. He could create sword moves with just a wave of his hand. Secondly, when Li Zexuan had deduced the sword moves of the Dugu 9 swords and taught them to Dugu Shin had discovered that his solitary wind swordsmanship had some similarities with the Dugu 9 swords. The two complemented each other, and the solitary wind swordsmanship that Dugu Shin was using had been improved, and its power was far greater than before. Fast. Dugu Shin was originally only about 60 meters away from Xian Yi, but he had become one with his sword. Under the stimulation of his sword move, he and his sword were as fast as flowing light. The distance of 60 meters was covered in an instant. Before Xian Yi could recover from the shock on his face, Dugu Shin's sword had already arrived. Dugu Shin, who had yet to recover from his heavy injuries and had lost much of his strength, had chosen to take the initiative and attack. Moreover, his first attack was a sure-kill strike without any fancy moves. Before this, who could have imagined that Dugu Shin would attack in such a domineering and powerful manner? The Imperial Army soldiers were dumbfounded. Dugu Shin had been ambushed in the southern part of the city in the morning. He had been poisoned and severely injured, and he had almost died. Almost all the Imperial Army soldiers knew about this. In their view, after a day of recuperation, Dugu Shin had at most recovered a portion of his strength. There was no way he could have returned to his peak condition. But what was the situation now? The chilling sword aura that was wreaking havoc around Dugu Shin did not seem like something that a heavily injured person should be able to exude. The Turkic spies behind Xian Yi were also dumbfounded. Before they came to the post house, hadn't Zhao Dian and Xian Yi said that Dugu Shin had been heavily injured and was an arrow at the end of its flight? But the strength that Dugu Shin was displaying now did not seem like an arrow at the end of its flight at all. Although Dugu Shin's attack was very fast and caught him off guard, Xian Yi was a grandmaster expert, after all. After a brief moment of shock, Xian Yi roared under the powerful threat of death. He did not draw his sword to block Dugu Shin's attack. Instead, he chose to retreat with all his might. Dugu Shin had gathered all his strength in this attack, and his sword momentum had already reached great mastery. Xian Yi did not dare to meet this attack head-on in a hurry. Moreover, he was best at assassination and hidden weapons, not head-on combat. Therefore, his only choice now was to retreat and avoid the attack for the time being. When Du Guxin's attack failed and he switched to another move, he would strike again and deal the fatal blow. Xian Yi's lightness technique was superior to Du Guxin's in the first place. Even though he had launched his attack after Du Guxin's, he still managed to narrowly avoid Du Guxin's short-kill strike. However, even though he managed to dodge, the other Turkic spies standing beside and behind him were not so lucky. Du Guxin's attack was ferocious and indomitable. The surging sword aura around the sword was like a tangible blade, slashing directly at the people standing near Xian Yi. Almost all the Turkic spies who did not manage to escape in time were injured by Du Guxin's sword aura. In the blink of an eye, all 12 Turkic spies were injured and lying on the ground. What a pity! Du Guxin shook his head slightly as he looked at the result of his attack. He could not help but feel disappointed. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for him to use that attack in his current state. However, the unprecedented desperate situation had stimulated his body's huge potential. In addition, he had mobilized almost all the true qi in his body to use the first 7 moves of the Lonely Windsword technique. That was why the power of that attack was so terrifying. Du Guxin was well aware of his own situation. He knew that in his current state, he had no chance of defeating Xian Yi if he attacked normally. He could not afford to waste his true qi. Du Guxin had planned to take advantage of the fact that Xian Yi was not fully prepared to deal him a powerful attack. If this attack could seriously injure Xian Yi, then the rest of the Imperial army would be dealt with by themselves. There would be no need for him to do anything at all. However, Xian Yi had actually managed to dodge his short-kill attack. That made things even more troublesome. On one hand, Xian Yi would definitely be on guard after that attack. Even if he used the same move again, he would not be able to injure Xian Yi in the slightest. On the other hand, that attack had used up most of his true qi. It would be very difficult for him to use another attack of the same power. Swish 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 tilde Xian Yi, who had dodged Du Guxin's short-kill attack, could not help but be shocked and enraged when he saw this scene. One had to know that he and Sky Eagle had brought people to ambush the post house, and they were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Now that Du Guxin had directly injured more than 10 of them, they were even more disadvantaged in terms of numbers. If Du Guxin swung his sword a few more times, wouldn't all of his men be cut down to the ground? In the end, he would be the only commander without an army left on the battlefield. He could not allow Du Guxin to slaughter his men wantonly. Shocked and enraged, Xian Yi did not stop after stabilizing himself. With a flick of his sleeves, 5 thin needles shimmering with cold light flew toward different parts of Du Guxin's body. The speed of the needles flying through the air was even faster than when Du Guxin had become one with his sword. Using offense as defense, he wanted to restrain Du Guxin with a sharp attack so that the martial artists on his side who were below the Grandmaster realm would not be killed by Du Guxin, a Grandmaster expert. Du Guxin, who had already suffered in the south of the city in the morning, knew that Xian Yi's 5 needles must have been smeared with poison. Naturally, he did not dare to take them head-on. However, the 5 needles that Xian Yi had thrown out were coming from different directions, almost sealing off all his escape routes. It was impossible for him to rely on his body movement to dodge these 5 poisoned needles. 9 strategies of the Dugu sword, arrow-breaking style. Du Guxin did not hesitate in the face of these 5 needles. He swung his sword and used the arrow-breaking style of the 9 strategies of the Dugu sword, which was specially designed to deal with hidden weapons. There was a flash of sword light in the air, and the 5 needles that came from different directions were all hit by Du Guxin. Ding, ding, ding. The needles fell to the limestone floor with crisp sound. Xian Yi's sneak attack had also failed. Chapter 1949. Let's go together. Use all the skills you're best at and end the battle quickly. Xian Yi was not discouraged by the failure of his sneak attack, because Du Guxin seemed to have recovered to his peak state. Although he did not understand why, he had to admit it when the truth was right in front of him. Therefore, in order to prevent the situation from worsening, Xian Yi did not intend to continue fighting Du Guxin alone. He roared at his men around him. Zhao Dian's men had not only gone through harsh and cruel training, but most of them were notorious scum of the martial arts world in the Central Plains before they joined the Turks. Each of them was more vicious than the other. In terms of head-on strength, they might not be as good as the Imperial Army, but in terms of sneak attacks, the Imperial Army was far inferior to them, and tonight's darkness was the best cover for their sneak attacks. Yes, sir. The men around Xian Yi answered loudly and then scattered. Those who were good at lightness skills simply jumped onto the roof. The 100 or so men spread out in a fan shape. Obviously, they understood what Xian Yi meant. Faced with the Imperial Army that had already set up a formation, if they charged at them together, they would only be killed. Only by spreading out and disrupting the Imperial Army's formation with some sneak attacks could they possibly break the formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, all kinds of hidden weapons, such as hidden arrows, flying daggers, and poisonous needles, were shot out in all directions toward the Imperial Army that had set up a formation. Other than that, a few of them lit up balls with fire and threw them at the Imperial Army. Immediately, thick smoke rose from the Imperial Army's position. Clank, clank, clank. Metal clanked. The hidden weapons such as hidden arrows, flying daggers, and poisonous needles thrown by the Turkic spies did not cause much damage to the Imperial Guards. After all, the Imperial Guards were one of the most elite troops in Chang'an. They were dedicated to guarding the Imperial Palace. Every Imperial Guard was wearing excellent Mingguang armor. Ordinary swords and sabers could not penetrate their armor, let alone hidden arrows and flying daggers. Unless these hidden weapons happened to pierce the gaps between the joints of the armor, or directly hit the faces of the Imperial Guard. Physical attacks wouldn't work, but magical attacks would. The incense that the Turkic spies had thrown at the Imperial Army was clearly incense capable of releasing poisonous smoke. The Mingguang armor worn by the Imperial Army could block the attacks of ordinary hidden weapons, but it could not block the pervasive poisonous smoke. Everyone, cover your noses and mouths. We'll form teams of 3 and help each other. Don't let anyone pass. Du Guxin had truly been caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. His original plan had been to use his life to hold down Xian Yi and leave the rest of the small fries to his Imperial Army. Although these Turkic spies were all-powerful martial artists, the Imperial Army was skilled in battle formations. Once they were in formation, the Turkic spies would never be able to defeat the Imperial Army, even if they were twice as numerous. However, who would have thought that Xian Yi wouldn't play by the rules at all? He directly ordered everyone to scatter and fight on their own. Moreover, he used some dirty tricks. Therefore, he hurriedly shouted,